Chapter 737. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty was established. Guhai stood on the altar and looked at everything below. While the people were cheering, the officials were still standing respectfully. It was quite awkward. Chen Tianshan, Guhai said in a low voice. Here. Chen Tianshan immediately said respectfully. How many cities of the Dahan were lost while I was away? Guhai said indifferently. Reporting to the emperor, in these 5 years, the Great Emperor Dynasty captured 10 cities of the Dahan. The Yongjing Dynasty captured 8 cities. The Yehue Dynasty captured 8 cities. The Funxiang Valley captured 6 cities. The Blue Cloud sect captured 5 cities, and the Reliance sect captured 7 cities of the Imperial Dynasty. A total of 44 cities were lost. Chen Tianshan said respectfully. 44 cities? Hee. First Army Commander Gao Xianji, listen up. Guhai said coldly. Gao Xianji and the others were still bowing respectfully, not daring to stand up. They were happy for Guhai's return, but they were also very nervous. After all, they had actually loosened their grip on the Dahan dynasty and did not listen to Chen Tianshan's orders. When they were bowing respectfully just now, they felt very guilty and hoped that they could make up for their mistakes. Now that Guhai gave the order, Gao Xianji instantly quivered. Here, Gao Xianji suddenly said excitedly. Gao Xianji is appointed as the Day 1 Marshal to lead the First Army and take charge of the 26 cities of the Imperial Dynasty and the Yongjing Dynasty. Those who offend the Dahan Dynasty will pay back 100 times. Guhai said in a low voice. Yes, Your Majesty. Gao Xianji suddenly shouted. This shout was unusually loud, and at the same time, he was very happy. Was the Emperor giving him a chance to redeem himself? Fourth Army Commander Mo Yike, listen up. Guhai said in a low voice. Here. Mo Yike took a deep breath and stepped forward. Funxiang Valley, Blue Cloud sect, and Reliance sect have provoked the Han Dynasty, seized our cities, and harmed our people. Their sects shall be exterminated, and Mo Yike shall be appointed as the Commander-in-Chief of Day 1 Jinghua to exterminate the 3 sections. Those who offend the Dahan will pay back 100-fold. Guhai ordered. This subject obeys Your Majesty's order. I will not disappoint Your Majesty. Mo Yike shouted. Chen Tianshan, present, announced to the world that the Dahan Imperial Dynasty is taking revenge for the Dahan Empire by attacking the 3 sects and 2 dynasties. If anyone dares to ally with them, kill them without mercy. Guhai instructed. Yes, Your Majesty. Guhai nodded. He then looked at the group of officials who were still in fear and trepidation. Everyone rise, Guhai said slowly. Thank you, Your Majesty. May Your Majesty live for 10,000 years. All of the officials secretly exhaled as they bowed respectfully. Guhai then put away the heaven-suppressing divine seal and investiture of the gods and slowly stepped down from the altar. In the distance, Sima Changkong and Ao Sheng were flying quickly. No one was chasing after them anymore. Mr. Sima, you are not like yourself before. You don't have to be so afraid of Guhai, right? Ao Sheng transformed into his human form and looked at Sima Changkong. Sima Changkong smiled bitterly. I'm not afraid of Guhai. Even if I'm caught by Guhai, Guhai will not kill me. Then why are you? Ao Sheng was puzzled. I am worried about His Majesty. Sima Changkong said bitterly. Martial Emperor? Why are you worried about His Majesty? Ao Sheng raised his eyebrows and revealed a confused expression. Sigh. Sima Changkong sighed slightly. Ao Sheng's expression suddenly changed. You mean your family? Sima Changkong nodded. If you're caught by Guhai, your family will be finished? No, the Sima family will be finished. Your father, Sima Zongheng, betrayed His Holiness. Countless nobles and experts in the Qian area hate your family to the core. If it were not for the Martial Emperor's powerful means to protect your family, perhaps they would have all been killed by now. The Martial Emperor admired your ability, so he protected your family. If you're caught by Guhai, will you die? Even if you don't die, even if you're captured, as long as someone fanned the flames and you defected to Guhai, your family will immediately be annihilated. You escaped just to save people? Ao Sheng frowned. Sima Changkong nodded. Prince Ao Sheng, no, Supreme Ao Sheng is smart. You are really living a hard life now. Ao Sheng shook his head. But this time, these dragons were captured and killed by Gu Hai, which made you suffer a heavy loss. Sima Changkong said with a wry smile. Them? Heh, in fact, it's nothing much. If he dies, then he dies. My dragon clan will soon have a strong dragon clan army that is even stronger than the North Sea Dragon Palace in the past. A strong dragon clan army that is countless times stronger. Oh, strong dragon tribe army? What do you mean? Speaking of which, I'm also curious. I remember that you were only at the peak of the Middle Celestial Palace. How did you reach the Upper Celestial Palace now? Sima Changkong said in surprise. You don't know a lot. Do you think I will so easily lead the North Sea Dragon tribe to pledge loyalty to His Majesty? Haha, you don't understand, but His Majesty has the ability of the Tong Tian. His Majesty opened the Netherrealm Dragon Tomb. Ao Sheng said excitedly. Netherrealm Dragon Tomb? Sima Changkong said blankly. Yes, the Netherrealm Dragon Tomb of the Dragon Tribe is the place where the human souls of the Dragon Tribe belong after they die. That place, except for my father, no one can enter it. His Majesty opened the Dragon Tomb and released the human souls of the ancient Dragon Tribe. Countless underworld dragons are about to be revived. I am the new Supreme Dragon Tribe and the first to have the power of the Dragon Tomb. This is just the beginning. I will become stronger and stronger in the future. Ao Sheng said excitedly. Congratulations, Supreme Ao. Sima Changkong congratulated with a frown, just as the two were talking. Buzz. They saw a rainbow-colored light in the distant sky. In the distance, countless Dahan citizens were also emitting rainbow-colored light. The rainbow-colored light soared into the sky, and the entire Dahan territory was dyed in rainbow-colored light. This is... Ao Sheng's eyes widened. Emperor Dynasty? Gu Hai has become an Emperor Dynasty? That's right, that's right. Gu Hai killed His Holiness and obtained boundless luck. Dahan Emperor Dynasty? This is bad. Sima Changkong's expression changed. Report to His Majesty immediately. Guqin and Feng Yu were flying quickly, and they could no longer see the infinite celestial capital in the distance. Guqin, what are you afraid of? I am from the Heavenly Palace. What is Gu Hai's cultivation level? Feng Yu said with a frown. Are you stronger than the Qing Emperor? Guqin said coldly. The Qing Emperor? Haha, who does he think he is? Feng Yu said coldly. I'm talking about your current strength, not your peak strength 800 years ago. Guqin said solemnly. Feng Yu's expression froze. Even the Qing Emperor didn't manage to get anything out of this. How can you deal with Gu Hai? Did Gu Hai's earlier appearance mean that he just returned? No, based on my understanding of him, he definitely didn't just come back. The infinite celestial capital must have made arrangements. If we don't escape now, we won't be able to, Guqin said solemnly. Wait until I recover my cultivation. Then wait until you recover your cultivation before you try to put on airs. Something big is about to happen in the Sky Chess Pavilion. We can't mess up now. Guqin said solemnly. Feng Yu looked at Guqin curiously. Gu Hai is your adoptive father. Didn't you want to acknowledge him just now? My life was given to me by the Pavilion Master. Furthermore, I've already cut off all my emotions and desires. I'm only loyal to the Pavilion Master now. If you continue to talk about this topic, you'll only be laughed at in the Sky Chess Pavilion. Guqin sneered. Buzz. At this moment, countless rainbow-colored lights appeared in all directions. Advanced? The Dahan Imperial Dynasty? Feng Yu's expression changed. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty is in trouble. Guqin frowned. The infinite celestial capital. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty had successfully advanced. Gu Hai didn't call for a court meeting. Instead, he quickly went to the upper study to look at the memorials. Gao Xianji and Mo Yike started to prepare their troops. In the past, the various dynasties and sects had invaded the Dahan. Now, they retaliated. They were righteous. The citizens, soldiers, and officials had all been suppressing their anger. At this moment, Almost the entire country responded to Gu Hai's order and prepared to send troops everywhere. In the upper study, Gu Hai kept reading memorials. There was only one person in front of the desk, Montez. Your Majesty, the embroidered uniform guards have been in charge of monitoring the officials. Some have secretly surrendered, some have wavered, and some have already colluded with other dynasties and sects to destroy the Han dynasty. They've all been recorded. Some, like the king of Tian Shan, have sworn to defend the Dahan with their lives. They've already been compiled into a book and are awaiting your Majesty's instructions. Montez said solemnly, "The emperor of a dynasty is addressed as the emperor. The emperor of a dynasty is addressed as your Majesty." Gu Hai stopped reading memorials and opened the list of names. Gu Hai looked through the names of the officials who had sworn to defend the Han dynasty with their lives. Solemnly, he placed them on the side of the desk. Although Gu Hai didn't say anything, Montez understood that this group of officials was about to rise up the ranks. In a country, there were many capable people, intelligent people, and eccentric people. However, the most important thing to the emperor was still the most loyal people. Not all positions required extremely intelligent people. Those positions that didn't require great intelligence were naturally best given to this group of loyal people. Montez didn't dare to report this list carelessly. This was because Montez knew that His Majesty had another secret system besides his monitoring system. There was no need to make His Majesty suspicious of him because of some small bribes from some officials. Gu Hai then looked at the list of officials who were wavering. This was the majority. "I haven't been in court for 5 years. It's normal for them to waver," Gu Hai said calmly. He placed this list in another pile of memorials. Obviously, there was no reward or punishment. Gu Hai looked at the remaining list of officials. These are people who have already betrayed the dynasty. Some have colluded with foreign enemies, but haven't done anything yet. Some have already harmed the interests of the Dahan. There are even traitors who opened the border gates and exterminated the entire family of the city lord. Montez said respectfully. "Oomph." Gu Hai snorted coldly. Gu Hai threw that list of names into a brazier at the side, and it immediately burned. Gu Hai didn't say anything, but Montez already understood. He bowed respectfully and didn't mention it again. Next, it was the matter of the embroidered uniform guards. "Back then, I asked you to control Liu Yacheng and bring Crown Prince Ao Shun back to the boundless celestial capital. Am I right? Where is Liu Yacheng and Ao Shun?" Gu Hai looked at Montez. "Your Majesty, Liu Yacheng was taken away by the Sky Chess Pavilion. Crown Prince Ao Shun suddenly went into seclusion and is temporarily in Liu Yacheng. I don't know if he was discovered by the Sky Chess Pavilion," Montez said bitterly. "Oh," Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. "Our boundless celestial capital used to be the Thousand Islands Sea's 9-5 Island. The Thousand Islands Sea is a huge game of chess. Without the 9-5 Island as a chess piece, the Sky Chess Pavilion used Liu Yacheng to make up for it. At that time, Crown Prince Ao Shun was in seclusion underground. I didn't have time to call him," Montez explained. Chapter 738. Our boundless celestial capital used to be the 9-5 Island of the Thousand Islands Sea. The Thousand Islands Sea is a huge game of chess. Without the 9-5 Island, the Sky Chess Pavilion used Liu Yacheng to fill the gap. Crown Prince Ao Shun was in seclusion underground. I didn't have time to wake him up," Montez explained. "Seclusion? He was seriously injured then." Gu Hai frowned. His injuries were not serious. "When I woke up, I saw Crown Prince Ao Shun alone. He was the first to wake up, and he seemed to have woken up long before us. If I'm not wrong, he must have cried before. When I asked him, he didn't answer. He only told me before he went into seclusion that he would repay your Majesty when he came out," Montez explained. Gu Hai nodded. "What about the Qin figurines?" Gu Hai asked. After Sima Changkong, Long Out Yin, and the others found out about the Qin figurines, the Dahan Qin figurines might be in danger. Therefore, Mr. Mo decided to talk to Yin Mo for a while, revealing the secret that Yin Mo could create Qin figurines. He also announced to the world that he would auction them in the Silver Moon Mountain Villa. As a result, although some of the Dahan's Qin figurines were taken away, some of the secret ones were kept. Unimo is now very popular, Montez said with a smile. The Qin figurines communication is no longer a big secret? Never mind. If it isn't, then it isn't. Since the previous network was destroyed, I'll just start over. Oh, right. Your Majesty, the embroidered uniform guards just sent a message today. It's about the Sun Wukong that Your Majesty asked me to investigate, Montez said with a serious expression. Sun Wukong? Gu Hai's expression changed. Yes, it's the Sun Wukong that His Majesty condensed using a grand formation. After Sun Wukong escaped, he headed to the Holy Mountain in the west. I just received news that Sun Wukong has wreaked havoc in the Holy Mountain, Montez said with a strange expression. Montez still couldn't understand why Sun Wukong was looking for trouble with the present Buddha. And then, Gu Hai looked at Montez. When Sun Wukong passed through the 500 Arhut formation and continued to charge and again, his original anger slowly subsided. No, it was said that Sun Wukong was completely stunned at that time. He felt like he had hit the wrong person. Later on, for some unknown reason, Sun Wukong was given the title of Victorious Fighting Buddha by the current Buddha. For the time being, we're staying in the Holy Mountain Holy Land, Montez said. Victorious Fighting Buddha? A strange expression appeared on Gu Hai's face. Yes, some people said that Sun Wukong was not happy in the Holy Land of the Spirited Mountain. It was as if he was forced to be named the Victorious Fighting Buddha. I don't know the details, but for the time being, I know that Sun Wukong is in the Holy Mountain Holy Land. There, Sun Wukong opened up a cave abode by himself. I think it's called Huagua Mountain Water Curtain Cave, Montez explained. Since you found him, it's good. Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. Montez revealed a puzzled expression. Why does Your Majesty care about that monkey? He had already run away and was disobedient. However, to Gu Hai, that monkey was extremely important, because if Gu Hai wanted to summon someone from Earth, he had to send Sun Wukong back. Sun Wukong was unruly and did not listen to orders. However, Gu Hai had already greeted the Immortals on Earth. Those Immortals were very much looking forward to coming to the Six Paths Immortal Dome. If they were summoned, they would definitely be a great help. The prerequisite was to send Sun Wukong back to the immortal world on Earth. Gao Xianji and Mo Yike organized the army very quickly. On the third day, Gao Xianji led the first army to conquer a group of cities. Although Mo Yike did not have 100,000 heavenly soldiers like Gao Xianji, Mo Yike had recruited a large number of Yuanying state experts over the years. Mo Yike commanded, and Qin Zi led the troops. In 5 days, the army spread out in all directions. The citizens of the Dahan all knew that Gu Hai had returned and had advanced to the imperial dynasty. At this moment, the people were in high spirits, and the news quickly spread in all directions as if it had grown wings. The citizens of the 44 conquered cities quickly received the news. The emperor is back. Ha ha, these sons of bitches. You want to increase our taxes? Increase taxes? Increase taxes as soon as you conquer a city. Let's see what you're going to do. The Han Dynasty? It's the Dahan Imperial Dynasty now. The Emperor? No, His Majesty will send people to rescue us soon. Everyone, remember, don't pay taxes. Don't pay taxes. We are citizens of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty, not your lousy Yehue Imperial Dynasty. When the Emperor is around, who dares to be impudent? Invading the Dahan while the Emperor is in seclusion is courting death. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty had a unique charm when it was in power. The citizens naturally supported the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Moreover, the cities had just been conquered. How could they control them deeply? Gao Xianji's army arrived. In the blink of an eye, riots broke out in the cities to welcome Gao Xianji's army. Occasionally, there were troops who lost their city gates. However, under Gao Xianji's 100,000 heavenly soldiers, they broke through almost instantly. Fight? How could they fight? The strongest people defending the cities were only at the peak of the Yuanying state. Before the 100,000 heavenly soldiers, they were nothing. In the blink of an eye, all the cities were conquered. It was too fast. Gao Xianji took less than half a day to retake each city. The 100,000 heavenly soldiers swept through. Only the cities that the great martial emperor dynasty conquered had heavenly palace experts. Unfortunately, they were not enough to deal with Gao Xianji. Soon, all the cities were conquered. As for Mo Yike, although Mo Yike did not have 100,000 heavenly soldiers, he left many hidden trump cards. Mo Yike split his army into many groups. When he arrived at the various cities, he actually had many spies in the cities. Working together, Mo Yike used even less time than Gao Xianji to retake many cities in the blink of an eye. In just 2 months, Mo Yike retook all 44 cities. Furthermore, he spent most of his time traveling. The horrifying speed made the people of the two dynasties in sex panic. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty's invasion, this time, was too ferocious. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty's people did not even have time to catch their breaths. It was too fast, practically sweeping through everything in its path. At this moment, Gao Xianji also worked hard, even using violence to curb violence. She wanted to complete Gu Hai's orders as soon as possible to atone for her past sins. Although Gu Hai did not blame Gao Xianji still felt very guilty. The more guilty she felt, the more she worked. The people of the two dynasties immediately suffered. Gao Xianji now held the absolute advantage. She no longer took cities one by one. Instead, she went straight for the root of the problem. She led 100,000 soldiers to descend the heavenly palaces and charge for the dynasty's capital. What did it mean to have 100,000 heavenly palace soldiers, especially from an ordinary dynasty? It was like when Ao Shun led the Dragon Race army to descend on 9-5 Island in the past. Gao Xianji was not like Ao Shun back then, getting carried away. However, she was much more clear-headed now. Even though she fought a dynasty, she did not let down her guard. The ruler of the dynasty gathered the power of luck. Her strength rose to the peak of the middle heavenly palace or even higher. Gao Xianji was not a match. However, Gao Xianji could still hide. She used the strategy of advancing when the enemy retreated and retreating when the enemy advanced. When the sovereign mobilized the power of the dynasty, Gao Xianji retreated. When the power of the nation was depleted, Gao Xianji sent out more troops. When the sovereign mobilized the power of the nation again, Gao Xianji immediately retreated. After going around in circles 5 times, Sovereign King Yihui could not take it anymore. It was not the sovereign who could not take it, but the citizens. The citizens just lent you their strength. Now, they just recovered their strength, and you want to lend them again? You are not doing anything. You just rested, and you want to lend them again? You just rested, and you want to lend them again? Do you think we are hens laying eggs? The citizens were in an uproar, and fewer people lent strength. After 5 times, the citizens nearly collapsed. However, Gao Xianji's army was brimming with energy. The army's advantage grew. Gao Xianji sent out troops with all her might. How could Mo Yike not do the same? Mo Yike had Qin Zibai, a peak middle heavenly palace expert, and countless subordinates. Mo Yike had planted countless spies in these sects back when he was in the Day 1 Imperial Dynasty. This time, the Dahan Imperial Dynasty advanced and attacked the 5 factions in the name of taking revenge, vowing to make an example out of them. The 4 factions sensed the danger, but no one came out to help. This was because everyone could see Gu Hai's determination. Similarly, they could not figure out Gu Hai for now. How much accumulations did the Dahan Imperial Dynasty have? Apart from these 2 armies, there was also the 500,000 Demon God army. How powerful was this Gu Hai? Why did Supreme Feng Yu and Ao Shun flee when they saw Gu Hai? Why did Long Ao-Yin lose instantly when he had the zombie emperor? All kinds of thoughts led to this battle. There were no helpers. More importantly, Gao Xianji sent out troops too quickly. There was no time to react. Mo Yike's movements were very gentle, but each time, he hit the 3 sects' weak spots. In just a month, he recruited a lesser sect without shedding a drop of blood. With the first, there was a second and a third. During this time, the providence above the infinite celestial capital kept pouring in. This morning, inside the soaring palace, Guhai wore a black dragon robe with golden threads and a flat imperial crown. He sat on the dragon throne with his hands on the armrest, looking down at the officials. The officials stood respectfully on both sides and kept reporting what was happening in various places. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud sound in the sky. A huge surge of providence rushed over. Reporting. The Protector General Day 1 reports that the Reliance sect is willing to surrender to the Dahan Imperial Dynasty and submit. We ask for your Majesty's permission. An official rushed into the soaring palace and reported joyfully. Boom! Another surge of providence gathered from the horizon. Reporting. The Protector General Day 1 reports that the Nightshine Imperial Dynasty has been destroyed. Sovereign King Nightshine has been beheaded. We ask for your Majesty to send civil officials to assist in taking over the Nightshine Imperial Dynasty's major cities. The good news came. The entire court was silent. Permission granted, Guhai said in a low voice. Yes, congratulations, your Majesty. Congratulations to the Dahan. Chen Tianshan immediately laughed excitedly. Congratulations, your Majesty. Congratulations to the Dahan. The officials also congratulated happily. They finally got their revenge. These imperial dynasties and lesser sects used to be so arrogant. In just a few months, they were all swallowed up by the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. His Majesty is wise. Now that His Majesty is back, everything is different. On the dragon throne, Guhai said with some satisfaction in his dignified voice, reporting to the Protector General Day 1 and the Protector General Day 1. From now on, I allow the two marshals to start recording their contributions. If they make more contributions, they can enter the Book of Contributions. When they return, they will be rewarded together. Chen Tianshan suddenly looked up. Guhai's meaning was clear. At this moment, he finally forgave Mo Yike and Gao Xinji. He could record their contributions now. Your Majesty is benevolent, Chen Tianshan said respectfully. This news quickly spread to the front lines. When Gao Xinji received Guhai's order, she laughed happily to the sky for a long time. Mo Yike finally showed a relieved smile on his face. Chapter 739. Attacking the 3 sects and 2 dynasties was extremely fast without any accidents. Most importantly, the other 4 powers didn't interfere, allowing Gao Xinji and Mo Yike to report back to the infinite celestial capital time and time again. The gap between imperial and sovereign dynasties was still huge. Imperial dynasties and sovereigns were all above the Middle Celestial Palace, and there was even a group of Middle Celestial Palace officials in the imperial court. Just like Shiyu the Great in the past, if Shiyu the Great had interfered, the Dahan army would have been defeated again and again. Now, the 4 powers had just received news of Guhai's return and were still unsure of the Han Dynasty situation. Moreover, the Heaven Realm was infamous. Now that he had returned, he would make an example out of anyone who interfered. The imperial dynasties and middle sects didn't get involved either. Although the Han Dynasty had a huge lower celestial palace army, there weren't many peerless experts above that. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been forced into the infinite celestial capital by the 3 powers several months ago. Gao Xinji's method was to use violence to curb violence, and after a few exchanges, she killed the sovereign of the imperial court. Mo Yike's method was to use soft knives. If the sect masters of the sects chose to accept the amnesty, then so be it. If they didn't, then the spies Mo Yike planted in the past would sow dissension within the sect. The Reliance sect accepted the amnesty, and the Blue Cloud sect resisted with all their might. However, after Mo Yike's sowing dissension, they actually killed each other internally. The Blue Cloud sect's sect master even went crazy and slaughtered a group of elders. In the burning Xiang Valley, Mo Yike killed a batch of people, recruited another batch, and escaped. In a short half a year, the 5 powers were completely annihilated. Streams of fate continuously flowed into the infinite celestial capital. After destroying the 3 sects and 2 dynasties, Gao Xinji and Mo Yike immediately returned to the imperial court. As for the following matters, the two didn't need to do it personally. The other imperial courts and sects naturally had their own Dahan officials who wanted to perform. The two didn't need to do it, and they could also share some of the credit with others. Rumble. The destiny of the infinite celestial capital continued to increase. Soaring Palace Hall. Mo Yike and Gao Xinji returned. Country Protector, Day 1 Marshal. First Army Commander Gao Xinji has rendered meritorious service in conquering the border, vanquishing the Yi Hui Sovereign King and the Yongzheng Sovereign King. He is hereby conferred the title of third-grade Country Protector of the Han Dynasty and rewarded with 100 million high-grade spirit stones. An attendant announced, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Gao Xinji took a deep breath and smiled. Day 1, Grand Marshal of the Fourth Army, Mo Yike, has rendered meritorious service in conquering the border. He has recruited the Reliance sect, annihilated the Blue Cloud sect, and destroyed Funxiang Valley. He is conferred the title of third-class Grand Duke of the Han Dynasty and is rewarded with 100 million high-grade spirit stones. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Mo Yike also said respectfully. A series of rewards were announced. Some of the officials who had contributed greatly in opening up the new territory were rewarded one by one. With the rewards, it meant that Guhai had forgiven the mistakes of the officials in the past. "Your Majesty, the Country Protector Duke and the Country Protector Duke have taken back many cities and opened up many new territories. Now, our Dahan Imperial Dynasty has reached 300 cities. Among all the imperial dynasties in the world, we are one of the top few," Chen Tianshan said with a smile. 300 cities? However, it is not peaceful. The people's hearts are not stable, and the country's prestige is not right. We need to appease the people and carry out good governance. Guhai sat on the dragon throne and said after a moment of silence, "Yes." The officials nodded. Chen Tianshan. Guhai said, "Yes, Your Majesty. From today onwards, you will be in charge of appeasing the people of the cities and supervising the implementation of good governance. Quickly let the people who have just entered the Dahan cities accept the Dahan Imperial Dynasty from the bottom of their hearts and turn their wandering hearts into hearts that are loyal to the Han. The hearts of the people are the will of the heavens. They cannot be scattered, suppressed, respected, and loved." Guhai instructed. "This official obeys." Chen Tianshan replied, "Your Majesty, the Assistant Minister of Rights, Lord Li, is a conscientious man who serves the country and the people. In the past, he even helped to clear the grievances of the citizens of Mending Sky City and was conferred the title Li Qing Tian by the people. Today, the embroidered uniform guards broke into his house, and a large number of his family members were captured and thrown into the embroidered uniform guards prison. Those who resisted were all executed. Your Majesty, Lord Li has been wrongly accused. This subject will jointly impeach the commander of the embroidered uniform guards, Meng Tai, for abusing his power and harming a loyal subject. This official agrees. Your Majesty, please punish Montez and let him face the music." This official agrees. This official agrees. Immediately, many officials stood up and criticized Montez of the embroidered uniform guards. On the dragon throne, Guhai lightly tapped his fingers on the armrest as he looked at Montez through the beaded curtain of the flat imperial crown. Montez walked out. "Your Majesty, the embroidered uniform guard have received news that the Assistant Minister of Rights, Lord Li, colluded with the Yongzheng dynasty and had his son open the gates of Heaven Mending City. They worked with the Yongzheng dynasty and betrayed the country for glory. In the end, the Lord of Heaven Mending City and his family were forced to die in the Lord's mansion. The embroidered uniform guards conducted a thorough investigation and entered the Li mansion. Lord Li resisted stubbornly and did not repent, resulting in a battle. This is the evidence of the crime. Your Majesty, please take a look." Montez respectfully took out a thick stack of documents. "Let my beloved officials examine it." Guhai said calmly. "Yes." Montez held the documents and handed them to the officials who had just jumped out to impeach him. The officials took them blankly and looked at them carefully. At first, they thought that Montez had done it deliberately, but as they looked at them, they were shocked. The evidence was irrefutable. The officials broke out in cold sweat. Your Majesty, I was deceived by a villain and misunderstood Lord Ming. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I was deceived by a villain and almost misunderstood Lord Ming. Your Majesty, please forgive me. All of a sudden, the crowd of officials changed sides and began to beg for forgiveness. Those who don't know are not guilty, Guhai said calmly. The officials immediately returned to their positions and were ashamed. Today was just the beginning. The bloody purge of the embroidered uniform guards had just begun. One by one, the officials were found to have colluded with foreign enemies and caused chaos in the imperial court. Kill, kill, kill. For a time, the impeachment memorials floated like snowflakes to the study. However, Montez had collected enough evidence this time and suppressed everything. The embroidered uniform guards were also completely covered by the evil reputation of the demon army. For a whole month, the officials of the Dahan felt that they were in danger. Fortunately, a month had passed, and everything was fine. The embroidered uniform guards no longer killed people. Guhai also needed a stable political environment. Everything in the Dahan imperial dynasty went back to normal. Now that it had just become an imperial dynasty, there were a lot of things to do. Fortunately, Guhai approved policies and decrees quickly. Decrees after decrees were passed down, allowing the Dahan imperial dynasty to quickly get on the right track. The officials also worked hard and did their best to pacify the 300 cities of the Dahan imperial dynasty. During this time, the four powers also sent envoys to build good relations. Guhai also asked the Ministry of Rights to send envoys to other countries. For a time, the Dahan imperial dynasty seemed to be like a normal imperial dynasty, resting and building up strength. Until half a year later, a guest came to the Dahan imperial dynasty. Guanzhou, the former 9th young master of the Sky Chess Pavilion, once played chess with Guhai on 9-5 Island and helped Guhai. Later, he was invited by the Long Zhonghua to start the Thousand Sage Conference. The 9th young master was in charge of chess. The 9th young master came alone. Guhai was still quite friendly to him. They did not meet at the national ceremony, but instead held a family banquet, just Guhai and the 9th young master. A group of attendants was in charge of pouring wine and adding dishes. 9th young master, it has been a long time since we last met. What wind blew you here? Guhai smiled and raised his cup to toast. The 9th young master no longer had the arrogance of the past. Instead, he drank a cup of wine bitterly and said, "Congratulations to the ancient emperor. The Dahan imperial dynasty is flourishing." Guhai smiled and looked at the 9th young master, as if waiting for the 9th young master to continue. Guqin is the son of the ancient emperor. Sigh, he should have been the one to come. However, he came with Feng Yu last time, which can be considered as having bad relations with the Dahan imperial dynasty. That is why I am the one running the errands. The 9th young master said with a bitter smile. Bad relations? He is my son after all. There is no such thing as bad relations. However, I am rather puzzled about Guqin's current state. Is he Guqin? Guhai stared at the 9th young master. The 9th young master nodded and said, He is indeed Guqin. He has inherited the Pavilion Master's legacy and has the Pavilion Master's mark. No matter which of the 9 sons of Guanxi dies, their 3 souls will be transferred to the Sky Chess Pavilion and their bodies will be reconstructed. He is Guqin. However, he no longer has his 7 emotions and 6 desires. He is only loyal to the Pavilion Master. Oh, he is really Guqin? Guhai's expression suddenly changed. Yes, not only Guqin, but the Qing Emperor is also the same. He is only loyal to the Pavilion Master. Therefore, it is normal for Guqin to have some unusual offending. The Sky Chess Pavilion revived him. He is only loyal to the Pavilion Master. The 9th young master explained. He is only loyal to old man Guanxi. His 7 emotions and 6 desires are gone. His past feelings are gone. Is there a way to recover? Guhai asked worriedly. No, perhaps the Pavilion Master knows. However, there is nothing I can do. The 9th young master said with a bitter smile. Guhai's expression changed. After a while, he sighed softly and bowed to the 9th young master. Thank you for telling me. It's nothing. You will find out about this sooner or later. I am just telling you in advance. The ninth young master said as he shook his head. I wonder why the ninth young master is here. Guhai asked curiously again. The ninth young master flipped his hand and took out an invitation card. He passed it to Guhai. This is? Guhai took it curiously. The invitation card was half black and half white. On the white side, the words Resurrection Conference were written in large letters. Revival Conference? Guhai's expression changed. 1 year later, the Pavilion Master will be revived. The ancient emperor is invited to the Thousand Islands Sea to attend the ceremony. The ninth young master said solemnly. 1 year later, Old Man Guanxi will be revived? Revival Conference? Wasn't Old Man Guanxi killed by the Immortal of the Six Paths? Guhai suddenly raised an eyebrow. The Pavilion Master has his own means to revive. Therefore, he has invited the leaders of the two sacred grounds, the two celestial dynasties, and some extremely powerful experts, such as the ancient emperor, the ninth young master said with a smile. Oh, 1 year later? Old Man Guanxi reminded us early. Isn't he afraid that someone will come and ruin it? Guhai frowned. If someone came with good intentions to attend the ceremony, it wouldn't matter. However, if someone came with bad intentions and ruined the revival process, wouldn't it be a waste of effort? If it were him, he would definitely carry it out quietly. Why announce it to the world? The Pavilion Master's revival this time isn't as simple as that. He will also bring back the heavenly souls of all those who died in the past 800 years. The ninth young master explained. What did you say? Heavenly souls? Guhai's pupils suddenly shrank. Yes. The Pavilion Master failed in the heavenly battle and died? No. The Pavilion Master planned his entire life and always had a backup plan. Back then, the Pavilion Master fought the heavenly battle to retrieve the heavenly soul of his wife, Morong Yen. In the end, even though he had failed and died, the cabinet leader had done it on purpose. He had gone to the place where the heavenly spirits were and had gone to look for Murong Yan's heavenly spirit. He had probably found it. This time, he had not only brought back Murong Yan, but also all the heavenly spirits who had died in the past 800 years. All the major powers have people who can be revived, right? Family, friends, and heavenly souls will follow the Pavilion Master back to the Thousand Islands Sea. Therefore, no one will ruin it. Instead, they will stand guard for the Pavilion Master and await his return. The ninth young master explained. Heavenly souls? Heavenly souls? Doesn't that mean? Guhai's heart skipped a beat, and he was overjoyed. Chun Sienna? He was most worried about the heavenly souls. Now, they were going to return? Chapter 740. Chun Sienna's heavenly soul? A glint flashed across Guhai's eyes. Ancient Emperor, you have a close relative who died before you, right? Chun Sienna? The ninth young master looked at Guhai. Guhai raised an eyebrow. He looked coldly at the ninth young master. Although the ancient emperor was very careful in hiding this, did he forget? Your son, Guqin, knows about this, and it's no secret to the Sky Chess Pavilion. Perhaps Chun Sienna's heavenly soul will be a weakness that the Sky Chess Pavilion can use against the ancient emperor? The ninth young master said with a smile. Oh, Guhai's face darkened. Guqin leaked the information? Guqin was the one who knew the most about him. Chun Sienna? Guqin would use Chun Sienna's heavenly soul to threaten him? Guhai frowned and looked at the ninth young master. Ninth young master, why are you telling me this? The ninth young master looked at Guhai and smiled bitterly. I'm here to ask the ancient emperor for a favor. Oh. Guhai looked at the ninth young master. Back at 9-5 Island, did the ancient emperor owe me a favor? The ninth young master looked at Guhai. That's right. During the internal strife in Elite Hall, the ninth young master did help me once. Guhai will remember this favor in his heart. Guhai nodded. All right then. I hope I'm not wrong this time. The ninth young master sighed. Ninth young master, please speak. Guhai said solemnly. Ancient emperor, do you remember that I was willing to pass on all the legacies of the Pavilion Master to you, as long as you were my substitute? The ninth young master looked at Guhai. It has something to do with Old Man Guanxi's revival? Guhai asked doubtfully. Ninth young master took a deep breath and sighed slightly before nodding. I'd like to hear the details. Guanxi's 9 sons. Huh, you put it nicely. They're the 9 personal disciples of Old Man Guanxi. We are waiting for the legacy of Old Man Guanxi. Others may seem impressive, but we are just a shell of Old Man Guanxi. There was a tinge of fear in his eyes. Oh, Old Man Guanxi's revival is to choose one of the 9 of you for possession? Guhai asked solemnly. The 9th young master nodded. That's right. Possession? Huh. We have accepted Old Man Guanxi's legacy. After cultivating that legacy, it is only to meet the needs of Old Man Guanxi for possession. The 9 of us will be molded into spirit vessels for Old Man Guanxi. He will then choose one of us for possession. So, although you are one of Guanxi's 9 sons, you don't want this identity? You have received Old Man Guanxi's legacy, but you are afraid of Old Man Guanxi? If that's the case, why? Guhai frowned. It's useless. Once I accept the legacy, I can't stop. Besides, Old Man Guanxi's subordinates are also watching me. Huh, I have to do as he says. The 9th young master sighed softly. That's why you want to find a substitute? Let him learn everything you know and cultivate his physical body to meet the needs of Old Man Guanxi. In the future, you can push him to Old Man Guanxi. Give up on possessing you and use your substitute? Guhai asked solemnly. Yes, but it's a pity that it won't work. I understand now. Everyone who is chosen is destined. Heh, I have his imprint in my body. It's useless. The 9th young master laughed bitterly. Then you want me to? Please help me, ancient emperor, the 9th young master said solemnly. Help? Guhai looked doubtfully at the 9th young master. That's right. I don't ask for much. I just want the ancient emperor to help me to the best of his ability during the revival assembly and not let me be chosen. The 9th young master said solemnly. Why me? Guhai asked doubtfully. Because I only trust the ancient emperor now. The 9th young master pleaded. Looking at the 9th young master, Guhai nodded. I'll do my best. Guhai's reply delighted the 9th young master. He stood up and bowed respectfully to Guhai. Many thanks to the ancient emperor. 9th young master, you don't have to thank me. You helped me before. It's only natural that I help you. Besides, you brought me such important news. Guhai shook his head. News? What other news does the ancient emperor need? Just tell me. I'll tell you everything I know. The 9th young master said solemnly. The banquet lasted an entire night. The two also chatted throughout the night. Throughout the night, Guhai and the 9th young master asked many questions and learned many things. One year, there wasn't much time left. At that time, the 2 celestial dynasties, the 2 holy lands, and the absolute experts of the world would all head to the Thousand Islands Sea to participate in the revival assembly. As for Guhai's cultivation, although he wasn't the best, he had shone brightly in the heaven domain in the past. An exception was made for him to be invited. After chatting for an entire night, the 9th young master didn't dare to stay in the limitless celestial capital for long. He left in a hurry the next day. The Sky Chess Pavilion had appeared. No one would have expected that Old Man Guanxi had made many arrangements back then. There were even some secret forces that had been monitoring the divine continent. Now, Old Man Guanxi's eyes and ears were everywhere. The 9th young master's trip was also under surveillance. Before the 9th young master left, he left a scroll for Guhai. After the 9th young master left, Guhai opened it slowly. There was a picture on the scroll. On the leftmost row, there were 9 big words. 32 Heavens and Earth Chess Game. When the chess game was opened, Guhai's eyes lit up. During the Thousand Sage Assembly, he had battled a group of chess sages. Although Guhai's chess skill had reached the level of 32, it was still not enough. In the end, he didn't know the complete 32 Heavens and Earth chess game. Guhai studied it carefully. Looking at the chess game, Guhai suddenly seemed to see the chess pieces moving quickly. Guhai seemed to see thousands of troops and horses in the chess game. What a powerful chess game. No wonder the 9th young master said that he didn't have the ability to understand it. Even Guanxi's 9 pieces couldn't understand it. If it wasn't for my chess skill being close to it, I would have been dazzled. Guhai's eyes narrowed. Huh. Guhai closed the chess game. He carefully put away. Guhai walked to a place in the palace. At this moment, Mosquito Dowrin was sitting in the pavilion, seemingly reading a book. However, the book was held upside down. Mr. Mosquito Dowrin, what do you think of the revival assembly? Guhai looked at Mosquito Dowrin with a smile. Mosquito Dowrin pretended to have just seen Guhai and said, "Ah, Mr. Good, when did you come? What did you just say? I don't understand." Guhai smiled bitterly. Earlier, when I was talking to the ninth young master, I saw a mosquito lying on the ninth young master's collar. Huh? Mosquito Doran's expression froze, and he smiled embarrassedly. Mr. Mosquito Dowrin, what do you think of the revival assembly? I don't know much about Old Man Guanchi. Do you know what his goal is? Guhai said solemnly. Daoist one remained silent for a while before replying. In the past, there were 4 great sects in the world. Solar Divine Palace, the 10,000 lifespan Daoist sect, the Spiritual Mountains Holy Land, and the Heavenly Go Pavilion. Of the 4 great sects, the Heavenly Go Pavilion was the only place where I suffered a loss. Oh, that Old Man Guanchi is extremely difficult to deal with. He knows how to calculate. In the past, when I was near the Sky Chest Pavilion, Old Man Guanchi would strangely be able to wait for me at my destination in advance. I have never fought with him, but in front of him, it was as if I was naked. Even if I avoided him, he would know instantly if he wanted to find me. It was as if he knew everything about me, like the back of his hand. No, it was as if he knew everything about everyone. He knew everything that he wanted to know. Sometimes, I feel that he is even scarier than the Immortal of 6 Paths. Mosquito Dowrin said with a bitter smile. Old Man Guanchi. Calculate? Guhai was puzzled. That's right. Old Mr. Guan Chi's Go Dao is impressive, and so are you. Can a Go Dao be divined? Can you calculate the past and the future? Mosquito Dowrin asked curiously. No, Guhai frowned. I don't want to go to the resurrection conference. Old Man Guanchi is too strange. You have to be careful. Last time, he even tricked the Immortal of 6 Paths. Everyone around him is his chess piece. Mosquito Dowrin said with a frown. It can't be that bad, right? Guhai frowned. If Long Zhonghua and Old Man Guanchi are together, I would rather offend the Long Zhonghua than the Guanchi. Mosquito Dowrin immediately shook his head. Guhai fell silent. Was Mosquito Dowrin so afraid of Old Man Guanchi? Very well. Since you don't want to participate, I won't invite you. I just want to ask you one thing. Guhai said solemnly. Oh, Mosquito Dowrin said with a puzzled expression. There's still 1 more year to go. I have a feeling that the resurrection conference won't be that simple. Moreover, I have to steal something from Old Man Guanchi, so I have to prepare. Guhai said solemnly. Steal something from Old Man Guanchi? You really dare? Mosquito Dowrin said with a stiff expression. I have to leave the limitless celestial capital for a while. If there are experts coming to attack the limitless celestial capital, please help me repel them, Guhai said in a low voice. That's the second thing. Mosquito Doran's eyes lit up. That's right. The second thing is within your ability, right? Guhai said with a smile. Haha, don't worry. I'll stay here until the resurrection conference. I won't leave. Mosquito Dowrin said excitedly. It was within his ability. That was too easy. Please. Guhai nodded. At the limitless celestial capital, Guhai called over Chun Tian Shan, Gao Xianji, and Mo Yike and gave them some instructions. This time, Chun Tian Shan would continue to supervise the nation. However, Gao Xianji and Mo Yike also had the right to make suggestions. Some matters that did not affect the nation's foundation could be decided by the 3 of them. Although everyone was confused about why Guhai was going out, they did not ask. Guhai took out a copy of the 32-line pair world Go puzzle and handed it to Mo Yike. Then, he gave some instructions during the court assembly and set off. The flying ship carried Guhai out of the limitless celestial capital. A group of vampires stood on the flying ship. The leader, Chong Ming, looked at Guhai and asked, Your Majesty, where are we going? Go to the Silver Moon Sea first and save Shangwan Hen. Guhai said solemnly. Yes. Whoosh. The flying ship quickly flew to the Silver Moon Sea. Dahan's national beast, Shangwan Hen, the prime of the Xuanwu race, had been trapped in the Silver Moon Sea for some time already. Previously, he did not have the ability. Now that he naturally had to rescue Shangguan Hen immediately. Furthermore, Xiao Chun had just learned about Shangguan Hen's situation from the ninth young master. He knew his enemy as well as himself. After giving directions, Gu Hai entered closed-door cultivation alone. With a flip of his hand, Gu Hai took out the 32 line pair world Go puzzle and carefully studied it. Chapter 741. The 32 Heavens and Earth Chess Game. The Go game was incredibly complex. During the Thousand Sage Conference, Gu Hai's Go skills had already reached 32. However, that was only the beginning. The Go Dao was not like other cultivation. The Go Dao required opponents. One's potential was unlimited. The Go Dao required a continuous stream of strong opponents to hone one's Go skills. Gu Hai's opponent was Old Man Guanxi. Furthermore, Old Man Guanxi's Go game started from 28 to 29, 30, 31, and 32. It was a progressive process, which allowed Gu Hai to see opponents of different Go skills. Gu Hai had now reached 32. However, he had just entered. Now that he had completed the Go game, Gu Hai's Go skills could break through again. The complete 32 was indeed extensive and profound. Gu Hai kept breaking down the Go game in his mind and simulating the game. For a moment, his mind was immersed in it. The 400 Go souls in his forehead were also continuously comprehending. Gradually, they seemed to have gained something. Suddenly, the Go board under him merged into 4. Clap! The 4 Go boards merged into a huge Go board. The 4 Go souls merged into 1. Immediately, the Go board became more condensed. Smack! 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 The other Go boards also continued to merge, faster and faster. In just 7 days, boom! All the chessboards were successfully merged, forming 100 chessboards that were 4 by 4. There were only 100 chess souls left. As he watched, another 5 days passed. This position shouldn't be like this, right? Gu Hai suddenly looked at a position on the 32 Go board. Buzz! Gu Hai shivered. He seemed to wake up. Old Man Guanxi filled in the wrong pieces? No, he didn't do anything wrong, and I didn't change anything wrong. The way he played was his style, and the way I played was mine. In the past, I imitated his Go skills, but I did not lose my style. I have my own path. 32? This can only be used as a reference. It is my opponent, not my imitation. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Just as Gu Hai came to a realization, a voice rang out. Ka! A large Go board suddenly shrank in Xiao Chen's forehead. After removing some unnecessary parts, it slowly turned into a small Go board with 19 lines. The chessboard had shrunk, but it was more complicated. Ka. One chessboard after another appeared. Soon, there were 100 large chessboards. It was as if Gu Hai had a sudden epiphany. In just 5 days, there were 100 small chessboards. A hazy white gas slowly spread out from the 100 chess souls. Gu Hai's Go skills improved again. After digesting the 32 vertical and horizontal chess game, although Gu Hai's chess skills differed from Old Man Guanxi's, his chess skills had truly reached the level of 32. Zhou Tian 7? The cycle saber technique continuously improved. Unfortunately, with my current strength, I can only last until Zhou Tian 5. Even Zhou Tian 6 is extremely harmful to my body. How unfortunate! Gu Hai revealed a bitter smile. The cycle saber technique was based on Gu Hai's Go skills. Now his Go skills improved again. Unfortunately, he could not execute them. Never mind. An increase in Go skills is a good thing. The 32 vertical and horizontal chess game, he already grasped all of it. Old Man Guanxi's Go skills are really incredible. However, I wonder how he honed his Go skills. One needs an opponent to improve their Go Dao. Does he have an opponent? Gu Hai revealed some doubt. However, he could not figure it out. After thinking for a while, Gu Hai still could not figure it out. However, he flipped his hand and took out another map. In the past, my Go skills were not good enough. Comprehending more would hurt my mind. Now it is about time. Gu Hai carefully unfurled that map. It was a sea map of the 1,000 Island Sea. 1,000 islands were clearly and accurately arranged on this sea map. To others, this was just an ordinary map. However, to Gu Hai, these islands seemed to be moving. This map contained the fury of thunder. Boundless lightning, storms, and tsunamis rampaged in this map. The 33 horizontal world ritual array. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. The sea map of the Thousand Islands Sea was an unfinished game of Go between Old Man Guanxi and the Immortal of the Six Paths back then. Just as Gu Hai was about to delve into it, the sea map suddenly changed. Your Majesty, we have arrived at the Silver Moon Sea. Chongming's voice came from outside the hall. Gu Hai looked at the sea map in his hand before carefully putting it away. Then he stepped out of the hall. The flying ship flew very high. Through the clouds, one could see a vast sea region before them. However, at this moment, large amounts of clouds floated in the sea region, making it look extremely hazy. Prime Shangwan Hen is on that island in the center. Your Majesty, do we need to fly over? Chongming asked. Fly over? What you see is fake. This is the 32 horizontal world ritual array. No, it's just a simplified version. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. The 32 horizontal world ritual array? Chongming's expression changed. That's right. It's just an illusion. Follow my instructions. Fly the flying ship inwards. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes, the vampires answered. The flying ship circled around the clouds and began to fly. After circling around an area, boom! Suddenly, a strong wind blew, torrential rain fell, and tsunamis soared into the sky. The Silver Moon Sea in front of them suddenly changed dramatically. Your Majesty, did we trigger the formation? Have we been discovered? Chongming asked worriedly. It's just an illusion. Continue flying and follow my instructions. Gu Hai pointed in another direction. Whoosh! The flying ship flew over. Suddenly, the torrential rain disappeared. The sky was clear, and then snow began to fall. Is it really an illusion? Chongming said in shock. 32? It can already form its own world. Be careful. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. The flying ship flew slowly. Silver Moon Island. Shangwan Hen sat in a small courtyard. Outside the courtyard was a turtle-shaped barrier. Inside, a large number of Xuanwu were continuously activating the turtle-shaped barrier. Outside, a group of black-robed people and Xuanwu were standing. They seemed to be destroying the turtle-shaped barrier. Shangwan Hen, open the barrier and follow me to the Sky Chess Pavilion, a cold voice shouted from outside. It was Supreme Martial Artist Feng Yu. She looked at the turtle-shaped barrier with a gloomy expression. A group of black-robed people from the Sky Chess Pavilion followed behind Supreme Martial Artist Feng Yu. There was also a large number of Xuanwu. They seemed to be trying to break the turtle-shaped barrier. Shangwan Hen sat in the small courtyard. Miao Chun and the other upright elders of the Xuanwu clan were beside him, looking worried. I am living quite well in Silver Moon Island. I don't want to leave. You can go. I will stay here. Shangwan Hen said indifferently. You are waiting for Gu Hai, right? Haha, Gu Hai will not come. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty has just been established. There are many things that have not been dealt with. Why would he come? Furthermore, the Xuanwu you send have already submitted to me. They will only tell Gu Hai that you are fine and that he does not need to come. Gu Hai will not come. Supreme Martial Artist Feng Yu said with a cold smile. Sky Chess Pavilion's 10th elder, back then, the Xuanwu clan did everything they could for Old Man Guanxi. They did not hesitate to sacrifice a prime and nearly extinguish the divine flame of the Xuanwu god. Now, your Sky Chess Pavilion wants to repay kindness with enmity? Shangwan Hen said coldly. Outside, a black-robed man beside Supreme Martial Artist Feng Yu sighed softly and said, Shangwan Hen, you are mistaken. We will not harm you. We just want to invite you to the Sky Chess Pavilion. The Pavilion Master instructed us to do so 800 years ago. It will only benefit you. Old Man Guanxi instructed us to do so. Instructed us to do what? Shangwan Hen said coldly. He instructed us to invite Xuanwu God into the Sky Chess Pavilion before reviving the Prime Minister. He instructed us to help the current Prime recover his peak cultivation 800 years ago, the 10th Elder said. What if I am unwilling? Shangwan Hen said coldly. It is up to you whether you are willing or not. However, this is the Pavilion Master's instruction. Sorry for offending you. The 10th Elder said in a low voice. Shangwan Hen looked depressed. Supreme Fengyu, are you stupid or crazy? Can't you see that going to the Sky Chess Pavilion will be the end result? End result? Heh, you are the stupid one, Shangwan Hen. The Xuanwu clan and the Sky Chess Pavilion have already been bound together. This was confirmed 800 years ago. This time, you and I will be able to reach our peak cultivation 800 years ago. Why are you still standing there like a fool? Come with me. If you don't, my cultivation will be limited, Supreme Fengyu said in a low voice. Go to the Sky Chess Pavilion, recover your peak, and fight against the Immortal of the Six Paths? You may want to die, but I don't, Shangwan Hen said coldly. Humph, you think you're all grown up? You reached the Heavenly Palace today, thanks to me. Now, you want to use the profound tortoise ritual array to block us? Shangwan Hen, today you have to go, even if you don't want to. Even if I have to break your profound tortoise ritual array, I will bring you there, Supreme Fengyu said with a glare. Shangwan Hen's face sank. Also, the 10th Elder has already laid a ritual array in the Silver Moon Ocean, isolating it from the outside world. This Silver Moon Ocean has already become a world of its own. You can forget about asking for help. Today, you have to go, even if you don't want to. Continue breaking it. The profound tortoise ritual array has a flaw. Only I know about it. I will break it later, Supreme Fengyu said. Yes. Boom. The Xuanwu clan immediately attacked the profound tortoise ritual array with all its might, breaking the exterior and repairing the interior. Shangwan Hen's expression turned sullen. Supreme, we can't spread the news. The Zither figurines are isolated, Miaochen said worriedly. Break. Supreme Fengyu suddenly tapped the profound tortoise ritual array. Boom. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the profound tortoise ritual array's barrier, and the crack slowly grew bigger. 10 days. This profound tortoise ritual array can last for 10 days at most. Let's see if you still want to go with me. Supreme Fengyu said coldly. The 10th Elder looked at Supreme Fengyu and said, This Shangwan Hen has always been disobedient. Why don't we rebuild his physical body like Guqin's when we reach the Sky Chess Pavilion, so that he will only be loyal to you? That's good. We will leave in 10 days. Supreme Fengyu said with a cold smile. The group of experts was destroying the profound tortoise ritual array, but they didn't notice that Gu Hai's flying ship had already stopped in the sky above them. Gu Hai stood on the flying ship and coldly looked at everything below. Huh, what a coincidence. In 10 days, Shangwan Hen will be in trouble, Gu Hai said coldly. Your Majesty, why can we see and hear them, but they can't see or hear us? Chongming asked in surprise. That 10th Elder only knows a little about the 32 great formations. He only knows how to set them up, but he doesn't know how to use them. Naturally, he can't see us, Gu Hai said indifferently. Your Majesty's Go skills are admirable. Chongming nodded and praised. Chapter 742. Gu Hai was not far from Supreme Fengyu and the 10th Elder. However, the two of them could not find Gu Hai. It was as if Gu Hai was standing in another time and space. Your Majesty, they can't see us. If I attack them from behind, it will definitely be effective. Chongming's eyes turned cold. Chongming was now at the peak of the Middle Celestial Palace, and he had the Chaos Pearl. If he attacked from behind, even if Supreme Fengyu did not die, she would be seriously injured. It's not that easy. The 32 great arrays form a world of their own. They can't see us because it's an illusion. When we get too close, they will definitely sense danger. Gu Hai shook his head. But it will still be useful. Chongming frowned. No need. Gu Hai shook his head. As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept up in the void around them, blowing a large amount of fog. What's wrong? Supreme Fengyu frowned and looked around. However, apart from this sudden fog, there was nothing else. Maybe it's because of that magic treasure. It's okay, continue. The 10th Elder shook his head. Will it work if you use that magic treasure to set up the 32 heavens and earth great array? Will something happen? Supreme Fengyu asked in a low voice. I'm not sure. Nothing has happened. Besides, everything here is under our control. What are you afraid of? Continuing to break the great array is the key, the 10th elder said in a low voice. Okay. Supreme Feng nodded. Boom, boom, boom. A group of people was quickly attacking the boundary of the great array. However, Gu Hai led Chongming off the flying ship. Suddenly, he circled around everyone and flew to the other side of the black tortoise ritual array. Gu Hai and Chongming were wrapped in white fog, but at this moment, the 10th elder and the others seemed to be blind and could not see at all. After Gu Hai settled down, Gu Hai's expression changed. At this moment, the Xuanwu in the Xuanwu tortoise formation suddenly opened their eyes wide. As Supreme, that is, Elder Miao Chen's eyes widened in shock. Silence. Shang Wanhen glared at him and shouted. All around, all the Xuanwu who were about to scream immediately covered their mouths. How? How is this possible? Was that Gu Hai? Why didn't Supreme Feng Yu and the others see it? Shang Wanhen's face also darkened. Was it true? Silence? Shang Wanhen, is it useful for you to keep quiet now? Ha ha. In the outside world, Supreme Being Feng Yu laughed coldly. I'm not going to argue with you. From now on, no matter what the people outside say or how they provoke us, all Xuanwu are not allowed to speak. Shut up and let them slowly break the Xuanwu tortoise formation. Shang Wanhen snorted coldly. Yes, all the Xuanwu in the Xuanwu tortoise formation answered. Shang Wanhen's eyes were filled with uncertainty. He looked at Gu Hai, then at Supreme Feng Yu and the others not far away. Supreme Feng Yu really did not see Gu Hai. Was that really Gu Hai? Shang Wanhen stepped to the edge of the formation. When Gu Hai saw Shang Wanhen, he smiled faintly. This smile caused Shang Wanhen's face to stiffen. This was because Shanghai Hen had confirmed from Gu Hai's eyes that it was really Gu Hai. But outside the formation, Gu Hai stretched out his hand and drew in the air. It condensed into 3 large red words of magic. Follow yours truly? The moment the 3 big words appeared, Shang Wanhen's face lit up and he nodded his head. Gu Hai drew in the air once more. Yours truly has already activated the formation to create an illusion. From this position, they will not be able to see you guys. The moment the words appeared, Shang Wanhen's eyes lit up and he nodded his head immediately. But all he saw was Shang Wanhen stretching out his finger and drawing a line on the Xuanwu tortoise formation. Suddenly, a crack appeared. With a call, Shang Wanhen led the group of Xuanwu out in a single file. Under the lead of Chongming, countless Xuanwu followed a peculiar path and flew towards the flying ship in the sky. Soon, all of the Xuanwu had boarded the flying ship. The crack closed again. Gu Hai led Shang Wanhen and slowly flew away from Silver Moon Island. While flying away, Shang Wanhen looked down. Shang Wanhen, do you think you could do it just by not talking? Ha 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 ha. I can already feel that your Xuanwu tortoise formation is weakening. Are all of you out of energy? Previously, it would take 10 days. Now, 3 days. I can break your Xuanwu tortoise formation in 3 days. Supremacy Feng Yu suddenly laughed heartily. Shang Wanhen was speechless. On the flying ship not far away, 3,000 Xuanwu. We came out just like that. Why couldn't they see us? Go, fly in the direction I pointed. Gu Hai pointed in a direction. 3,000 Xuanwu still didn't dare to speak. The flying ship flew quickly. Soon, they circled around and flew out of the 32 great formations surrounded by clouds. Is this a case of being too smart for your own good? The 10th elder used a Dharma treasure to set up a formation, but he wasn't good at formations. Instead, he was used by His Majesty? Ha ha ha, how satisfying. I wonder how they will feel when they break the Xuanwu tortoise formation in 3 days and see that there's nothing inside. Ha ha. When the Xuanwu elders who followed Shang Wanhen understood the situation, they immediately laughed heartily. Shang Wanhen looked at Gu Hai. Suddenly, his expression turned solemn. He said respectfully, "Greetings, Your Majesty." 3,000 Xuanwu's expression turned solemn. He followed Shang Wanhen and bowed. "Greetings, Your Majesty. Mr. Shangwan, I have let you suffer all these years." Gu Hai smiled as he helped Shang Wanhen to his feet. Shangwan Hen had followed Gu Hai for a long time. In the past, in order to protect Gu Hai, he threatened to commit suicide to threaten supremacy Feng Yu. Wronged? Not really. When I was in the Silver Moon Sea, my cultivation went straight to the Heavenly Palace. It's a pity that I am not on the same side as supremacy Feng Yu. Shangwan Hen smiled. Thank you for your persistence, Mr. Shangwan. Gu Hai solemnly bowed. Your Majesty, you don't have to do this. The Xuanwu clan still need your Majesty to save us in the future. There is no point in thanking you. Shangwan Hen said with a smile. That's right. Mr. Shangwan won't let the Dahan down. The Dahan will do his best to assist supremacy Shangwan. Gu Hai solemnly said. Shangwan Hen nodded. He lowered his head and looked at the Silver Moon Sea that was gradually disappearing. He sighed. Old man Guanxi really has a big plan. He started 800 years ago. Being destroyed by the heavens was only the first step of his plan. I have never seen old man Guanxi before, so I don't dare to accompany him in his madness. That is why I am not willing to accept the gift from the Sky Chest Pavilion. Your Majesty once told me that there is no free lunch in this world. Old man Guanxi, helped me to reach the peak of my cultivation, and he did everything for free? I don't believe it, and I don't dare to go. We still have to go to the resurrection ceremony. Gu Hai said. Shangwan Hen frowned slightly and nodded. I heard that the limitless celestial capital was attacked from 3 sides a year ago. We were guarded by the Sky Chest Pavilion in the Silver Moon Sea, so we couldn't go. We could only inform the world. I don't know, Shangwan Hen said with a frown. Because of your news, I was able to rush back to the limitless celestial capital as quickly as possible. There was no delay at all. Gu Hai nodded. That's good. Unfortunately, I couldn't help at that time. Shangwan Hen said regretfully. What are the cultivation levels of your Xuanwu? Gu Hai looked at the 3,000 Xuanwu, 6 middle celestial palaces. Among them, Elder Miao Chun has already recovered to the peak of the middle celestial palace. In another year, he will be able to recover to the upper celestial palace level. Shangwan Hen looked at the group of Xuanwu. The Xuanwu clan's residence in the limitless celestial capital is still there. Why don't Elder Miao take the 3,000 Xuanwu back to the limitless celestial capital first and summon all the Xuanwu who are loyal to you back? Gu Hai arranged. Shangwan Hen's expression changed. He guessed that Gu Hai had a plan. He nodded and said, Okay. Shangwan Hen turned to Miao Chun and said, Elder Miao, I'll have to trouble you from now on. I have something to do with His Majesty. You will immediately take the Xuanwu clan and head to the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. If you need anything, do your best to help. Yes. Miao Chun answered. Gu Hai took out a flying boat and gave it to Miao Chun. The group of Xuanwu clan members boarded the flying boat and quickly headed for the limitless celestial capital. After sending the 3,000 Xuanwu clan members away, Gu Hai looked at Chongming and said, Blood robe guards, aside from you, the others should go back to their positions as well. Chongming's expression changed, and he nodded. Then, he gave the order to the group of vampires. The group of vampires instantly flew off in all directions, quickly leaving. Only Gu Hai, Shangwan Hen, and Chongming remained on the flying boat. Your Majesty, do you have any plans? Just the two of us? Shangwan Hen asked, feeling confused. Although Chongming had been poisoned by Shangwan Hen in the past, Shangwan Hen knew about Chongming's capabilities. Furthermore, Shangwan Hen also knew that Chongming had consumed the bad ancestor and now commanded all the vampires in the world. Shangwan Hen's strength could not be underestimated. The 3 of them were the strongest. What did His Majesty want to do? Gu Hai took out the invitation card. Revival Assembly? Isn't there still a year? Shangwan Hen asked doubtfully. Yes, there's still a year. However, in a year, I will be heading to the Thousand Islands Sea for the assembly. Although the Dahan Imperial Dynasty can suppress the evildoers everywhere, it is still a relatively weak imperial dynasty. It has yet to reach the peak of the imperial dynasties. Furthermore, there is still the Celestial Empire, the Holy Land, and even Old Man Guanxi's Sky Chest Pavilion. Gu Hai said solemnly. The 2 of them listened to Gu Hai in silence. I have a feeling that the revival assembly in a year's time will definitely not be that simple. Old man Guanxi might have set up a new deadlock. In a year's time, the Dahan will have to face the strongest group of people in the world. Therefore, in this year, I need the Dahan imperial dynasty to become strong enough to survive this revival assembly. Guhai said solemnly. What do you mean, Your Majesty? Shangwan Hen's expression changed. Recruit soldiers and buy horses. Guhai said solemnly. Recruit soldiers and buy horses? What does Your Majesty want to do? Shangwan Hen asked doubtfully. First, rescue Ao Shun. Then, enter the holy land of the Western Holy Mountain and capture the victorious fighting Buddha. Guhai said solemnly. Huh? Yes. The two of them answered. This operation needs to be fast. Therefore, quality is more important than quantity. From now on, the three of us will move as fast as we can. Guhai said solemnly. Yes, the two of them answered. Guhai took out a black robe and put on himself. Chongming and Shangwan Hen followed suit and put on a black robe. The flying ship's speed is only the same as when we descend from the celestial palace. It's too slow. Let's go. Guhai put away the flying ship. The three black-robed men, led by Guhai, instantly turned into 3 streaks of light and disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 743. In 1,000 Islands Sea, where 95 Island used to be, 95 Island flew away and turned into the boundless celestial capital. At this moment, another huge island landed. This time, it was Solar Divine Hall's Lu Yaching. Without the fiends guarding it, Lu Yaching settled in the 1,000 Islands Sea. Everything appeared extremely peaceful. At the center of the island, the former deity palace changed its name to Ao Shun Palace. A group of guards patrolled the surroundings, respectfully guarding this place. In Ao Shun Palace, Ao Shun had already woken up from closed-door cultivation. At this moment, he acted like the master of this place, receiving a guest. It was a golden-robed man. Ao Shun sat on a chair in the center of the hall as some guards served him fragrant tea. After taking a sip of tea, Ao Shun looked at the man before him with narrowed eyes. Huh, sure, Jinzi, you are really capable. I am temporarily residing in the 1,000 Islands Sea, but you managed to find me. The golden-robed man smiled faintly and said, Crown Prince Ao Shun's name resounds throughout the world. It is not difficult for him to find you. Back then, when you last showed yourself to Lu Yaching, I heard that Lu Yaching was filling in the 1,000 Islands Sea, so I followed him here. Unexpectedly, Crown Prince Ao Shun is really here. Ao Shun looked at Shi Zhenzi coldly and said, You are looking for me? Huh. You want me to go and conquer your Western Sea? If not for Imperial Father's order to spare your life in the previous battle, would you still be standing before me today? In the past, my Western Sea Dragon race had some misunderstandings with Crown Prince Ao Shun. However, Shi Zhenzi explained, Wait, Western Sea Dragon race? Huh, it is the Western Sea Flood Dragon race, not the Western Sea Dragon race. Ao Shun said, However, we have already turned into the dragon race. Shi Zhenzi argued, Dragon? Heh, I admit that you have all transformed into dragons, but please don't insult the name of the West Sea Dragon Clan. 800,000 years ago, the West Sea Dragon Clan was exterminated, but that doesn't mean that you can replace them, Ao Shun said solemnly. Shi Zhenzi's expression turned sullen, but he remained calm. All right, tell me, West Sea Flood Dragon King, why are you here? Ao Shun asked in a deep voice. Crown Prince Ao Shun, the Lord is the Dragon King. Shi Zhenzi refused to back down. Ao Shun revealed a cold smile. Don't talk nonsense. What did Sakura ask you to do? Doesn't he hate to see me? My lord has sent me here to invite Crown Prince Ao Shun to the west and reopen the Dragon Palace. Solemnly, Shi Zhenzi said, Reopen the Dragon Palace? The West Sea Dragon Palace? Ao Shun suddenly raised his eyebrows. Yes, Crown Prince Ao Shun, please enter the West Sea and reopen the West Sea Dragon Palace. Oh, what does Di Shirtian want to do? You want me to preside over the West Sea Dragon Palace? Ao Shun asked in puzzlement. Crown Prince Ao Shun, may have misunderstood. It is my lord who is reopening the West Sea Dragon Palace, not Crown Prince Ao Shun. Crown Prince Ao Shun is only assisting. Shurjinzi explained. Ao Shun's pupils suddenly shrank. Ha, ha, ha ha, Tion, how dare you? Do you really think that he can reopen the Dragon Palace just because he joined the spiritual mountain and was conferred as the leader of the demigods and semi-devils? Does he really think that he is the Dragon King of the West Sea? Ao Shun's face suddenly turned cold. Crown Prince Ao Shun, you can't say that. The West Sea Dragon race has been annihilated. So what if my lord reopens the West Sea Dragon Palace? Shurjinzi said in a deep voice. 800,000 years ago, the dragon palaces of the four seas all had the surname O. Do you know why? Ao Shun said coldly. Dragon God? Shurjinzi looked at Ao Shun. It's good that you know. Ao Shun said coldly. The dragon gods of the four seas were all formed by my Ao clan's ancestors. They were the ancestors of the dragon race. Only my Ao clan can open the Dragon Palace. It is my Ao clan's ancestral property. Only my Ao clan can inherit the Dragon God. Tion, a wild dragon dares to open the Dragon Palace, invite the dragon race in the world, declare himself as the overlord of the dragon race. What a joke. Shurjinzi was not in a hurry. He smiled and said, Ao Tian Huang is dead. The dragon god must have been killed by the Immortal of Six Paths, right? Now that the dragon race has no leader, why can't it be my lord? Furthermore, how do you know that my lord has not formed a dragon god? Ao Shun suddenly looked at Shurjinzi coldly. It has been 800,000 years. Not only your Ao clan, my lord has also formed a new dragon god. Why is he not qualified to command the dragon race in the world? Once the West Sea Dragon Palace opens, the dragon race in the world will be invited. Furthermore, my lord has formed an alliance with the spiritual mountain's sacred ground, with the sacred ground support. Who dares to touch us? Shurjinzi smiled and said, Demigods and semi-devils? Dragon tribe? Tion is really selling himself for a good price. 800,000 years ago, the West Sea Dragon Palace was destroyed because of the spiritual mountain's sacred ground. Now, Tion wants to reopen the West Sea Dragon Palace, to be the lackey of the spiritual mountain's sacred ground, and to invite me to reopen the palace? Ha, what a joke. Ao Shun said coldly. Crown Prince Ao Shun, you have been expelled from the North Sea Dragon Palace. Why can't you join the West Sea Dragon Palace? My lord has promised that as long as you enter the West Sea Dragon Palace, he will allow you to be only below him and above all the other dragon race. Shurjinzi tempted. You want me to submit to him? What a joke. Humph. You want to borrow my hand to invite the dragon race? Borrow my blood to help him open the West Sea Dragon Palace? Dream on. Ao Shun said coldly. Now that my lord has formed a dragon god, it is not difficult for him to open the Dragon Palace, but he does not want to destroy the things inside. That's why he needs your blood. Crown Prince Ao Shun, my lord is sincerely inviting you to work together to create a great undertaking, to restore the dragon race's former hegemony of the demon race. Shurjinzi invited. The dragon kings of the four seas can only be surnamed Ao, never D. I will not shame my ancestors. Tion has formed a dragon god. I don't care, but don't provoke me, otherwise don't blame me for not being courteous. Ao Shun said coldly. Crown Prince Ao Shun. Shurjinzi was anxious. Ao Shun glared. In the blink of an eye, a huge killing intent came out of his eyes and rushed toward Shurjinzi. Shurjinzi's hair stood on end, and he was shocked. Just as Ao Shun was about to send the guest off, a voice suddenly came from outside the main hall. Crown Prince Ao Shun, Elder Lin of the dragon race, requests an audience. A guard outside shouted, Oh, Uncle Lin? Invite him in. Ao Shun's face lit up with joy. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in gray stepped into the main hall. Uncle Lin, why are you here? Ao Shun revealed a friendly expression. Crown Prince Shun, you have been staying here for a few years, but you are not willing to go back. Elder Lin smiled bitterly. I will go back, but not now. Ao Shun shook his head and sighed. Shijinzi, why are you here? Elder Lin's face darkened. Shijinzi smiled. Elder Lin, how have you been? Di Tian is delusional. He wants to invite me to help him open the West Sea Dragon Palace? What a joke. Ao Shun shook his head. Oh. Elder Lin's face darkened. Di Tian is really bold. The dragon race's royal bloodline is not allowed to be messed up, and he dares to meddle? How presumptuous. Elder Lin, you are wrong. My motive is actually the same as yours. You invited Crown Prince Ao Shun back to the North Sea Dragon Palace, and I invited Crown Prince Ao Shun to the West Sea Dragon Palace. It is all for the bloodline of Crown Prince Ao Shun. Shijinzi smiled. What did you say? Elder Lin sneered. Elder Lin, didn't you tell Crown Prince Ao Shun? You have already pledged your loyalty to the new Dragon King, Ao Shun. Is that so? Shijinzi smiled. Dragon King? Ao Shun frowned and looked at Elder Lin. Crown Prince Ao Shun. Ao Shun has already succeeded the throne and is officially the new North Sea Dragon King. He is the new leader of the dragon race. Shijinzi explained. What North Sea Dragon King? Elder Lin, have you forgotten the rules of the dragon race? The North Sea Dragon King has to jump through the dragon gate. Ao Shun. Ao Shun looked at Elder Lin. Crown Prince Ao Shun has already jumped through the dragon gate. The leader has fallen, and the North Sea Dragon God has been annihilated. However, a trace of divine fire was left on the dragon gate for the purpose of inheritance. Crown Prince Ao Shun has jumped through the dragon gate and obtained the divine fire to nurture the new dragon god. Elder Lin smiled bitterly and nodded. Impossible. Jumping through the dragon gate? Even I might not be able to do it. How'd he do it? Didn't he just enter the Sky Palace? Ao Shun's expression changed. Ao Shun did it in front of all the dragon race. According to the rules, all the dragon race must respect him as the king. Elder Lin smiled bitterly. Ao Shun frowned. Why? Why did his cultivation level increase so quickly? I don't know. But none of this is important anymore, isn't it? Elder Lin smiled bitterly. Actually, we are still looking forward to you becoming the new Dragon King. But, Sai, I hope you won't blame us. This is the dragon race's ancestral rule. I must. Elder Lin smiled bitterly. Ao Shun took a deep breath and nodded. Fine. If he wants to be the Dragon King, then let him be. Don't worry, I won't fight with him. After all, he is my younger brother. The Dragon King sent us here to invite you back. After all, you are his elder brother, and he will confer you the title of King Prince. You're all part of the Ao clan. Please go back and revive the dragon race. Elder Lin said expectantly. Go back. Huh, he wanted to go back. Ao Shun sneered. Speaking of which, I seem to have heard that Ao Shun dug up the ancestral tomb and devoured the dragon souls in the dragon tomb. That's why his cultivation level kept increasing. However, the power of the dragon souls was too strong. His bloodline power was unable to suppress them. That's why he needed Prince Ao Shun to go back and offer a blood sacrifice. Shijinzi suddenly laughed. Nonsense. Shijinzi, you dare to provoke the North Sea Dragon Palace? Elder Lin glared at Shijinzi. Ao Shun's face darkened. Isn't that so? Elder Lin, you want the North Sea Dragon race to return to its former glory. Are you crazy? Ao Shun opened the dragon tomb, and you are not going to do anything? Just because he is the Dragon King? Shijinzi sneered. Lies, I will kill you. Elder Lin glared at Shijinzi as if he was about to attack. Uncle Lin, stop. Ao Shun's face turned cold. He stood in front of Elder Lin and looked at Shijinzi with a cold expression. It was as if Shijinzi wouldn't be leaving if he didn't give an explanation. I'm spreading lies to mislead people. Do you think the North Sea Dragon Palace can hide from everyone? Did the North Sea Dragon Palace gain an army of skeletal dragons recently? An army of underworld dragons? Shijinzi sneered. That doesn't mean anything. Elder Lin glared at Shijinzi. Uncle Lin, is what Shijinzi said true? Ao Shang really dug up the ancestral tomb and opened the dragon tomb. Ao Shun's face darkened. Not only that, Elder Lin didn't come here to talk to you. If I'm not wrong, if you don't go back with him, he will take you away by force. Shizhenzi sneered. Chapter 744. Thousand Islands, C. Liu Yaqing's Island. Swish. 3 black lights pierced through the clouds and reached the sky above the island in the blink of an eye. Wong. The 3 black-robed figures stopped in the sky. A strong wind blew past, but it didn't attract much attention. This was because the 3 black-robed figures were too high up, obscured by countless clouds and mist. The 3 black-robed figures were naturally Gu Hai, Chongming, and Shang Wanhen. Chongming lowered his head and said, "Your Majesty, it's here." Gu Hai looked down at the island below. After the Sky Chest Pavilion discovered Ao Shun, he didn't make things difficult for Ao Shun. On the contrary, he sent people to serve Ao Shun and changed the name of the Temple of All Gods to Ao Shun Palace. A year ago, His Majesty sent people to invite Ao Shun, but seems that Ao Shun rejected His Majesty? Chongming asked in confusion. Ao Shun said that he had recently made a breakthrough and needs to cultivate near the sea. The boundless celestial capital is inland, so he won't be going there for the time being. Gu Hai said, "Your Majesty, something's wrong." Shang Wanhen suddenly frowned. "Oh," Gu Hai asked in confusion. Shang Wanhen stared at the surrounding sea. "Your Majesty, look, is there something in the sea?" Shang Wanhen narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai looked down. The sea was extremely calm and even clear. Because of this clarity, one could see what was below. It seemed like a white dragon was hiding at the bottom of the sea. "Let's go down and take a look," Gu Hai said. Swish! The 3 turned into 3 streaks of light and shot into the sea. Boom! The 3 quickly traveled through the sea and soon found the place Shang Wanhen had pointed out. "Don't move." Shang Wanhen's face paled. He waved his hand, and a water bubble enveloped the 3 of them. "What is this?" Chongming was puzzled. "To prevent our auras from leaking out and blending into the sea. This is a divine technique." Shang Wanhen explained. Chongming nodded. The bubble enveloped the 3 of them as they approached a sea valley. In the sea valley, there were nearly 100 giant dragon skeletons piled up on the rocks. The dragon skeletons were originally dead, but the eyes of the giant dragon skeletons emitted a faint blue light, as if they were alive. Ka. One of the dragon bones suddenly began to move. "It's fine. That brat Lin hasn't sent us any news yet. He's still talking with Ao Shun." One of the dragon skeletons suddenly said, "Ao Shun brat, could he have escaped?" Another bone dragon asked. "Don't worry. All these years, the Sky Chest Pavilion has set up countless arrays on the island. He can't escape. Moreover, there's still us," another bone dragon said in a deep voice. "Ao Shun? I heard from that brat Lin that Ao Shun's bloodline is the purest. Even his father, Ao Tian Wang, can't compare to it. It's even close to the ancestral dragons. Pure is the best. If a prime wants to suppress the ancient soul's aura, he must have a pure bloodline." The group of bone dragons whispered. "Ao Shun?" He dug up the dragon catacomb. Shang Wanhen's expression suddenly changed. "Dragon catacomb?" Gu Hai was puzzled. He really dared to dig up the ancestral grave? No wonder His Majesty said that Ao Shun's strength had reached Heavenly Palace. So that's why. The dragon catacomb, the burial ground of the dragon race, is a forbidden area of the dragon race. He dared to dig it up? He swallowed the human souls of a group of dragon race experts. He even refined the dragon bones into his own puppets. Ao Shun, how ruthless! Shang Wanhen's expression changed. "These dragon bones are all the ancestors of the dragon race?" Gu Hai said in a low voice. "Yes, Your Majesty. You must be careful, because those who can enter the dragon catacomb are only qualified to enter the dragon catacomb. Even if they are dead, their essence will allow their bones to reach the peak power of Middle Heavenly Palace, or even Early Heavenly Palace. I wonder how many human souls Ao Shun has swallowed and how many dragon bones he has refined." Shang Wanhen said with a gloomy face. "These 100 bone dragons are here to capture Ao Shun?" Guhai's face darkened. Just as Guhai was solemn, a bone dragon swam over from afar. Elder, I just saw a group of Yikshas lurking on the other side of the sea. They seem to be targeting this island. Maybe they're also here for Ao Shun. The bone dragon said. Yikshas? Why would Sakura's subordinates come here? The leader of the bone dragons said in a low voice. While the bone dragons were whispering, Guhai frowned slightly. Your Majesty, it seems that Ao Shun's place is not peaceful either. Chongming said with a smile. In that case, let's help Ao Shun deal with this group first. Guhai said with a cold smile. Bones? This emperor knows how to use bones too, Guhai said coldly. As he stepped forward, he stomped on the ground. Boom! The mountain walls around the sea valley suddenly changed color. The original seabed stones slowly turned into eerie white bones. What's going on? The bone dragon's faces darkened. Bones see, Guhai shouted coldly. Countless bone spikes rushed out from the sea valley in an instant, forming a super huge bone net that wrapped around the bone dragons. Boom! Bastard! Impudent! The bone dragons suddenly cried out in alarm. Cackle! 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 Countless bones firmly trapped the group of bone dragons. Break free from the bone spikes. The bone dragons roared. Crack! 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 Crack appeared on the bone spikes immediately, as if they were about to be broken free by the bone dragons. Roar! I don't care who you are. Today you provoked us. You must die. The leader of the bone dragons roared. Treasure, please turn around. At some point, a golden gourd appeared in Guhai's hand. In an instant, a golden light flew out from the mouth of the gourd. When a golden light appeared, it immediately pierced the entire sea. Cackle! The golden light went out quickly and returned even faster. In the blink of an eye, it shot back into the gourd. 100 bone dragon heads were thrown out. As they struggled, they rolled to the ground. Shangwan Hen and Chongming looked at Guhai in shock. They originally thought that there would be a fierce battle, but they did not expect that 100 heads fell to the ground in an instant. The bone dragon heads fell to the ground, and the blue light in their eyes disappeared quickly. Clearly, they were all destroyed. Crack! 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 The bone spikes on the ground also disappeared in an instant. Let's go and take a look at that group of Yikshas, Guhai said indifferently. Ao Shun Palace. Ao Shun looked coldly at Elder Lin. Uncle Lin, is what Shijinzi said true? Ao Shun looked coldly at Elder Lin. Elder Lin's face was awkward. Dragon Tomb? Ao Shun actually dared to break open the dragon necropolis? Is it Takashi Ryushin? Ao Shun does not have that ability. Ao Shun said angrily. Crown Prince Ao Shun, please calm down. This is only Shijinzi's words. Moreover, isn't the establishment of the Dragon Tomb so that the Dragon Clan can make a comeback if they decline one day? Now, Elder Lin said softly. Bullshit. Ao Shun glared. Those are my Ao clan's ancestors. Also, as long as you are an elder of the Heavenly Palace, you are qualified to enter the Dragon Tomb. How dare you break open the Dragon Tomb? Uncle Lin, you have disappointed me. Ao Shun that bastard. Watch how I deal with him. Ao Shun said angrily. Then Crown Prince Ao Shun, you better go back and confront Ao Shun. Elder Lin said bitterly. Wait, go back. Did Elder Lin forget to mention that Ao Shun and Takashi Ryushin are not in the North Sea Dragon Palace? Shijinzi suddenly laughed. There are spies in my North Sea Dragon Palace? Elder Lin's face changed. Crown Prince Ao Shun, if you want to see Ao Shun, why don't you come with me? I know where he is. Shijinzi said with a smile. How dare you? Shijinzi, Crown Prince Ao Shun, will only go with me. Elder Lin shouted angrily. In Ao Shun's palace, the two of them suddenly started arguing, both wanting Ao Shun to go with them. Go with you? Ao Shun squinted his eyes. That's right, Crown Prince Ao Shun, come with me. The North Sea Dragon Palace needs you to take charge of the situation. Elder Lin said anxiously. Crown Prince Ao Shun, come with me. I can bring you to Ao Shun. Shijinzi also shouted. While Ao Shun's eyes were filled with uncertainty, another voice came from outside the palace. Both of you don't argue. Ao Shun will only follow me. An unquestionable voice rang out. Who? Elder Lin and Shi Jinzi's face darkened as they looked outside the palace. Stop! Outside the palace, a group of guards shouted angrily. Ao Shun's eyes lit up as he stepped out of the palace. Shi Jinzi and Elder Lin followed immediately. They saw 3 black-robed men standing in the square outside the palace. All 3 of them were wearing hats, and their faces couldn't be seen clearly. Only the black-robed man in the center lifted his hat. Guhai, it's you? Elder Lin's eyes widened. Guhai. Shi Jinzi frowned slightly. Ancient Emperor? No. Ancient Emperor, why are you here? Ao Shun was in a good mood. I'm here to ask for a favor. Crown Prince Ao Shun, please come with me and do me a favor. Guhai said with a smile. No. Shi Jinzi and Elder Lin shouted at the same time. Ancient Emperor, you are too kind. Ao Shun will not refuse. Ao Shun agreed immediately. Ao Tianwang had allowed Ao Shun to get closer to Guhai. During the battle at Sun God Palace, Dahan had sacrificed his crown prince to save Ao Shun. Now that Guhai was asking for help, there was no reason for Ao Shun not to agree. That's great. There's no time to lose. Crown Prince Ao Shun, let's go. Guhai said with a smile. You're not allowed to leave. Elder Lin glared. Crown Prince Ao Shun, you're not allowed to leave. Shi Jinzi's face darkened as well. Ao Shun looked coldly at the 2 of them. Where I go is none of your business. Array. Sky Chess Pavilion disciples, activate the array. Ao Shun is leaving. Hurry, hurry. Elder Lin suddenly shouted anxiously. However, the surrounding guards were flustered. Elder Lin, our Go Dao Array's activation hub is missing. A guard said anxiously. Huh? Elder Lin's expression froze. How can an ordinary Go Dao Array hide from Guhai? Sky Chess Pavilion? Ah, so you were lying to me all along? You actually colluded with the Great Emperor Dynasty? Ao Shun glared and said angrily. No, you can't leave. If you leave, those little dragons of my North Sea Dragon Palace will be finished. They won't be able to suppress the ancient spirits. They will go crazy. Ancient elders, come out quickly. Ao Shun is escaping. Elder Lin suddenly shouted crazily. However, not a single bone dragon flew out from the 4 seas. Ah, you came prepared? Bone dragons? It looks like there are times when they are unreliable. Let me do it. Yiksha King, follow me and take down Ao Shun. Shi Jinzi roared. A cool breeze blew past. The 4 seas were calm. No one came out. Shi Jinzi was at a loss for words. Elder Lin was at a loss for words. Ao Shun was at a loss for words. Let's go. We don't have much time. Let's not waste any more time. Guhai looked at Ao Shun. Chapter 745. Ao Shun followed Guhai and left. Shi Jinzi and Elder Lin stood at the entrance of Ao Shun's palace and stared blankly for a long time. What's going on? What's going on? The 2 were shocked and furious. They quickly flew into the sea. West of the Divine Continent, there was a huge island in the sea. Countless flowers and fruits grew on the island. A large number of monkeys were playing on the island. There was a waterfall on the mountain. Behind the waterfall was a huge cave. Monkeys shuttled in and out of the cave happily. At this moment, an old monk in a kasaya stepped into the mountain. The monk had a benevolent look. He was thin and his face was full of wrinkles. How's the victorious fighting Buddha? The old monk looked at a monkey and asked. The great king has been sitting on the huge rock on the mountain peak recently. He doesn't play with us anymore. I don't know either. Past Buddha. A monkey said respectfully. The old monk was the past Buddha of the 3 generations of Buddhas. The past Buddha looked up at the huge rock on the mountain peak, not far away. Sitting on the huge rock was Sun Wukong, whom Guhai had summoned with the array formation in the past. Sun Wukong was wearing armor. The red cape behind him fluttered in the wind. He sat on the huge rock with a strand of foxtail in his mouth. He looked at the sea in the distance with a melancholy and blank expression. Imitaeus Buddha, mountain of flower fruit, beautiful monkey king, great sage equal to heaven, victorious fighting Buddha, Sun Wukong. What are you thinking about? The past Buddha took a step and instantly appeared beside Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong didn't look at the past Buddha. Old deaf, can you hear what I say? Aren't the 3 generations of Buddhas disabled? Deaf, mute, and blind? Sun Wukong said disdainfully. This poor monk may be deaf, but I can hear with my heart. The past Buddha smiled. TSK, you can hear. Why are you pretending to be deaf? Boring. Sun Wukong ignored him. Victorious fighting Buddha, are you comfortable staying on Flower Fruit Mountain? You could tell me if there's anything you need. The past Buddha smiled. It's all fake. What's there to be comfortable about? These monkeys were arranged by you guys to spy on me? Heh, how can I have the time to play with them? Boring. Sun Wukong spat out the green foxtail grass in his mouth and said impatiently, in the past, the victorious fighting Buddha barged into the great strength hall of the mystical mountain. The Buddha was merciful. Not only did he pardon your sins, he even conferred upon you the title of victorious fighting Buddha. What is there to be dissatisfied about? The Buddha of the past smiled. Bah, Tathagata is all the same. I was tricked by Tathagata last time. Didn't he want me to stay here because he wanted to get information from me? Sun Wukong sneered. Tathagata? There was another Tathagata? Victorious fighting Buddha. Where did you see Tathagata? The past Buddha looked at Sun Wukong curiously. Sun Wukong suddenly turned his head to look at the Buddha of the past. Buddha of the past, are you trying to trick me too? The Buddha of the past smiled bitterly and said, the victorious fighting Buddha is now a part of the spiritual mountain's holy land. There's no need to hide news related to the Buddha, right? There's no need to hide it. Are you willing to lend me the treasures of your spiritual mountain to play with for a few days? Sun Wukong sneered. What do you want? The past Buddha pondered for a moment. A 9th grade golden lotus, the reincarnation pool, and the glazed lamp of 8 directions. What do you think? Sun Wukong smiled. The past Buddha smiled bitterly and said, if it were anything else, of course, wouldn't be a problem. These are the 16 great treasures of history, the cornerstone treasures of my spiritual mountain's holy land. If you don't want to give, then don't give. Why are you spouting so much nonsense? Hurry up and leave. Don't affect my mood. Sun Wukong waved his hand to send him off. The past Buddha sighed slightly and nodded. Victorious fighting Buddha, the Buddha, and we want to help you. However, if you don't tell us the situation, how can we help you? Go, go, go. Sun Wukong waved his hand impatiently. The past Buddha sighed slightly and flew into the distance. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the past Buddha flew away. Soon, the past Buddha landed in front of an extremely majestic and huge palace. The name of the palace was Mahavira Hall. Around the Mahavira Hall, a group of monks were wandering around. In the center of the square, a group of monks were surrounding 2 figures. One of them was the golden-robed present Buddha. The other one was a woman in a white veil. Buddha, that Sun Wukong, is still very tight-lipped and refuses to say anything. From the looks of it, the one who started the trouble should end it. Do we still need to ask Guhai? The past Buddha said with a frown. The present Buddha frowned slightly. It's a good thing that this monkey is not leaving. Don't force him too much. He will speak one day. Buddha, in my opinion, we should use force and use the golden hoop incantation to force him to submit, the white-clothed woman said with a frown. No, the present Buddha said solemnly. The present Buddha's mouth did not move, but a deep voice came out. Oh, the white-clothed woman asked, puzzled. The past Buddha said with a bitter smile, Southern Dragon Girl, you often stay in the southern sea-purple bamboo forest. You have not seen this monkey wreaking havoc in the spiritual mountain's sacred ground. He has a fiery temper. The more we force him, the more he will explode. He would rather die than submit. He is a person who distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. If not for the Buddha's policy of appeasing him and conferring him the victorious fighting Buddha, who knows how much more trouble he would have caused. This monkey possesses both Tao and Buddhism, which is very strange. However, it's good that he is a little greedy for vanity. He can only be stable if he cares about these empty titles. If we force him, we must not. The Southern Dragon Girl frowned slightly. If that's the case, we can only solve it from Guhai. There's no hurry. In less than a year, Old Man Guanxi's resurrection ceremony will be held. We will see Guhai. Let's start with Sun Wukong first. The past Buddha shook his head. All right, the Southern Dragon Girl nodded. At the same time, Sun Wukong looked at the distant sea on the peak of Mount Huagua and sneered. Purple bamboo forest, Southern Dragon Girl? Haha, why is there no Guanyin Bodhisattva? Is there no Guanyin Bodhisattva in this world? A dragon girl in her place? But that's right. This world is really strange. A bunch of old baldies want to scheme against me. I, Sun Wukong, have many monkeys and grandchildren. I used to worship six-eared macaque. Six-eared macaque can hear the six paths of the three realms. Although I haven't learned all of them, it's easy for me to listen to you baldies. Sun Wukong sneered. Sigh. I wonder if my sworn brothers have looked for me. Sun Wukong sighed. What Sun Wukong did not know was that after he disappeared, his sworn brothers had looked for him. Unfortunately, the Sun Wukong on Earth had been replaced. Six-eared macaque had transformed into a human form to investigate and put on a show of the real Sun Wukong. But the Tathagata of Earth had schemed against him. I, Sun Wukong, am greedy? Heh, an old baldy is an old baldy. I, Sun Wukong, am here to borrow your sacred mountain to help me find out what's going on. You have new news every day. Do you think I can't hear it? All I have to do is reveal a little bit, and you guys will do your best to investigate. Both Tathagatas are the same. Both are not good people. Don't blame me. Sun Wukong sneered. Sun Wukong sat on the boulder, still and melancholy. Poof, poof. All of a sudden, a bat flapped its wings from the forest and flew to where Sun Wukong was. Crack! Sun Wukong squeaked, as if trying to scare the bat away. The bat did not seem to be afraid of Sun Wukong. It circled around Sun Wukong for a while and then landed in Sun Wukong's hand. It only landed for a short while before it flew away. Sun Wukong frowned. He clenched his fists and watched the bat disappear from his sight. After a while, Sun Wukong opened his right hand. There was a piece of paper in his right hand. Sun Wukong's expression changed when he read the first sentence. Mount Lingtai Fongsuan, Cave of the Slanting Moon, and 3 stars. Sun Wukong almost jumped to his feet when he saw the words. His eyes flashed with excitement. This was the residence of his Sifu, Grandmaster Bodhi. He had never told anyone about it before. Then came the next sentence. You're being watched. Be careful. 3 million miles north, there is an island filled with black rocks. Come and find me. Sun Wukong's eyes darted around as he read the note. Piak. The note in his hand was crushed into dust. Sun Wukong continued to look at the sea. After looking around for a while, he stretched his back and walked down the mountain. Great king, we made a dance. Can we dance for you? A group of monkeys immediately rushed up eagerly. No need. I want to rest for a while. Don't disturb me. Sun Wukong said indifferently. Oh. The group of monkeys nodded. Stepping into the water curtain cave, Sun Wukong hid in a room and fell asleep. The other monkeys did not dare to approach. After the monkeys went out, Sun Wukong stretched out his hand and turned a rock into his appearance. Sun Wukong turned into a mosquito and slowly flew out. He slowly flew out of the Flower Fruit Mountain Island. After leaving the Flower Fruit Mountain, Sun Wukong turned into his original form. A look of urgency flashed across his face. With a somersault, he instantly flew 108,000 miles away. Then, with another somersault, he quickly flew toward the northern sea. There was a sense of excitement in his eagerness, as if he had finally found his organization. Not long after, Sun Wukong found the Black Rock Island. Master, is that you? Master, Sun Wukong called out anxiously. However, Grandmaster Bodhi did not come out. Instead, 4 black-robed men walked out from a group of rocks. The one in the lead lifted his hood and revealed a faint smile. Great sage, heaven's equal, long time no see. It's you? Guhai? Sun Wukong raised his eyebrows and glared at him. It's me. This place is near the sacred ground of the spiritual mountain. Although you came out secretly, it's hard to avoid accidents. Why don't we find another place to talk? Guhai smiled. Sun Wukong stared at Guhai for a while, and a trace of wariness flashed in his eyes. Although he did not see much of a threat from Guhai, the fact that he could save him from the Five Fingers Mountain was a threat in itself. Hence, Sun Wukong did not ask Guhai for more details. Let's go, Guhai called out. Sun Wukong snorted coldly, but he did not refuse. The group of people quickly flew away from the island and towards another shore. Soon, they arrived in an extremely remote mountain forest. However, Guhai had tidied up a pavilion here. Guhai led the three black-robed men into the pavilion. Suddenly, Sun Wukong's eyes shot out a beam of golden light and scanned the surroundings. Fiery eyes of gold? Heh, don't worry, I did not set up a formation here, Guhai said indifferently. Chapter 746, Eyes of Fire and Gold? Heh, don't worry, I didn't set up a formation here, Guhai said calmly. Heh, I'm used to it. Don't blame me. Sun Wukong laughed. Although his words were polite, Sun Wukong still looked carefully. After confirming that there was no ambush or trap, he landed in front of Guhai. This is the best wine of the Dahan. Great sage, would you like to try it? Guhai smiled. I quit. Let's talk. Sun Wukong scratched his itch and looked at Guhai with a smile. Quit. Guhai knew that Sun Wukong had not quit drinking, but was wary of him. You have something to say? Great sage. How did your investigation go? Did you find the Gautama Buddha? Guhai smiled. Sun Wukong stared at Guhai, a strange look in his eyes. I didn't find him, but you brought me here. Guhai, can you explain this to me? Explain? You must have realized that this place is different from what you imagined. Now, I can send you back. I wonder if the great sage is willing? Guhai said solemnly. Send me back? Sun Wukong's eyes suddenly darted around. What? Do you have any ideas? Guhai asked doubtfully. I heard Baldy Buddha say that he guessed that my previous world was a small immortal dome, like the Warring States' immortal dome of the Longjangwa. Right? Buddha and the others have always wanted that kind of small immortal dome. Do you have one? Sun Wukong stared at Guhai. Sun Wukong did not answer Guhai. Instead, he raised his doubts. Clearly, he was a monkey. No. Guhai shook his head. No. Then where did I come from? Sun Wukong frowned. Where did you come from? Won't you know when you go back? Guhai said solemnly. I just wanted to know where I came from. I didn't say that I had to go back. Guhai, you don't look like a capable person. Tell me clearly what's going on. How did I get here? I remember that I was crushed under the Five Fingers Mountain. You brought me here, so you must know what happened, right? Sun Wukong stared at Guhai. Oh, you've never thought of going back? Guhai raised his eyebrows. Sun Wukong didn't want to go back. That would be extremely troublesome. Now that I'm here, I know more. Hey, go back? You must be joking. How big is my world? From the Dong, Shang Divine Continent to the Aparagadania continent, I only needed to flip a few somersaults to arrive there. What about this world? When I first came to the sacred ground of Mount Numinous, it only took me 3 months. The two worlds are completely different in size. How big is my world? You wanted to go back? I, old son, am not stupid. Why would I do such a stupid thing? Sun Wukong stared at Guhai. Big might not be good. Where you came from is where you belong. Guhai said solemnly. Don't try to lie to me. Where's my home? If what the present Buddha and the others said is just a small immortal dome, then aren't you the master of the immortal dome? Then I'm still at your mercy. Sun Wukong sneered, but his eyes were fixed on Guhai. Sun Wukong was also very smart. He directly pointed out the doubts in his heart. He did not need Guhai to say the answer. He could guess a thing or two from his expression. Unfortunately, Guhai, who was in front of Sun Wukong, did not change his expression. Sun Wukong frowned. He could not see anything he wanted. This world only produces a small immortal dome every 1,000,000 years. How can it be so easy? Besides, I've been to the Longjangwa's immortal dome. The present Buddha and the others must have seen the small immortal dome before. Can the small immortal dome give birth to such a strong great sage equal to heaven like you? Guhai looked at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong raised his eyebrows and his face sank. Indeed, the present Buddha also has doubts. What is going on? Or maybe I'm in the future world. Or the past world. Did I travel through time? Sun Wukong wanted to use his guess to get Gu Hai to agree. But how could Gu Hai be so easily led by Sun Wukong's words? How about this? I'll let you read a book. You can tell me if you want to go back after reading it. Gu Hai smiled. Oh. Sun Wukong's expression changed. Gu Hai took out a book. It was called Journey to the West. Journey to the West? Sun Wukong snatched it and quickly flipped through it. Walla. The number of pages flipping was extremely fast. As he read, Sun Wukong's expression changed. My birth? Nua's heaven-mending stone? Heh, it's actually recorded in such detail. Even my apprenticeship was included. Did you write this? Did you investigate? Sun Wukong's expression turned ugly. Anyone who saw their own information being recorded by someone else would feel uncomfortable. Create havoc in the underworld, the Dragon Palace, and the Heavenly Palace? Heh, your memory is really detailed. Oh, old Tathagata, you even wrote in such detail when you lied to me. How much did you investigate? Sun Wukong looked at Gu Hai unhappily as he flipped through the book. Only when he wrote about being crushed by the Five-Finger Mountain did Sun Wukong realize that something was wrong. That's not right. There's only so much. Why is this book so thick? Sun Wukong frowned slightly. He continued to flip through the book. Master Xuanzong? What is this thing? It's scared out of its wits when it sees a wild tiger? To be my master? Ha, what a joke. Who made this up? Sun Wukong suddenly looked at Gu Hai with disdain. Gu Hai was very serious and did not speak. Sun Wukong continued to flip through Journey to the West. As he flipped through, Sun Wukong's expression turned ugly. Six-eared macaque? He's my sworn brother. Tathagata. Sun Wukong's eyes widened. Bull Demon King? He doesn't recognize me. That's right, this is not me. Old Bull must have noticed something unusual. What? Old Bull was also. Sun Wukong's eyes turned slightly red. The monkeys of Mount Huagua am not allowed to reign? My brother, he journeyed to the west. Along the way, I was the one who killed and captured all my brothers. Someone is impersonating me. Sun Wukong suddenly stared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai had read Journey to the West before. Bang! Suddenly, Gu Hai crushed the book. Journey to the West instantly turned into powder. You disappeared, and Tathagata became a new Sun Wukong, slaying demons and devils along the way. To lure you out, Gu Hai said lightly. Bah, bullsh *T, Sun Wukong. What can that trash do along the way? He can't beat anyone. Using my name to kill my brothers. What a Tathagata, what a heavenly Buddha. Sun Wukong clenched his fists angrily. Do you want to go back? Gu Hai asked at the right time. Sun Wukong suddenly looked at Gu Hai coldly. I've only been here for a few years. According to the book, I should have been suppressed for 500 years. It's only been a few years. This book is all made up by you. You want to trick me into going back? Sun Wukong suddenly stared at Gu Hai. It's up to you to believe it or not. Gu Hai said lightly. Sun Wukong's face sank as he stared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai had written everything clearly. His brother's habits, weaknesses, family situation, location, everything was written in great detail. If not for the lack of time, Sun Wukong would have believed it long ago. Even so, Sun Wukong still felt uneasy. That's the future, right? My world is in the future. Sun Wukong stared at Gu Hai and asked, You will know when you go back. Gu Hai also refused to say, Go back. If you want me to go back, you have to show me what you're capable of. I don't believe you. Do you have little Xinxiong or some other reason? If you can beat me, I will go back with you. If you can't beat me, tell me everything and eat my staff. Sun Wukong suddenly pulled out the Jingu Bang and attacked Gu Hai. Bastard! Shangguan Hen shouted behind him. He waved his hand, and a huge tortoise-shell shield suddenly appeared. Boom! Sun Wukong's staff hit the tortoise-shell shield, and a large number of cracks appeared on the shield. The Jingu Bang paused. Tortoise-shell? Let's see if he can come out. Sun Wukong's face turned cold and attacked again. Impudent monkey, how rude! Ao Shun shouted and punched out. Roar! A fist in the shape of a dragon head suddenly appeared in the void and whistled towards Sun Wukong. Dragon tribe? When I, old Sun, defeated the dragon kings of the four seas, you were nowhere to be found. Sun Wukong glared and swept the Jingu Bang in his hand. Boom! The dragon head fist was instantly shattered by the staff. What? Ao Shun's face changed. Not bad. The dragon kings of the four seas are no match for you. Oof. Sun Wukong snorted. Squeak, 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 squeak. Suddenly, countless bats flew out from the surroundings and swarmed towards Sun Wukong. Vampire bats? I, old Sun, have the invincible Vajra body in the furnace of 8 trigrams. Come, let's see if your teeth are harder than my skin. Sun Wukong sneered. Rumble. Suddenly, the staff swept across a large area. Countless bats were blown away, but they could not bite Sun Wukong. Even if 1 or 2 of them did, it was useless. Sun Wukong was born as a stone monkey and was extremely hard. Moreover, he had the invincible Vajra body. Boom! Shangwan Hen, Ao Shun, and Chong Ming surrounded Sun Wukong. The 4 of them rushed into the sky and immediately engaged in a fierce battle. A dragon-shaped chain appeared in Ao Shun's hand. Immediately, the chain split into 4, then 16. As the number of chains increased, they formed the shape of a large net and rushed towards Sun Wukong. A saber appeared around Shangwan Hen. A saber manifested, and countless saber lights surged towards Sun Wukong. Around Chong Ming, in addition to the endless bats, there were also black beads circling around, constantly shooting towards Sun Wukong. Boom! Sun Wukong was fighting 1 against 3, but he did not show any signs of defeat. Wherever the Jingu Bang passed, even the 3 experts were beaten back. The 3 of you are not qualified. Again, Sun Wukong sneered. Boom, boom, boom. Sun Wukong was like an invincible god of war. Wherever the Jingu Bang passed, Chong Ming, Shangwan Hen, and Ao Shun were sent flying. However, when the 3 of them attacked together, they were sent flying in the blink of an eye. The battle continued. It's a pity that Grandmaster Bodhi was unwilling to help me write a letter to Sun Wukong. Grandmaster Bodhi? Huh, I know what you're thinking. You love your disciple dearly. Since Sun Wukong is here, there's no need for him to go back. However, it's a loss for me if Sun Wukong doesn't go back. Guhai's expression was gloomy. Guhai reached out, and a golden gourd appeared in his hand. Chapter 747. A golden gourd appeared in Guhai's hand as he coldly stared at the distant Sun Wukong. If you go back, you will just be changing places. Perhaps you will be able to return soon. If you don't go back, Dahan and I might be wiped out this time. The last hope of Laozi, Sakyamuni, and Jesus would be dashed. Sorry for the offense. Guhai said sternly. As Guhai spoke, he stomped on the ground. Buzz! The ground below quickly changed. Large amounts of dirt and rocks turned into bones. Deep underground, the boundless spirit stones that Guhai had placed earlier rested. At this moment, the bones were moving through the ground, quickly placing the spirit stones in their designated positions. Laying the ritual array. The immortal slaying gourd was only used for defense. The true weapon against Sun Wukong was the Go Dao ritual array. Unfortunately, it required too many spirit stones. Guhai used his treasures to provide some energy at the nodes, slightly altering the Go Dao ritual array. Guhai's current Go skills were enough to alter the ritual array. However, it still drained too much energy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The surrounding land turned bone white as strands of energy gathered at the center. Suddenly, a region of white fog appeared under Guhai's feet. Then, a black hole slowly formed in the white fog. Suddenly, a transparent energy rope emerged from the black hole and shot at Sun Wukong in the air. Sun Wukong fought alone against 3 experts, Shangwan Hen, Chong Ming, and Ao Shun. The 3 had already done their best, but they were still inferior to Sun Wukong. Ha 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 ha. That's all. Explode. Sun Wukong struck the tortoiseshell shield that Shangwan Hen was on. Boom. Shangguan Hen's shield exploded with a loud bang. Blarg! Shangguan Hen vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying back. Explode again. Sun Wukong struck the staff at Chongming again. The Jingu Bang was too powerful. When the staff struck, it tore through space, creating a sonic boom. Oh no! Chongming paled. In a hurry, he had no choice but to summon a black ball of light to protect himself. Boom! Chongming was blasted away along with the black ball of light. The ball of light was unharmed, but Chongming, who was inside, spat out a mouthful of blood. Pooh! Chongming was at the peak of the Celestial Palace. He could participate in this battle because of the Chaos Essence Bead. Although the Chaos Essence Bead was unaffected, Chongming was shaken to the point of vomiting blood. And you, explode for me. Sun Wukong's expression was ferocious as he swung his staff at Ao Shun. Ao Shun threw out hundreds of chains, which rushed towards Sun Wukong like hundreds of dragons. Rumble! The power of the Jingu Bang was too great. The chain dragon exploded in an instant, from the head to the tail, straight towards Ao Shun's face. Not good. Ao Shun's expression changed, and he punched out with all his might. Hong! Pooh! Ao Shun spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. The right hand that he used to punch was lacerated, and blood splattered everywhere. It was as if his entire body had gone limp after being hit by the staff. That's all. That's all. Gu Hai, your subordinates aren't that great either. Ha! Is it your turn? Sun Wukong looked at Gu Hai with a ferocious expression. Whoosh! Suddenly, a transparent rope locked onto Sun Wukong's shoulder. What? Sun Wukong's expression changed. Whoosh! A strong force pulled Sun Wukong towards Gu Hai. The force was so great that it made one's heart palpitate. No. Sun Wukong's expression changed. He realized that the ground below had become a land of bones. He activated his eyes of fire and gold. Instantly, the fog cleared, and Sun Wukong saw countless spiritual stones and magical treasures scattered in all directions. They were arranged in a super array, and Gu Hai was at the center of the array. In front of Gu Hai was a foggy area. Although others couldn't see what was inside, his eyes of fire and gold could see it clearly. There was a black hole that emitted a breathtaking aura. That black hole made Sun Wukong's heart tremble. The way back. Sun Wukong reacted instantly. That was the way back. Gu Hai wanted to send him back. The black hole seemed to have opened its mouth and swallowed him. And the transparent rope on his body could be seen clearly by his eyes of fire and gold. The rope that came out of the black hole was going to drag him in. Sun Wukong shuddered, and the thought of charging towards Gu Hai disappeared in an instant. He wanted to escape. Boom! At this moment, hundreds and thousands of transparent ropes came out of the black hole and covered Sun Wukong like a huge net. Gu Hai, how dare you? Sun Wukong immediately fled in fear. It was as if he had seen a ghost. Capture Gu Hai. Capture your grandmother. It was already good enough that he could escape. Sun Wukong was terrified. However, that wasn't the case in the eyes of others. Others couldn't see the transparent ropes. They could only see Sun Wukong fearful of Gu Hai and fleeing for his life. Go Autumn, go Chest Dao, erase longitude and latitude line. Gu Hai shouted. The transparent ropes moved even faster. Sun Wukong tugged at the rope on his body and used the somersault cloud. Roar! Sun Wukong roared, and his body suddenly expanded. Wong! A beam of golden light came out of Sun Wukong's head. It was as if a huge Tongtian monkey had appeared. The god of the monkey tribe? Ao Shun wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth and said in shock, Break! The god of the monkey roared as if he was giving Sun Wukong endless power. Boom! Sun Wukong immediately tore the transparent rope on his body. Sun Wukong didn't dare to delay and soared into the sky, because there were countless ropes rushing over behind him. Gu Hai, I will take revenge. Just you wait. Roar. Sun Wukong roared angrily and soared into the sky. The god of the monkey instantly shrank back into his body. Sun Wukong wanted to leave this trap immediately. Escaping. Guhai's face darkened. Sun Wukong ran away. He was really a monkey demon. Stop! Ao Shun was covered in blood. He seemed to be chasing after Sun Wukong. At this moment, a loud sound suddenly came from the direction Sun Wukong was escaping. Honk! It was like the collision of two fists. Under the huge force, Sun Wukong's body suddenly stopped. He even moved back a little and stopped in the air. Who are you? Sun Wukong suddenly glared and said angrily. There is someone else? Guhai's face darkened. He looked over. He saw two men standing in the sky in the distance. The former Dragon Crown Prince, Ao Shun, Ao Shun's younger brother, the current North Sea Dragon King. The other one, Takashi Ryushin, the third Crown Prince of the Long Zhonghua. In the past, it was just a clone outside. Now, was this his real body? Takashi Ryushin was dressed in a golden dragon robe and looked down coldly. Ao Shun slowly retracted his fist. It seemed that the punch just now was made by Ao Shun. Sun Wukong stared at Ao Shun. He was the one who stopped him. Ao Shun blocked Sun Wukong's path with a punch and turned his head to look at Ao Shun, who was covered in blood. Ha! Big brother, I didn't expect to see you here. Ao Shun sneered. Ao Shun. Ao Shun wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth and said in surprise, You can injure such a monkey to this extent? Oh, and you joined forces with two people to attack this monkey? Ha! Big brother, this is not like you. Weren't you proud of the dragon race in the past? Why are you so weak now? Ao Shun sneered. You. Ao Shun's face turned cold. Below, Guhai reached out and retracted his hand. Who? The ground of bones in front of him disappeared. The fog on the ground also disappeared. The array was removed, and everything returned to normal. The black hole was gone. Sun Wukong was also paying attention to Guhai. With his fiery eyes of truth, he saw Guhai remove everything. But even so, Sun Wukong was still wary of Guhai. He's your big brother? Hee. From your tone, you don't seem to be on the same side. If you're not on the same side, why are you stopping me? Umph. Sun Wukong snorted and was about to leave. Did I say you could leave? Ao Shun's figure flashed and appeared in front of Sun Wukong. Roar! Sun Wukong glared and swung his Jingu Bang. Boom! Previously, it was a hurried punch. Now it was a full force strike. Naturally, the power was different. With a strike of the staff, a burst of air appeared in the void as it charged straight at Ao Shun. Ao Shun's face changed. Suddenly, black gas appeared on his face. The black gas seemed to take the shape of a dragon. Roar! Countless giant dragons cried out in pain from Ao Shun's body. Accompanied by these painful roars, Ao Shun punched towards the Jingu Bang again. Die! Sun Wukong roared. Break! Ao Shun roared. Boom! A super loud collision sounded in the sky. Huge air currents rushed in all directions. Sun Wukong was forced back 3 steps. Ao Shun was also forced back 3 steps. Their strength was about the same. Just that was enough to explain everything. Ao Shun's current strength was much stronger than Ao Shun's. Ao Shun's face darkened. Sun Wukong's face turned ugly when his Jingu Bang didn't work. Can't I escape today? Most importantly, there was still Guhai below. It didn't matter how long he fought with Ao Shun. Didn't he fight with Erlang and Yangjian for a long time? Most importantly, Guhai was here. If he launched a sneak attack, although he couldn't kill me, I would have to go back. I have to hurry. Little snake, take another hit from old Sun's Jingu Bang. Sun Wukong suddenly roared. Little snake? Ha! Hairy monkey, you're really unreasonable. Ao Shun looked at Sun Wukong with a gloomy face. Ao Shun grew up in the shadow of his big brother, Ao Shun. Everyone around him praised his big brother. Whether it was his father or all the dragons, they all worshipped Ao Shun. They ignored him and introduced him as Ao Shun's younger brother. Therefore, Ao Shun was extremely jealous. He wanted to prove himself. Since he was young, he wanted to prove that he was stronger than his big brother. He wanted to snatch the crown prince position. As long as he could prove that he was stronger than his big brother, he would do anything. He wanted to destroy Sun Wukong to prove that he was much stronger than his big brother. However, this monkey didn't cooperate and even dared to scold him. He He was courting death. Ao Sheng punched again. However, Sun Wukong's previous words were just to deceive Ao Sheng. Sun Wukong wanted to leave, not to fight with Ao Sheng. He just wanted to attract everyone's attention by scolding. Sun Wukong instantly rushed toward Takashi Ryushin. This was because other than Takashi Ryushin, Ao Sheng had sealed off all the other places. Get lost! Sun Wukong swung his Jingu Bang at Takashi Ryushin. Ao Sheng's face stiffened when he swung his Jingu Bang at Takashi Ryushin. It wasn't anger, but astonishment. You monkey! Are you courting death? Indeed, the swinging Jingu Bang at Takashi Ryushin infuriated Takashi Ryushin. Impudent monkey, you are courting death. Takashi Ryushin's eyes turned cold as he extended his palm. Boom! Sun Wukong was sent flying like a cannonball. He fell from the sky and smashed into the ground below. The ground shook violently, and a palm-shaped crater appeared on the ground. Sun Wukong was crushed in the crater. Sun Wukong crawled up from the crater and felt his entire body go soft. He looked at Takashi Ryushin in horror. One slap? He couldn't even withstand one slap. Takashi Ryushin stared coldly at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was shocked by the murderous intent in his eyes. Guhai's face suddenly sank. Chapter 748. Takashi Ryushin had defeated Sun Wukong with a single palm strike and sent him into the palm-shaped crater. At this moment, Sun Wukong suddenly recalled the scene of him being suppressed by the Five Fingers Mountain. Had he fallen for the Tathagata's trap? Perhaps the Tathagata was really that powerful, and this person before him was as strong as the Tathagata? Had he underestimated the people of this world? Takashi Ryushin looked at Sun Wukong coldly, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. Guhai, the ancient emperor? Takashi Ryushin suddenly looked at Guhai. Third prince? Martial emperor? Hell, what a coincidence. May I know how you found us? Guhai looked at Takashi Ryushin solemnly. Takashi Ryushin also looked at Guhai strangely. His father had favored Guhai greatly in the past. It was clear that Guhai was not an ordinary person. Moreover, this monkey actually fled in panic because of Guhai. Although the monkey was not as strong as him, his strength was undeniable. How could he be afraid of Guhai with such strength? Could it be that Guhai had something that he could not see? As for Guhai killing Longzhonghua, Takashi Ryushin was not too concerned. Based on the news from the Heaven Domain, Guhai was probably just freeing Longzhonghua. I'm also curious. What's so special about this monkey? Why did you travel billions of miles to the west to catch him? Takashi Ryushin looked at Guhai doubtfully. I'm just fated with this monkey. However, we are secretive and have chosen this secret location. You. Guhai's eyes flashed with doubt. Before Takashi Ryushin could speak, Ao Sheng laughed and said, Secret? Ha 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 ha. We were just in the vicinity of this sea region. If not for your huge commotion, how would we have discovered you? Huh? Guhai's face darkened. Is it nearby? What a coincidence. With a change of expression, Guhai turned to Ao Shun and asked, Ao Shun, is this place near the West Sea Dragon Palace? Oh, in the sky. Takashi Ryushin narrowed his eyes. I don't know. The location of the West Sea Dragon Palace is a secret. In the past, other than my father, no one knew about it. Ao Shun shook his head. How did you know? Ao Shun's expression darkened. Was he really close to the West Sea Dragon Palace? Guhai felt depressed. He had really chosen a good place. Had he chosen to face Takashi Ryushin? Originally, this emperor wanted to invite Crown Prince Ao Shun, but today, it seems that this is the will of the heavens. You came yourself? Takashi Ryushin said calmly. What do you want to do? Ao Shun's expression changed. Big brother, lend me some of your blood. Ao Shun sneered. Takashi Ryushin and Ao Shun teamed up. With just these two people, they already had the absolute advantage. It was as if there was nowhere to run. Ao Shun was extremely proud of himself, but Takashi Ryushin was staring at Guhai, paying attention to Guhai. Lend me some of your blood? Ao Shun, you just opened the North Sea Dragon Burial Ground. Now you want to open the West Sea Dragon Palace? Have you forgotten your ancestors' teachings? Ao Shun glared at Huang Xiaolong angrily. Forget? How could I forget? However, isn't it too much of a waste to leave my dragon race's inheritance there? It's been 800,000 years. 800,000 years. That strand of divinity above the West Sea Dragon Palace's Dragon Gate might have reformed into a new god. Ao Shun laughed. Didn't you already jump over the Dragon Gate? Ao Shun asked sullenly. Ao Shun's face sank. The North Sea Dragon Gate? Humph! Are you talking about this dragon god? As he spoke, a black light suddenly appeared behind Ao Shun's head. As the black light appeared, it instantly condensed into a huge black dragon shadow. As soon as the black dragon shadow appeared, it emitted a terrifying dragon's might. The North Sea Dragon God? Ao Shun said with a sullen expression. If the old dragon does not die, a new dragon cannot be born. Only when Royal Father's Dragon God dies can a new North Sea Dragon God be revived. However, this new dragon of mine cannot be revived. It is just a puppet without spirituality, which means that it does not have a godhead. Although the divinity accumulated to form the dragon god physique, it does not have a godhead. It is just a puppet energy source. So I want the West Sea Dragon God. Ao Shun said with a frown. Ao Shun suddenly narrowed his eyes. Ao Shun also had a North Sea Dragon God. When Ao Tianwang died, a strand of divine sense helped him awaken the dragon god. A dragon god with a godhead? Because his dragon god was revived, Ao Shun's dragon god would never be able to form a godhead? Ao Shun did not say it out loud. On the other side, Ao Shun was still depressed. Martial Emperor, how much of Ao Shun's blood do you need? Guhai asked. Ao Shun was slightly stunned. I'm not sure. Maybe just the blood. Takashi Ryushin said sullenly. How about that? This one will accompany you to open the West Sea Dragon Palace. Ao Shun will cooperate. However, how about leaving this monkey to this one? A living Ao Shun is more convenient for you to enter the Dragon Palace than a pile of blood, Guhai said solemnly. Takashi Ryushin pondered for a moment and nodded. All right. Guhai turned to look at Sun Wukong, who was not far away. Sun Wukong's expression changed. He immediately shouted, Guhai, you want to take me back? Don't even think about it. Whoosh. Sun Wukong immediately turned into a beam of light and shot into the sky. You think you can escape, you rascal? Takashi Ryushin's eyes turned cold. He reached out to grab Sun Wukong again. Takashi Ryushin's energy palm was huge. It looked like it could envelop the sky and instantly enveloped Sun Wukong. 5-Finger Mountain? Sun Wukong's expression changed. He seemed to have seen the scene of the Gautama Buddha's 5-Finger Mountain. His expression changed. While Sun Wukong was still in shock, a fist suddenly appeared and collided with Takashi Ryushin's energy palm. The energy fist was huge. When it collided with the energy palm, the void shook violently. There were ripples in the void. The ground below shook continuously. The surrounding seawater rolled up torrential tsunamis. Sun Wukong escaped because a golden-robed man suddenly appeared in front of Sun Wukong. The man had a broad face. His white hair was combed back. His eyes were extremely sharp. A murderous aura surged in all directions. It was the man in front of Sun Wukong. His fist was on par with Takashi Ryushin's energy palm. Sakura. Ao Shun's expression turned cold. Oh, Crown Prince, Ao Shun. I sent Shujinzi to invite you. I didn't expect you to come by yourself. Sakura suddenly laughed out loud. Ao Shun snorted. Sakura looked at Takashi Ryushin coldly. Martial Emperor, you have good means. It's one thing to fight with me for the West Sea Dragon Palace, but you also have the time to catch this monkey? Sakura sneered. Sakura, it's none of your business whether I catch the monkey or not. Takashi Ryushin said coldly. Yes, it's none of my business. However, the West Sea Dragon Palace isn't yours, right? This Crown Prince Ao Shun might be looking for me. Who knows? Crown Prince Ao Shun? Sakura suddenly looked at Crown Prince Ao Shun with a smile. Clearly, Sakura could see that Ao Shun was restrained. Sakura? You think too much. We have already formed an alliance with the martial emperor. It has nothing to do with you. Guhai suddenly interrupted. Sakura's face darkened as he looked at Guhai. Turning around, Sakura looked at Ao Shun and said, Crown Prince Ao Shun, you have to think carefully. Takeshi Ryushin and Ao Shun have excavated the Dragon Tomb of the North Sea, and now they're going to excavate the Dragon Tomb of the West Sea. You follow me. I promise that Takeshi Ryushin won't be able to do anything to you. I will not open the Dragon Tomb, and I don't want the Dragon God of the West Sea. I only want a portion of the Earth Spirit essence in the West Sea Dragon Palace. How about it? Although Sakura had just arrived, he could see that Ao Shun was very eager to get rid of Takeshi Ryushin. Ao Shun looked at Guhai, then shook his head and said, No need. This is my Ao clan's matter. It's none of your business. You don't know what's good for you. Sakura's eyes turned cold. Sakura, why did you save me? In the past, I've killed countless of your demigods and semi-devil's disciples. Sun Wukong frowned as he looked at Sakura. Smelly monkey, don't think too highly of yourself. Quickly get lost and return to your mountain of flowers and fruits. If it wasn't for the Buddha asking me to save you, I wouldn't care if you die, Sakura said coldly. Huh? Sun Wukong's face stiffened. Not far away, Guhai and the others' faces also darkened. It seems like their group was exposed. Not only did Takeshi Ryushin discover them, even the spiritual mountain's sacred ground knew about it. However, why didn't the 3 reincarnations Buddha come out? Only Sakura came out? What was the 3 reincarnations Buddha planning? Ao Shun, go! Guhai shouted coldly. Guhai brought Ao Shun, Shanghai Hin, and Chongming, the 3 of them, and slowly flew towards Takeshi Ryushin. Ao Shun, have you thought it through? Sakura revealed a trace of anxiousness as he grabbed towards Ao Shun. Presumptuous! Takeshi Ryushin shouted as he punched over. Sakura's face changed as he greeted with a punch. Boom! Both of their fists once again created ripples in the void. It was as though the void where their fists collided was unstable. The ripples spread out and crushed dozens of mountains. No one could do anything to the other. Sakura's face darkened as he looked towards Ao Shun. Unfortunately, Ao Shun and the rest had already reached Takeshi Ryushin. Sun Wukong, who was at the side, saw this, and his face sank. Swish! He somersaulted and instantly flew towards the distance, disappearing into the horizon. This place wasn't suitable to stay for long. Since Sakura had already said so much, there was nothing more to say. Sun Wukong left, but Sakura looked at Takeshi Ryushin coldly. Takeshi Ryushin didn't give in at all and sneered. Sakura, do you want me to make you stay here today? Takeshi Ryushin, wait and see. Sakura snorted coldly. Swish! Sakura also took a step and instantly flew into the distance, plunging into the sea. Your Majesty, that Sakura shouldn't be willing to let this go. Ao Shun frowned. So what if he won't let this go? Humph! The Buddha also wants to reap the benefits without doing anything? Let's see who will have the last laugh. Let's go. Takeshi Ryushin said coldly. Guhai's expression changed slightly. West Sea Dragon Palace? Although he didn't catch Sun Wukong, Guhai felt that this West Sea Dragon Palace wasn't simple. He temporarily followed Takeshi Ryushin to avoid being caught red-handed by the Buddha. Sun Wukong could only plan for the long term. The group quickly flew to a place not far away. Bang! Everyone flew into the sea and disappeared. Far away, Mount Numinous Sacred Ground, Great Strength Hall entrance. The present Buddha, past Buddha, and South Longnu were looking at a scene condensed from fate. In the scene, it was the battle at Guhai's place. Guhai is here, Buddha. The past Buddha frowned. He even tricked Sun Wukong. Why did he want to capture Sun Wukong? South Longnu frowned. Wait until the Dragon Palace opens. Then take him down together. Ask clearly. The present Buddha said solemnly. Chapter 749. Guhai followed Takeshi Ryushin and the others into the sea and quickly rose up. 2 hours later, they stopped at a huge sea valley. There was a formation barrier around the sea valley. A group of officials and some dragons were standing inside the barrier. Your Majesty, The officials greeted respectfully when they saw Takashi Ryushin. "How is it?" Takashi Ryushin asked in a deep voice. "We used many formations. Only the Spirit Destruction formation was slightly useful. However, AO Supreme's blood might be a little lacking," one of the officials said respectfully. Takashi Ryushin looked at Guhai. "How much do you need?" AO Shun frowned. "A small cup is enough." The official's eyes lit up in surprise. AO Shun frowned and forced a small cup of blood out of his body. "Enough, enough," the official said excitedly. The official was satisfied when he received AO Shun's blood. Guhai and the others watched as he set up an altar. The altar was activated, and traces of colorful light rippled from it, pouring AO Shun's blood into it. Buzz! A red beam of light shot out from the altar. Bang! The beam of light shot out of the barrier and into the depths of the sea valley. Just as it was about to hit the stone wall, it paused strangely, as if it had hit a transparent wall. Rumble! From the point of collision, huge blood-red ripples suddenly spread out. As soon as the ripples appeared, the surrounding seawater suddenly surged and shook. On the other side of the transparent wall, a huge palace complex could be faintly seen. There were countless night-luminescent pearls in the palace complex, illuminating the world. "So, it's the West Sea Dragon Palace?" Takashi Ryushin's face flashed with joy. "The location is correct. Haha, this sea area is the territory of the West Sea Dragon Palace. I found it." AO Shun's eyes flashed with excitement. Ripples appeared. The other side of the world could be seen, but the entrance still couldn't be opened. Takashi Ryushin stepped forward and threw a punch at the ripples that had appeared. Finally, there seemed to be a landing point for his punch. The surrounding seawater separated from Takashi Ryushin's palms, and the West Sea Dragon Palace's barrier trembled as if a crack had appeared. However, when Takashi Ryushin withdrew his right hand, the ripple returned to normal. "It can heal itself." Takashi Ryushin's expression darkened. "Your Majesty, use the life array melting technique. It won't take more than a few days," an official said excitedly. Takashi Ryushin looked at him. "All right, you've been learning from Baiming Shou for decades. Let's begin." "Yes," the official replied. Then, as the official waved his hand, a black gas suddenly rushed out of a jade box and rushed toward the transparent wall. Z, 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 Z. A violent corrosive sound was heard. It was the black gas corroding the transparent wall. The transparent wall kept vibrating, trying to recover. However, the corrosive power of the black gas was too strong. It was too late, and the corrosion was getting worse and worse. At the same time, a group of small fishes swam around the barrier. The small fishes swam for a while and shot into the distance. In the distance, in another underwater barrier, a group of Dragon Clan experts stood behind Sakura, and they were looking at the distance coldly. The small fishes swam to Sakura and blew a bubble. In the bubble was the scene where Takashi Ryushin was. Sakura sneered. "West Sea Dragon Palace? Haha, AO Shun's blood is indeed pure. No wonder AO Tian Wang was so close to him in the past. Humph. Supreme, what should we do now?" a subordinate asked worriedly. Sakura reached out his hand and pinched a golden ball into the small fish's mouth. "Go, we've planted a dragon in the North Sea Dragon Palace. It's time to do something," Sakura said coldly. Swoosh! The small fishes swam back again, in the barrier where Takashi Ryushin was. Because it would take a few more days to corrode the barrier of the West Sea Dragon Palace, everyone stayed for the time being. Takashi Ryushin had his own palace. Only Takashi Ryushin and AO Shung were in the main hall. They listened to some affairs of the great Emperor dynasty through the Guqin figurine. Guqin figurine? It's indeed a good thing. Guhai is indeed extraordinary to think of this. Unfortunately, the Yunmo is stubborn. How good would it be if the great Emperor dynasty had this Guqin figurine alone? Takashi Ryushin sighed. "Your Majesty, don't you care about Guhai and the rest? Why don't you seal their cultivation?" AO Shung frowned. "Our goal is to enter the West Sea Dragon Palace. If we don't touch them, Guhai and the rest will cooperate." Takashi Ryushin shook his head. Moreover, this Guhai is quite strange. Now that we have entered the Western Spiritual Mountains sacred ground area, the Buddha is watching us from behind. It's not good to make enemies on all sides. With Guhai and the rest, we can distract most of the Buddha's attention. Guhai and the rest are a group of scourges. Takashi Ryushin sneered. Distract most of the Buddha's attention? Will they? Ao Sheng asked worriedly. Definitely. Don't underestimate Guhai. This person has a deep mind and is extremely shrewd. If I seal him by force, it may cause him to retaliate strongly. He has a lot of backup plans. If he is angered and quarreled, Sakura and the Buddha will benefit. Since that's the case, why do we have to do it again? Entering the West Sea Dragon Palace is the key, Takashi Ryushin said lightly. Yes, but I'm worried that he will escape. Ao Sheng said worriedly. Escape? He won't. Takashi Ryushin chuckled. Why? Sakura has already made it clear that the Buddha is watching from outside. What does the Buddha want to do? Isn't it just to enter the West Sea Dragon Palace? They want us to break the Dragon Palace's barrier in front while they reap the benefits from behind. Guhai should have heard it too. He won't leave us. Takashi Ryushin said confidently. Is that so? Ao Sheng frowned slightly. Moreover, I'm still watching. In the palace where Guhai was. Ao Shun, are you serious? Guhai's eyes lit up. Yes, the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas is a small world created by the Ao clan's ancestors. The Ao clan's dragon gods can naturally enter. They can also bring people in. Ao Shun smiled. That's good. Guhai's eyes flashed with joy. But I'm worried that Takashi Ryushin has been watching us. With Takashi Ryushin's strength, Ao Shun said worriedly. Don't worry, there will be a chance soon. Guhai smiled. Oh, a day later. Boom. On the other side of the sea, there was a sudden loud noise. Takashi Ryushin's face darkened. He stepped out of the palace and asked, What's wrong? No, I don't know. It's in the sea where Sakura is. A subordinate said blankly. Not good. There's also the aura of the West Sea Dragon Palace there. Sakura noticed it too? Ao Sheng's face changed. What's going on? The West Sea Dragon Palace is hidden in the Shumi small world. It can't be touched, not even Ao Sheng's blood. Sakura shouldn't be able to touch it, unless it's Ao Sheng's blood. Takashi Ryushin's face darkened. He suddenly looked at Ao Shun, who stepped out of the palace not far away. Guhai's face changed. Ao Shun, were you the one who sent the dragons to ask Ao Shun for blood? I didn't. Ao Shun's face changed. Boo! Takashi Ryushin's face turned cold. Supreme, little E is missing. Supreme, I saw little E rushing out. Ao Sheng's subordinates immediately shouted. Traitor? Ao Sheng's face changed. Umph. Takashi Ryushin snorted and rushed towards Sakura. Ha ha! Long Shinwu, you're busy with your business, I'm busy with mine. What are you doing at my place? Sakura's laughter suddenly came from the distant sea. Boom! With a loud sound, the surrounding sea water suddenly surged. Ao Sheng's face darkened and flew out. After the two experts left, Guhai smiled. Now, isn't there a chance? Ao Shun, let's go. Taking advantage of the chaos, Ao Shun brought the three of them and flew towards the transparent wall. What are you doing? The surrounding people's faces changed. They saw that Ao Shun had already arrived at the transparent wall and waved his hand to wrap Guhai and the other two with a bubble. Buzz! The bubble strangely merged into the transparent wall. The four of them seemed to have the ability to pass through the wall and strangely entered. Not good, come out for me. The surrounding people exclaimed. Boom! With a loud sound, Takashi Ryushin and Ao Shun instantly flew back. Your Majesty, they have entered. Ao Shun brought them in. A group of officials exclaimed. Impossible! Apart from the dragon god of the four seas, no one can enter. I have a dragon god, but even I can't enter. How can Ao Shun enter? Ao Shun's face changed as he exclaimed. Takashi Ryushin's face was terrifyingly gloomy. Perhaps Ao Shun has a real dragon god. Impossible. How can he have one? Unless Imperial Father was back then. Imperial Father? Imperial Father is really biased, really biased. Ao Shung's face suddenly revealed a sinister anger. Humph! Sakura brought a group of subordinates and also came close. Ha! It seems that we have all been schemed against by Guhai. Sakura suddenly sneered. Takeshi Ryushin looked at Sakura coldly. If it wasn't for you, how could Guhai slip away under my eyes? What's the use of saying so much? Takeshi Ryushin, you and I have fought for half a day, but Guhai and Ao Shun took advantage of us. If you are uncomfortable, will I feel comfortable? You still want to fight now? Sakura sneered. I want the West Sea Dragon God, Dragon Necropolis, and Earth Spirit. Takeshi Ryushin said solemnly. I have already given you all the benefits. What do I want? Humph! After entering, we will use our own methods. Sakura said solemnly. Takeshi Ryushin was silent for a moment. All right. Since you have agreed, then let's start cooperating. Men, set up the array. Sakura shouted coldly. Immediately, a group of subordinates set up the array, and a golden aura poured into the transparent wall. TSS, 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 TSS. Like the black aura, it was corroding the transparent wall. Let's attack together. Sakura shouted. Takeshi Ryushin and Sakura attacked at the same time towards the corroding transparent wall. With a loud sound, the transparent wall trembled and a large number of cracks appeared. However, the cracks quickly recovered. However, with the corrosion of the gold and black aura, even if it recovered, there would be a trace of scar. With this speed, we will be able to break it in at most half a day. Continue. Takeshi Ryushin said coldly. Sakura and Takeshi Ryushin attacked at the same time again. Chapter 750. Guhai, Ao, Shun, Shangwan Hen, and Chongming stepped into the West Sea Dragon Palace and fell. Bam! The four of them landed on a huge square. Lifting their heads, the four of them looked at the sky. Rumble! Instantly, they saw Takeshi Ryushin and Sakura working together to attack the sky. Cracks appeared at the opening of the sky, and it seemed like it wouldn't last much longer. Ancient Emperor, we seem to be in a desperate situation, Ao Shun said with a wry smile. Outside, Takeshi Ryushin and Sakura must hate us to the core. Further outside, there are the three Buddhas watching. How are we going to get out? Shangwan Hen said with a wry smile. Don't worry, it's not difficult to leave this place. I just don't want to leave. Guhai said solemnly. Oh, the three of them looked at Guhai doubtfully. One for each of you. Keep it carefully. Guhai handed out a golden core to each of them. This is, the three of them asked curiously. 8-9 Mystic Arts Pill. Sun Wukong can transform into 72 transformations because of the 8-9 Mystic Arts Pill. It's a pity that this martial art has strict requirements. Unless you give up your martial art and start from scratch, you will lose more than you gain. However, I have obtained these 8-9 Mystic Arts Pills. They can transform into shapes for a short period of time, but the quantity is limited. Keep it carefully. When you leave, swallow the pills and transform into a fish, then you can swim out stealthily. Guhai said calmly. Oh, transform? The three of them were taken aback and kept the pills carefully. This was one of the treasures that Guhai had obtained from Earth. This was the first time he had taken it out. 8-9 Mystic Arts? Your Majesty, what martial art is that? Ao Shun was taken aback. The 8-9 Mystic Arts is a martial art that combines Buddhism and Taoism. After mastering it, you will have 3 heads and 6 arms, 72 transformations, and an invincible Vajra body. It's a pity that you have to start from scratch. Don't even think about it. Guhai shook his head. Yes. The three of them nodded blankly. Don't worry. When we go back this time, I will teach you some special cultivation methods. Although they are not too strong, they are still strange and can help your race's talent improve. Guhai said in a low voice. Yes. The three of them were overjoyed. Ao Shun, they are about to enter. What does the Dragon Clan have in the West Sea Dragon Palace? Let's go get quickly. Guhai said solemnly. The Western Sea Dragon Palace has a Book of Knolls. There is also a trace of the Western Sea Dragon God's divinity above the Dragon Gate. It has been 800,000 years. It should have grown a little. Ao Shun's eyes flashed with anticipation. No one has come to the West Sea Dragon Palace for 800,000 years. Is it a small world? Guhai asked curiously. Yes, the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas was established by the ancient ancestor dragon. It is very difficult for ordinary people to find it, and it is impossible for them to enter. Ao Shun nodded. The spiritual energy here is abundant. Could this be the Immortal Dome? Chong Ming, who was at the side, asked, feeling suspicious. Of course not. The Immortal Dome is rare. The Immortal Dome is a world of its own and is self-sufficient. However, this small world needs to absorb the spiritual energy and nutrients of the outside world to survive. How can it be the same? Ao Shun smiled. The Western Sea Dragon Palace was extremely large. The palaces were scattered everywhere, even larger than Guhai's limitless heavenly capital. Fortunately, Ao Shun had the Northern Sea Dragon God's inheritance and was familiar with this place. The group quickly moved through the palaces. Some were underground, and some were in coral. After making many turns, the group arrived at a large hall. Earth Soul Hall. Shengwan Hen's eyes lit up. This is the place. I hope the knolls are still the same. Ao Shun said worriedly. Bang! The four of them pushed open the door of the large hall. In an instant, a cloud of dust rushed in. The group waved their hands, and the dust dispersed. They saw that the large hall was empty except for a high platform in the northernmost part. There was nothing on the platform. It's gone. Ao Shun's expression changed. Knolls? What's that? Chongming asked, puzzled. It's a book. It was placed here in the Northern Sea Dragon God's memory. Did it escape? Ao Shun's expression darkened. Escape? What do you mean? Guhai asked, puzzled. What's a knolls? Shengwan Hen was also puzzled. It's a book that can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on its own. As long as it has a trace of spiritual energy, it can track down the location of the earth soul that leaked the spiritual energy. It seems to have its own thoughts. In the past 800,000 years, no one collected the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that it absorbed. Could it be that it accumulated a certain amount of spiritual energy and had the power to leave? Ao Shun's expression darkened. Absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on its own? Chongming was shocked. Spiritual energy? Is it the spiritual energy of the Middle Celestial Palace? Guhai's expression turned serious. Yes, the three souls cultivate spiritual energy, and spiritual energy. The Lower Celestial Palace cultivates spiritual energy. The human soul needs to cultivate and absorb the divinity of heaven and earth until it reaches perfection. The Middle Celestial Palace cultivates spiritual energy. The Earth soul needs to cultivate its own spiritual energy until it reaches perfection. Cultivation is difficult. However, there are some shortcuts in this world. The knolls are one such shortcut. They can capture the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and provide it to the cultivator. They can increase the speed of their cultivation. Ao Shun explained. Oh, what about the speed? The knolls can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth very quickly? Chongming asked curiously. It's not that fast. It's just the speed of an extremely talented person cultivating spiritual energy. However, it's been 800,000 years. How much spiritual energy have they accumulated? Moreover, this spiritual energy of heaven and earth does not need to be refined. It's a great supplement for the Middle Celestial Palace. Ao Shun explained. While Ao Shun was explaining, Guhai's eyes lit up. He was just worrying that the Middle Celestial Palace's cultivation speed was too slow. In the blink of an eye, the heavens had sent him this? Ancient Emperor, the knolls should be in hiding. Why don't we go to the Dragon's Gate first? Find the West Sea Dragon God first? We'll look for them later. Ao Shun's eyes flashed with anticipation. No, we must find them. I need them. Chongming, can't you summon billions of bats? Find them for me. We must find the knolls. Guhai's eyes flashed with anticipation. Yes, Chongming answered. Boom! Chongming waved his hand. All of a sudden, countless bats appeared from all directions. TCH, TCH. Countless bats quickly shot out in all directions, sweeping through the area in a carpet-like fashion. Knolls? 800,000 years of accumulation. I hope they can fill in my knolls. Guhai's eyes flashed with anticipation. The four of them quickly flew toward the depths. Outside, Takashi, Ryushin, and Sakura attacked again and again. More and more cracks appeared on the West Sea Dragon Palace's enchantment. It was not far from breaking. Boom! Countless bats rushed into the sky from the West Sea Dragon Palace. They were so dense that they seemed to cover the entire West Sea Dragon Palace. Not good. This is the talent of vampires. Guhai is going to carpet search. Take everything clean. Ao Shung's face changed. Ha ha ha, vampires? Good. But Dishir Tian suddenly laughed out loud. You can still laugh at this time? Ao Shung said gloomily. Takashi Ryushin also revealed a cold smile. This means that Guhai and the rest can't find what they want. Knolls? Or West Sea Dragon God? Dragon God doesn't need to be found. It seems that the Knolls are hiding. Good. Continue, Dishir Tian said with excitement. Boom. The two of them continued to attack the enchantment's cracks. The cracks were getting bigger and bigger. It was not far from being completely broken. Countless bats searched everywhere for the whereabouts of the Knolls described by Ao Shun. Guhai and the rest went straight to the West Sea Dragon Gate. The Dragon Gate is a stone mountain area. Ao Shun brought the three of them into this place and suddenly stopped. Be careful. The Dragon Gate is a lawless place opened by the ancestral dragon in the past. All the spells inside can't be used, and the gravity has increased by 1,000,000 times. Ao Shun explained. Oh, the three of them were slightly stunned. As Ao Shun stepped in, boom, the clothes and hair of the four of them instantly straightened. The quality of Chongming's black robe might not be good. Rip, the hat was instantly torn. Boom, the hat that was originally light fell to the ground and actually made a super loud sound. So heavy. Shangguan Hen smiled bitterly. We really can't use our magic power? What a strange area. Chongming also smiled bitterly. Everyone suddenly felt that their bodies seemed to be filled with lead water and it was difficult to move. No, it was still light. Everyone felt that each of them was carrying a huge city while walking. It was difficult to walk with just their physical body. 1,000,000 times the weight? It's so strenuous. What kind of broken place is this? Chongming smiled bitterly. Taking a step forward. Boom. When they landed, it was as if two huge mountains collided. No, I feel that this Dragon Gate is an excellent place for cultivation, Guhai said with a smile. Among the four of them, Guhai's cultivation was the weakest. But at this moment, Guhai seemed to be walking the most relaxed. Ao Shun looked at Guhai in shock. Your Majesty, don't you feel uncomfortable? It's a little difficult to move, but it's still okay. Guhai smiled. Ao Shun. The four of them slowly walked towards the center of the valley and listened to the sound of the waterfall in the distance. Ao Shun said excitedly, We're almost there. It's just in front. Everyone quickly entered the valley. After everyone disappeared, outside the Dragon Gate area, there was a cloud of fog and a crack between the rocks. You want to find me? You want to steal my energy? A bunch of bats want to find me? It's been 800,000 years. I've eaten all the shrimp soldiers and crab generals in the West Sea Dragon Palace. We can finally go out. A terrifying voice came from the fog. Squeak, 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 squeak. Suddenly, a group of bats seemed to have discovered this place and rushed over to check. Whoosh! The fog turned and shrouded the group of bats. Bang, bang, bang. The group of bats seemed to be dead and fell to the ground quickly. When they fell to the ground, they turned into a pile of black gas and disappeared. The fog ignored the surrounding bats. Instead, it slowly followed Gu Hai's group, drifting towards the Dragon Gate. Chapter 751. In the Dragon's Gate area, the four struggled to walk to a large river in the center of the mountain range. They could not use their magic power and could only rely on their physical bodies. Layers of white fog surrounded the river. Only by crossing the river could they see what was inside. This water is so murky and strange, Chongming said, raising his eyebrows. This is the weak water, where goose feathers don't float. Even ordinary fish can't survive here. Even ordinary fish will not be able to use their strength in it. Ao Shun said with a bitter smile. A huge waterfall seemed to be falling from the sky. Everyone looked up and saw that the waterfall was 3 kilometers tall. There was a huge arch door at the top of the waterfall. There was a white ball of light above the arch door. That is the Dragon's Gate. Doubt flashed in Shangwan Hen's eyes. That's right. The Dragon's Gate has stopped countless dragons. That white ball of light contains the divinity of the Western Sea Dragon God. Perhaps there is already a dragon god there. As long as we jump over the Dragon's Gate, we can enter. Unfortunately, it is too hard to jump. Ao Shun said with a bitter smile. Let me try. Chongming jumped. Boom! Immediately, Chongming shot up into the sky like a sharp arrow. However, he only jumped up 1,000 feet. Bang! Chongming suddenly fell, splashing water everywhere. Not good. Not good. I can't float up. Chongming suddenly shouted. Ao Shun suddenly turned into a huge black dragon and swam to the front, dragging Chongming back. When they reached the shore, Chongming said blankly, "This weak water river is very deep. However, the water is the most oppressing thing. When I jumped, the water dragged me down and prevented me from jumping high. Why don't you try again?" Ao Shun said with a smile. Bang! Chongming dodged the weak water and jumped again. He could only jump 120 meters before falling. The water could not float, so Chongming slowly walked back to the shore. I can't jump up. My body is too heavy. I can only jump this high. Dragon's Gate? Your dragon race's inheritance is really harsh. Chongming said with a bitter smile. Yeah, I'll try too. Ao Shun frowned and nodded. Ao Shun took a step forward and leaped into the air. However, he only managed to jump 500 feet before he fell back down. Bang! The weak water splashed everywhere, but nothing was found. Ao Shun smiled bitterly. Let me try. Shangwan Hen shouted. Bang! Shangwan Hen leaped into the air, but when he reached the height of 200 feet, he lost all his strength and fell to the ground. It still won't work. Dragon Gate? Sure enough, it's not that easy to jump. Shangwan Hen smiled bitterly. Is there no other way? Chongming asked blankly. Not far away, there was a cloud of fog hiding in the ordinary white fog, staring at the people jumping in the distance. Ha, jump? Who can jump up there? Aside from the Western Sea Dragon King, no other dragon can go up there. This place is restricted by the dragon ancestor. You want to go up? Dream on. A cold laugh came from the cloud of fog. Just as the cloud of fog disdainfully jumped. Boom! There was a loud sound, and the water under Gu Hai's feet exploded. Then, Gu Hai shot into the air like a cannonball. Your Majesty? Everyone looked at Gu Hai in shock. However, Gu Hai's height surpassed Chongming's 120 meters, Shangwan Hen's 200 meters, and Ao Shun's 1,500 meters. He kept going higher and higher. 800 meters, 900 meters, 1,000 meters. He crossed the Dragon's Gate. Chongming exclaimed in shock. His Majesty crossed the Dragon's Gate in one jump? Impossible. The cloud of fog in the distance was stunned. Gu Hai had jumped over the Dragon's Gate and was about to come into contact with the white halo. Wait, His Majesty didn't slow down? Shangwan Hen exclaimed in shock. He didn't slow down? Everyone was surprised. As expected, Gu Hai didn't slow down. At 11,000 meters, he was still flying. 13,000 meters, 15,000 meters, 18,000 meters. Only when Gu Hai reached 1,800 meters did he stop flying and stop in the air. Ao Shun. The cloud of fog. Shangwan Hen was speechless. Chongming. Slowly, Gu Hai fell from a height of 1,800 feet, slowly falling into the white sphere of light. His Majesty's physical body is that strong? Chongming exclaimed in shock. Chongming understood from the previous high jump that one had to rely on one's physical body. Every 10 feet was extremely difficult. However, His Majesty had jumped 18,000 meters in one jump, and he had even jumped in water. Not only did the water not have any buoyancy, it would even drag him down. Even so, His Majesty had already surpassed the Dragon's Gate by so much. Ancient Emperor? Ao Shun's eyelids were twitching wildly. In the past, he had heard from his father that while Gu Hai's cultivation speed was fast, his foundations were extremely solid. In his memory, the only one who could compare was Long Zhonghua. Back then, he didn't think much of it. But now, His Majesty was only in the Sky Palace, right? He was actually in the Sky Palace? I got it. Shangwan Hen's eyes lit up. However, he saw Gu Hai reach out and grab that white sphere of light. He could bring the West Sea Dragon God down? Who? However, Gu Hai grabbed nothing when he was high up in the sky. What's wrong? Everyone was confused. Who? Gu Hai fell. Boom. He landed in the river and splashed the water in all directions. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Chong Ming asked curiously. I can't touch anything. Gu Hai frowned. You can't touch it? Shangwan Hen looked at Ao Shun in confusion. Ao Shun smiled bitterly. It seems like only the Dragon Tribe can touch it. In the past, the Dragon Tribe had to rely on their own abilities to gain the Dragon God's recognition. Then what should we do? You can't jump up. Shangwan Hen said worriedly. I'll throw you up, Gu Hai said after some thought. Everyone's expression froze. Throw him up? Did he have that much strength? If it was anyone else, they wouldn't even think about it. How could they throw him up when he was so high up? Not only were they restricted, but everything seemed 1,000,000 times heavier. Ancient Emperor, are you joking? Ao Shun said blankly. Come on, stop nagging. Takashi Ryushin and Sakura are about to enter. Gu Hai shouted. All right. Ao Shun nodded with a conflicted expression. However, Gu Hai reached out and lifted Ao Shun. Ao Shun's expression froze. Was he the first Dragon Tribe member to be thrown up the Dragon Gate in history? If his ancestors knew about this, what would they think? Was the Dragon Gate for throwing? Go! Gu Hai shouted. Boom! Ao Shun was thrown up like a cannonball into the sky. 2,000 zhong, 5,000 zhong, 8,000 zhong, 10,000 zhong. He went up. Chong Ming exclaimed. The fog not far away was silent. Where did this freak come from? Throwing a Dragon Tribe member up the Dragon Gate? Was this a joke? Ao Shun was still conflicted as he flew. When he reached the Dragon Gate, he was no longer conflicted as he was already close to the ball of white light. Wong. With a grab, Ao Shun was thrown into the air. Whoosh. Pong. He fell from the sky into the river, splashing water everywhere. What's going on? Gu Hai asked with a frown. The Dragon Gate seems to be able to check me. If I didn't jump up personally, I wouldn't be able to touch the Dragon God of the West Sea. However, I saw it clearly just now. It really is the Dragon God, and he has been successfully nurtured. Ao Shun said anxiously. Then what should we do? You can't jump up yourself. Shangwan Hen said worriedly. Those people outside should be breaking through soon. Chong Ming said anxiously. Let me try again. Ao Shun was also very anxious. Wait, Gu Hai shouted. What's wrong? Ao Shun asked doubtfully. When I saw you saving Chong Ming for the first time, you could swim in the weak water. Gu Hai asked doubtfully. Yes. Ao Shun said doubtfully. Then why don't you hit the water and swim upstream? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. Swim along the waterfall? How do you swim? The waterfalls. No. The speed at which you hit the water is faster than the speed at which the weak water falls. You can hit the water, you can borrow it, and you can keep borrowing it. Gu Hai said solemnly. Hit the water faster than the weak water falling? But my dragon body is too big and long. It's a little difficult. I'll try using a human body. Maybe. Ao Shun said worriedly. I'll give you another 9 mysterious skill pill. You could try turning into a carp. I remember that carps have great strength to hit the water. Try it. Gu Hai said. Carps jumping over the Dragon Gate. Gu Hai had heard of this before on Earth. Could it be that the Dragon Gate on Earth was also like this? That's right. Carps have a strong tail in addition to a round body. Maybe it really works. Shangwan Hen's eyes lit up. Gu Hai took out another golden pill and gave it to Ao Shun. Ao Shun nodded and swallowed it. Shangguan and Chongming were also curious. Did the 8-9 mysterious skill pill really have that magical effect? They saw A.O. Shun swallowing the golden pill and thinking of the carp in his heart. Bang! In an instant, A.O. Shun's body turned into a huge black carp. His tail flapped in the water, and suddenly the water splashed everywhere. He really changed? Chongming suddenly opened his eyes wide. 8-9 mysterious skill? It's really mysterious. Shangguan eyes flashed with expectation. Sprint in the distance, then jump along the waterfall. Guhai commanded. The black carp immediately swam downstream of the Roashui River and began to accelerate from a long distance away. Whoosh! The carp was like a sharp arrow. It was getting faster and faster and rushed straight to the waterfall. When it reached the bottom of the waterfall, its huge tail slapped hard. Boom! Like a cannonball, it shot up into the sky and reached a height of 6,000 feet. It was 100 feet higher than A.O. Shun's previous jump. At 6,000 feet, the carp's tail slapped the waterfall. Pa! Suddenly, the carp jumped another 10 feet. It's working. Shangguan eyes lit up. Pa 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 pa. The carp swung its tail crazily and slapped the waterfall again and again. Its speed was extremely fast, and its body was getting higher and higher. Soon, it reached a height of 9,000 feet. At this point, the Dragon Gate could be seen clearly. A.O. Shun was so excited that its tail swung faster and faster. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, it reached the bottom of the Dragon Gate. Go! Boom! With one last slap, the black carp leaped up the Dragon Gate and landed on the huge white halo. Boom! After the carp jumped over the Dragon Gate, it turned into a huge dragon and entered the white halo. It entered just like that. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, 2 dragon roars came from the white halo. One was A.O. Shun's roar, and the other was probably the West Sea Dragon God's roar. Chapter 752. A.O. Shun transformed into a carp and jumped over the Dragon Gate. He entered the white ball of light and began to accept the West Sea Dragon God's inheritance. Guhai heaved a sigh of relief. He turned to look at the loud noises coming from the distant sky. The noises were getting louder. It meant that Takashi Ryushin and Sakura were destroying more and more violently. Your Majesty, there are cracks in the sky. The West Sea Dragon Palace's enchantment is about to be broken. Shangguan frowned. Chongming also showed a hint of worry. At the same time, a ball of fog not far away stared at A.O. Shun as he accepted the inheritance. How is that possible? Transformed into a carp jumping over the Dragon Gate? That's so troublesome. That strand of divinity has been accumulating for 800,000 years. I was going to take it. Humph, forget it. I'll snatch it back later. The fog was gloomy. Then 2 eyes appeared in the fog. They suddenly stared at Guhai and the other 2. 3 of you? Possess one and eat the other 2. It's better than those rotten shrimps and crabs. Among the 3 of you, the Emperor in black? Humph, it's him. His body is strong. If I possess him, my strength will be strong too. The eyes in the fog glowed coldly. After the fog made up its mind, it moved its body slightly. Bam! Suddenly, the fog around the Roashui River surged and quickly shrouded the 3 of them. Something's wrong. Be careful. Guhai's face darkened. Swish! Suddenly, a blue light shot toward Guhai. It was so fast that it arrived in front of Guhai in the blink of an eye. Your Majesty, be careful. Chongming's face changed. Bam! Guhai's body swayed, and he dodged it. What's that? Guhai's face darkened. Ha, you dodged it? What a fast movement technique. Roar! The blue light wrapped in the fog rushed toward Guhai again. Guhai reached out and slashed with the life extinguisher saber. Boom! Suddenly, the saber was drawn, and a huge saber aura suddenly appeared and slashed at the blue light. However, the blue light seemed to be illusory. Even if it was slashed, it did not touch. In an instant, it arrived in front of Guhai. Bastard! Guhai's expression turned cold as he punched out. Boom! The punch hit nothing. The blue light seemed to be illusory as it instantly engulfed Gu Hai's punch. It stuck close to Gu Hai's body and merged into it. "Your Majesty." Chong Ming's expression changed as he rushed over. However, Gu Hai waved his hand and stopped everyone. His mind sank into his body. This was because Gu Hai had heard a wild laughter coming from within his body. "Keek, keek, keek, good physical body, good physical body. This foundation is even better than the West Sea Dragon King's." "Ha ha ha ha." Long Guang laughed. It went straight for Gu Hai's brain. "How dare you? The fire god, water god, wood god, earth god, metal god, and even the spiritual Mother Supreme being attacked at the same time." However, they could not touch it at all. It was like a ray of light. The fire god was the closest. He could vaguely see the shape of a book in the blue light. The book had eyes, a nose, and a mouth. Its body was surrounded by a transparent blue light energy. It was very strange. There are words on the book. "Earthly soul." The fire god was slightly stunned. "Earthly soul." Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. Chong Ming had sent countless bats to look for the earthly soul. They had been here for a long time, but there was no news. Did the earthly soul come here on its own? He wanted to absorb energy for his own use. But the earthly soul came here on its own and went to the earthly soul in a sky palace? Gu Hai felt that this was ridiculous. Was the earthly soul crazy? Did it come here on its own to give away its energy? At this moment, Gu Hai's initial attempt to stop them slowly came to a stop. He stopped trying to stop it. "Keek, keek. Wait till I refine your earthly soul and occupy the sky palace. Then, I will slowly refine your earthly soul and heavenly soul. When everything is refined, you will be my puppet." "Ha ha!" The earthly soul roared excitedly. Whoosh! In an instant, the earthly soul stepped into Gu Hai's Naiwan Palace. The Naiwan Palace had opened up to 2 levels. On the first level, there was a palace that was 100 feet tall. No earthly soul could be seen inside. However, when the earthly soul saw Gu Hai's lower sky palace, the earthly soul was shocked. "Are my eyes playing tricks on me? 100 feet lower sky palace? Is this the perfection stage? Did I pick up a treasure? Perfection stage. Ha ha ha, what a strong foundation. I thought I could only make the middle sky palace reach perfection. Who would have thought that this body would give me such a big surprise? Ha ha." The earthly soul was excited. Whoosh! The earthly soul passed through the lower sky palace and rushed to the middle sky palace. The moment he entered the earthly soul. Another palace that was 1,000 feet tall? Is this the middle sky palace? The earthly soul was in the middle sky palace. He was a blue transparent ball that was 50 feet tall. However, at the entrance of the middle sky palace, a 64 feet tall earthly soul was standing. Gu Hai's earthly soul looked at the earthly soul from above. The earthly soul's eyes were wide open as if he was stunned. He thought that no matter how big Gu Hai's earthly soul was, it would only be 1 foot tall. However, the earthly soul in front of him was 64 feet tall. Taller than him? You, aren't you in the middle sky palace? The first level of the middle sky palace? Why is your earthly soul so big? The earthly soul looked at Gu Hai's earthly soul in shock. Gu Hai's earthly soul looked at the earthly soul with surprise in his eyes. If I'm not wrong, other than the earthly soul book in the center of your body, the blue light on the surface of your body is all energy, right? The accumulation of 800,000 years of energy has condensed into a form? Whoosh! The earthly soul took a step back because he saw his own excited and greedy gaze from before in Gu Hai's earthly soul's eyes. What the hell? What the hell? Such a big, earthly soul? You've only opened the middle sky palace for 2 days. How can it be so big? How am I supposed to eat it? No, it's a good thing that it's so big. It saved me a lot of trouble. So what if it's big? I'll still eat it. The spherical earthly soul's eyes were ferocious. Boom! Immediately, the earthly soul rushed towards Gu Hai's earthly soul. He suddenly opened his mouth, and his body swelled up. His mouth became bigger and bigger, and in the blink of an eye, it was 100 feet wide. It was as if he was going to swallow Gu Hai's earthly soul completely. Keek, keek, come merge with me. I will refine you properly. After the shock, it turned into intense excitement and tried to swallow Guhai's earthly soul. A huge threat rushed straight towards Guhai's earthly soul. Guhai's earthly soul was not afraid. Instead, his expression changed slightly. In the past, the earthly immortal ancestor, Zhen Yuanzi, was an expert who specialized in cultivating the earthly soul. I once asked him for advice on the earthly soul's cultivation method. Although I didn't learn much, I learned the heaven and earth sleeve. Although my physical body is not suitable to use it, my soul is fine. Give it a try. However, he saw Guhai's earthly soul flick his sleeve. Whoosh! The sleeve condensed by Guhai's earthly soul seemed to produce a huge suction force. At the same time, the sleeve suddenly expanded. The earthly soul's mouth opened to 100 feet wide. Guhai's right sleeve expanded to 500 feet in an instant. Then he saw an even bigger, bloody mouth try to swallow the gnome. The earthly soul was dumbfounded. Evildoer, evildoer, save me. The earthly soul screamed in fear, and his figure quickly fled outside. Boom! The sleeve shrunk, and in one bite, 1,000th of the blue light on the earthly soul's body was bitten off. How can this be? How can this be? How can there be such a perverse earthly soul's cultivation method in the first layer of the middle heavenly palace? If I didn't run fast enough, I would have been eaten by you. The earthly soul was so frightened that he was about to cry. He thought it was a fat pig that wanted to take a bite out of him. Who would have thought that just as he opened his mouth, it turned into a fierce tiger that wanted to eat him instead? I'm not eating anymore. I'm not eating anymore. The earthly soul turned around and fled in the direction he came from. So I don't go. That was the first time I used the heaven and earth sleeve. I didn't use it well. Do it again, don't go. Guhai's earthly soul shouted. First time? Didn't use it well? Are you trying to scare me to death? Huff. In an instant, the earthly soul ran into the lower heavenly palace. Quang. The doors of the lower heavenly palace opened, and Guhai's earthly soul walked out. The earthly soul was 490 feet tall, and it immediately blocked the earthly soul's path. Scram, or I'll eat you. I can definitely suppress the earthly soul. The earthly soul roared. Earthly soul, since you're here, don't leave. The earthly soul said in a deep voice. I'll eat you. The earthly soul suddenly opened his mouth again. This time, the earthly soul wasn't afraid because he knew that the heaven and earth sleeve could only be used by the earthly soul. The earthly soul was the divinity of cultivation and couldn't do it. Roar! Just as he was about to swallow Guhai's earthly soul, he saw Guhai's earthly soul flip his hand and take out a book. Earthly soul book? Why do you have it? The earthly soul shouted in shock. The earthly soul book instantly released a dazzling golden light. Boom! The earthly soul's mouth was blown askew. At the same time, his body flew backward and returned to the first layer of the middle heavenly palace. Why did I return? The earthly soul was so frightened that he was about to cry. He couldn't leave? The way back was blocked by Guhai's earthly soul with the earthly soul book. Guhai's earthly soul also had the heaven and earth sleeve technique. Was he done for today? Heaven and earth sleeve. Guhai's earthly soul swung his sleeve again. Why am I so unlucky? The earthly soul roared in grief and indignation. He had waited for 800,000 years for an opportunity. Why did he encounter such a monster? The mouth of the heaven and earth sleeve opened again. The earthly soul revealed a look of despair. 800,000 years of loneliness and resentment suddenly erupted. Come on, come on. I've saved up 800,000 years of energy just to make a wedding dress for you. Dream on. Even if I have to sacrifice my main body, I won't give it to you. Explode. The earthly soul roared in grief and indignation. Boom. The earthly soul self-detonated. The huge explosion sent Guhai's earthly soul flying. At the same time, his right sleeve also exploded. A powerful airflow exploded. Rolling blue light instantly shot out through Guhai's body. Not good. Guhai's expression changed. The earthly soul couldn't escape, but his energy could be released. Energy and divinity were formless and had no form. This was also the reason why Guhai's previous attacks couldn't touch it. Now, with the energy leaking out, Guhai couldn't do anything about it. In Guhai's Zhongtian Palace, there was only that book, Earthly Soul. The energy shot out of Guhai's body, but it carried the Earthly Soul's consciousness. Keek, I'm out. Unfortunately, only a part of my consciousness came out. Without my main body, it will dissipate soon. I need to find an Earthly Soul as soon as possible. I need an Earthly Soul to possess. Countless energy wrapped around that part of consciousness anxiously. It didn't dare to provoke Guhai anymore. Chongming was standing beside him. Offer up your Earthly Soul. I don't believe that you also know the universe in the sleeve. You also have the Mortal Soul book. With a rumbling sound, that part of consciousness, wrapped in boundless energy, rushed into Chongming's body. Chongming's expression changed. Wong, a pearl in his body, suddenly released a dazzling black light. No, Chaos Pearl? F*CKU? Why do you have a Chaos Pearl? If my main body was still here, would I still be afraid of you? TSS. Chongming's body let out a scream and the sound of something being annihilated. Chongming's body suddenly released a golden light. It was the Chaos Pearl that destroyed that part of consciousness and helped Chongming refine that surge of energy. Your Majesty, are you all right? Shangwan Hen asked worriedly. I'm fine. Guhai shook his head and looked at Chongming. Chongming, how are you? Guhai asked worriedly. Your Majesty, I'm fine. That part of consciousness was destroyed by the Chaos Pearl. Then the Chaos Pearl absorbed all the energy into my Earthly Soul. Your Majesty, I haven't finished refining the Chaos Pearl. I can't extract this surging energy for your Majesty. Chongming said anxiously. Ha. Since it's in your body, you should absorb it well. This energy should be able to help you reach the Heavenly Palace. Guhai said with a smile. Yes, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Chongming nodded and sat down cross-legged to absorb this huge amount of energy. In Guhai's body, the heaven and earth in the sleeve tore off 1,000th of the energy. 1,000th was equivalent to the energy that an extremely talented person had accumulated for 800 years. If it was anyone else, they would have reached the Heavenly Palace. However, this 1,000th was only enough to fill the gaps between Guhai's teeth. Guhai's Earthly Soul was too big. The first level of the Heavenly Palace was still the first level of the Heavenly Palace. It didn't even rise by one level. However, the Earthly Soul picked up the book on the ground. Earthly Soul? No. Under the two words Earthly Soul, there was a small word book faintly discernible. Earthly Soul book? Just as Guhai was looking at the Earthly Soul book in amazement. Boom! There was a huge explosion in the sky. Your Majesty, the enchantment is broken. Shangwan Hen's expression changed. Guhai, Ao Shun, get out here. Ao Shung's roar came from the sky. Chapter 753. Boom! The enchantment of the West Sea Dragon Palace was shattered by Sakura and Takashi Ryushin. This time, the enchantment didn't recover. Furthermore, along with the shattering, the crack was still gradually getting bigger. Rumble! Rolling seawater instantly poured into the Dragon Palace from the West Sea. The West Sea seemed to be leaking, forming a super huge whirlpool on the surface of the sea as it spun towards the center. Squeak, 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 squeak. Countless bats in the surroundings instantly dodged in panic. Takashi Ryushin and Sakura were on guard against each other, but in the end, they stepped into the West Sea Dragon Palace together. Rumble! The subordinates of both parties followed in. Guhai, Ao Shun, scram out. Ao Shun shouted coldly. Takashi Ryushin and Sakura didn't shout, but looked around coldly. The West Sea Dragon Palace was too big after all. There were countless pavilions, corals, mountains, and rivers. At a glance, there were novelties everywhere, but they didn't know where to find what they were looking for. There were only billions of bats that were flying around. Dragon God, Sakura's expression suddenly changed. Boom! In an instant, Sakura flew towards the Dragon Gate. After all, Sakura was also a dragon and had condensed his own Dragon God. If his dragon god swallowed the West Sea Dragon God, then his dragon god would be even more powerful. Swish! The dragon gate wasn't far. Very soon, Sakura arrived. You guys are really here? Sakura's expression sunk. But where's Ao-shun? He raised his head and looked at the white light ball above the dragon gate. Sakura had a bad premonition. Sakura took a step and landed in the dragon gate area. Huff! His magic power dissipated and his body suddenly became 1,000,000 times heavier. At this moment, Sakura didn't have the time to investigate Guhai and the rest. He ran to the side of Ruo Shui River and stomped his feet. Boom! Sakura was like a cannonball as he shot towards the white light ball above the dragon gate. Not good. Shangwan Hen's expression changed, because Sakura's speed was actually more or less the same as Guhai's. With this kick, he was actually about to reach the dragon gate. Sakura revealed a sinister expression, and he was worried that Ao-shun would seize the West Sea Dragon God. At this moment, he was thinking of thousands of methods to force Ao-shun to hand over the West Sea Dragon God. With his methods, Ao-shun would definitely not be able to defeat him. Just as he was about to reach the dragon gate, bang! All of a sudden, a black shadow shot straight over. The speed was extremely fast, bringing along a sharp aura which made Dishur Tion's face sink as he turned his head to look. However, he saw a huge rock shoot in front of him like an arrow. Bastard! Dishur Tion's face turned cold as he slapped his palm over. Boom! Instantly, the huge rock was smashed into pieces by Dishur Tion. However, the trajectory of Sakura's flight was deviated by this huge rock, and he instantly fell in another direction. Dishur Tion's face turned cold. Guhai, it's you? The huge rock just now was thrown by Guhai. Bang! Dishur Tion landed on the ground. Guhai looked at Dishur Tion coldly. Dishur Tion, you can go and look for other things in the West Sea Dragon Palace. The dragon gate has already been taken over by me. Taken over? What big tone? It has been a long time since someone dared to speak to me like this. Guhai, do you want to die? Dishur Tion said coldly. You seem to want to continue jumping. You could try. Next time, it won't be a rock. Guhai said coldly. Dishur Tion's face turned cold. Ignorant thing. Since you are courting death, I shall send you on your way. Dishur Tion said coldly. While speaking, his body suddenly turned into a black arrow and shot over from afar. The black arrow was too fast, so fast that Shangwan Hen couldn't intercept it in time. Who was Dishur Tion? His strength was on par with Takashi Ryushin. He was the division leader of the mystical mountains' sacred ground, the demigods and semi-devils. He was equivalent to the existence of an imperial dynasty's great emperor. Was it very difficult to kill a rising star? Swish! In this place where every step was difficult, Sakura's speed was extraordinarily fast. He arrived at Guhai in an instant and sent out a punch. It was as though he wanted to shatter Guhai with one punch. Guhai's face turned cold. He took a step forward with his left leg and arched his right leg. He threw a punch forward. Boom! When the two fists collided, the solid black stone ground under their feet instantly shattered into countless rocks. The rocks flew in all directions and instantly shot countless huge holes in the surrounding stone forest. It was a head-on collision. Guhai stood at his original spot, while Dishur Tion paused for a moment. You? Dishur Tion's face sank. This is a competition of physical body. My cultivation is not as good as yours, but your physical body is not as good as mine. Guhai said coldly. I am practicing the absolute fiend Dao. How can I not be as good as yours? Dishur Tion stared and attacked Guhai again. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of collisions, rocks flew in all directions. Even Shangwan Hen couldn't take it anymore and retreated with Chong Ming, who was in the midst of cultivation. Boom! Dishur Tion took another step back and stared at Guhai, who didn't take a step back. I said, I will take over the Dragon Gate. Guhai said coldly. Not only did Dishur Tion not retreat, his eyes flashed with battle intent. Once I admit that I am right, I will not back down. I have never backed down before. The absolute fiend heart cannot back down. Again, Dishur Tion roared with a sinister expression. Rumble. The two of them started to fight again. The sound of battle resounded in all directions. All the people who were searching in all directions were suddenly attracted over. West Sea Dragon God. Ao Shung's eyes lit up. Swish! Ao Shung instantly shot towards the dragon gate. Stop him! Gu Hai shouted coldly when he was fighting Di Shi Tian. Yes! Shangwan Hen immediately rushed up. Umph! You dare to be distracted when fighting with me. Di Shi Tian snorted and punched Gu Hai's chest. Dong! However, Gu Hai's chest was like an iron wall. It was actually hard, causing Di Shi Tian's punch to fail. Di Shi Tian, in the Dragon Gate, you are not my opponent. Get lost! Gu Hai shouted. Boom! Di Shi Tian was instantly blasted away. Ah! I will beat you up in the Dragon Gate. Di Shi Tian didn't give in at all. Boom, boom, boom! The two of them started to fight again. On the other side, Ao Shung was about to rush towards the Dragon Gate. Shangwan Hen instantly blocked in front of him. A huge tortoise shell in his hand slammed towards Ao Shung. Haha, stinky tortoise, you want to stop me too? Last time, you couldn't even beat that monkey. You are really courting death. Ao Shung slashed with his sword. Boom! Shangwan Hen instantly flew out. The long sword and tortoise shield shattered at the same time. Ignorant. Ao Shung immediately wanted to continue to rush forward. However, Shangwan Hen once again stepped forward to stop Ao Shung. With me here, don't even think of walking over, Shangwan Hen said with hatred. Boom! Ao Shung instantly punched again. In this place, it was all about the physical body. Although Shangwan Hen's movements were slow, his physical body was still considered strong. Boom, boom, boom. After being beaten back repeatedly by Ao Shung, Shangwan Hen was covered in blood, but he was still unyielding. What a troublesome thing. Stinky tortoise, if you want to die, you should have said so earlier. If we were not in the Dragon Gate area, you would have been killed by me. Roar! Ao Shung immediately turned into a huge black dragon. He swung his tail towards Shangwan Hen. Shangwan Hen's expression changed, and he immediately turned into a huge black tortoise. Boom! The dragon's tail slammed onto Shangwan Hen's tortoise shell. Again, Shangwan Hen spat out a mouthful of blood and roared. Roar! The black dragon stretched out his body and immediately wrapped around the black tortoise. At this moment, both of them had lost their cultivation. It was best to turn into their original forms in terms of physical strength. For a moment, the two ferocious beasts were entangled. They were torn apart. The surrounding mountain rocks were in a mess from the collision. Gradually, the black dragon wrapped around the black tortoise, making it unable to move. Supreme Xuanwu? Ha, you are just SOSO. Watch me bite your head. The black dragon revealed a ferocious expression and bit towards the black tortoise's head. At this moment, the black tortoise's entire body was entangled, and it could not move at all. It was extremely anxious and tried to retract its head, but it was firmly held by a dragon claw. The tortoise's body was hard, and ordinary swords and sabers could not pierce through it. However, the dragon's teeth were sharp, and it seemed like they would pierce through the black tortoise's head in an instant. Roar! The black dragon bit over. Shangwan Hen could no longer fight back. Suddenly, a black ball collided with the dragon tooth with a loud bang. Boom! The dragon's teeth instantly shattered. Roar! The black dragon roared in pain. Not only that, but the black ball also hit the dragon's head, causing it to bleed. Xuanwu immediately dodged. It's you, Stinky Bat? The black dragon looked ferociously at Chong Ming, who had woken up not far away, with a mouth full of blood. Thank you, Lord Chong, Shangwan Hen said with a lingering fear. You are too polite, Supreme Shangwan. Leave the rest to me, Chong Ming said with a smile. Leave it to you? Roar, you are courting death. The black dragon suddenly swung its tail at Chong Ming. Be careful, Lord Chong. Shangwan Hen's expression changed. The huge tail swung down, but Chong Ming was not afraid. He suddenly stretched out his hands and hugged the dragon's tail. Boom! The dragon's tail was hugged. Shangwan Hen and Ao Shung were both stunned. Aren't you only at the peak of the Middle Celestial Palace? Ao Shang said in surprise. Just now, I have already broken through to the upper celestial palace. Chong Ming said with a cold smile. Buzz. A trace of blue light appeared on Chong Ming's body. It suddenly increased Chong Ming's strength by 1 point. Breaking through to the upper celestial palace? No, you have at least reached the 3rd level of the celestial palace. Earth Spirit? You absorbed all the energy of the Earth Spirit. 800,000 years of energy? Chong Ming's expression changed. That's right, too much energy. I only used 1/10 of it to break through to the upper celestial palace. The rest was used to refine energy into qi to help me break through to the upper celestial palace. Rise, Chong Ming roared. He suddenly exerted force, and the huge black dragon was instantly thrown up. Just as the black dragon was about to be smashed to the ground, the black dragon suddenly twisted its body and escaped. Roar! Rumble! The black dragon landed and ferociously crashed toward Chong Ming. Chong Ming's expression was ferocious as he brazenly punched. Hong! The man and the dragon both retreated 10 zhong before stopping. Refined energy into qi? Chong Ming is actually on par with Ao Sheng now. Shang Wanhen's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. The battle between Chong Ming and Ao Sheng started. Shang Wanhen smiled bitterly. It seemed that he couldn't intervene at all. Slowly, Shang Wanhen retreated to one side. It's enough for Chong Ming to block Ao Sheng. On the other side, Gu Hai and Sakura were also locked in battle. At this moment, Takashi Ryushin was looking at the center of the battlefield from the outside, but his eyes were slightly narrowed. Just entered the middle celestial palace? Gu Hai's physical body is actually stronger than Sakura's? To be valued by Long Zhonghua. He is indeed not an ordinary person. Dahan and Dao borders are connected. In the future battles, it will be essential. Today, I will make you stay. Takashi Ryushin's eyes turned cold. Bang! Takashi Ryushin instantly stepped into the land of the Dragon Gate. Like a sharp arrow, he rushed toward Gu Hai, who was in the center of the battlefield. Gu Hai was in a deadlock with Sakura. Their palms were facing each other, and it seemed that he was firmly suppressing Sakura. However, Gu Hai's back was wide open at this moment. Takashi Ryushin was about to approach in a flash. He was holding a long sword in his hand, as if he wanted to pierce Gu Hai's back. Your Majesty! Shang Wanhen was close by, and his face changed. Without thinking, the huge black tortoise jumped. Whoosh! The sword pierced through the black tortoise in an instant. Chapter 754. A large hole appeared in the enchantment of the West Sea Dragon Palace. The endless water of the West Sea gushed in. For a moment, the West Sea Dragon Palace was raining heavily. Leaning against the hole, the buildings were submerged by the flood. In the land of the Dragon Gate, a large amount of rain sprayed from the sky, and the ground was already submerged. A large number of Great Wu officials and dragons gathered outside. After all, they didn't dare to approach the inside. Gu Hai fought Di Shirtion. At this moment, they were fighting in the Dauntless Realm. The two of them exchanged palms, and Gu Hai suppressed Di Shirtion. Your body? How did you cultivate? Di Shirtion stared in disbelief. Di Shirtion, you should retreat, Gu Hai said with a ferocious expression. Just as the two of them were in a stalemate, a cold air suddenly shot from Gu Hai's back. Your Majesty, Shang Wanhen exclaimed. Without hesitation, he immediately blocked Gu Hai with the back of the turtle shell. The black turtle's defense was extremely strong. Previously, Ao Sheng couldn't break it no matter how hard he tried. However, Takashi Ryushin's sword was too powerful. Whoosh! The sword pierced through the black turtle in an instant. But how could it be? Shang Wanhen spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was full of disbelief. Boom! The long sword pierced through the black turtle, and its speed didn't decrease as it suddenly stabbed towards Gu Hai. Your Majesty! Shang Wanhen roared. Boom! The turtle body rotated and instantly crashed into Gu Hai. Gu Hai's expression changed. Boom! Suddenly, he pushed Di Shirtion away with a palm. He dodged the sword. Rid of my business. Takashi Ryushin shouted angrily, and the long sword in his hand trembled. Boom! No! Guhai and Chongming's expressions suddenly changed. Deshertion's eyes were also full of shock. However, he saw Shangwan Hen's body explode. It instantly turned into countless fragments. Guhai immediately stepped forward and hugged Shangwan Hen's head. Shangwan Zun Zun! Chongming exclaimed from afar. Whoosh! The gigantic Xian beast transformed into a human head. He seemed to still be breathing. Your Majesty, I can't bear to see the power of the Dahan anymore. Please take good care of those Xuan Wu for me, Your Majesty. Many thanks for Your Majesty's appreciation over the years. Shangwan Hen has no regrets. After finishing the last sentence, Shanghai Hen's head seemed to close its eyes. Looking back at the past, Guhai felt sad for a while. As long as I don't allow you to die, you won't die. Guhai's eyes narrowed. Sakura looked at Takashi Ryushin, and a trace of disdain flashed past his eyes. Takashi Ryushin, what a sneak attack from behind. As expected, you are a cold-blooded person who is only interested in this kind of treacherous tricks. Takashi Ryushin snorted and ignored him. He didn't care about Guhai's words. As long as I don't allow you to die, you won't die. He thought that Guhai and Shangwan Hen had a close relationship. But the next moment, he saw Guhai reach out and take out a huge bucket. In the bucket, Guhai poured a 9-colored liquid into it. He couldn't see what it was, but it was extremely strange. Guhai put Shangwan Hen's head into it. Buzz! Shangwan Hen's eyes that were about to close suddenly opened again. What? He didn't die? Sakura's face sank. Shangwan Hen's head is all that's left? Why are there so many meridians and blood vessels under his head? Bones popped out again? Muscle filaments? This is... Countless dragons in the outside world exclaimed. What kind of liquid is that? It's helping Shangwan Hen to rebuild his body? Someone exclaimed. What? Your Majesty, Shangwan Hen said in shock. Rest well and rebuild your body. I said, as long as I don't allow you to die, you won't die. Now, watch how I take revenge for you. Guhai looked at Takashi Ryushin coldly. His eyes were full of anger. Takashi Ryushin's face sank. What's in this bucket? Only a head is left. How can it be repaired? Sakura was also shocked. What was in the bucket was naturally the heaven-replenishing power to rebuild Shangwan Hen's body. However, Guhai naturally wouldn't tell the two of them. Sakura, stubborn. I have already given you face. Guhai's face turned cold. What did you say? Sakura's face sank. And you, Takashi Ryushin, I originally didn't want to fight with you for Long Zhongguo's face. However, you want to kill me today? He even almost killed the Emperor's sovereign beast? Since that's the case, I will help Long Zhongguo to discipline this unfilial son. Guhai shouted coldly. With a cold shout, Guhai suddenly stepped on the ground and turned into a sharp arrow, charging towards Takashi Ryushin. You're courting death. Takashi Ryushin's face turned cold. He stretched out his hand and slashed towards Guhai with his sword. Without his magical power, Takashi Ryushin's strength was also extremely great. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to pierce through the black tortoise's shell and explode the black tortoise with his sword. He slashed towards Guhai, but Guhai didn't dodge. He stretched out his hand and grabbed. Using your physical body to receive my divine sword? You're courting death. Takashi Ryushin's face turned cold. He increased the strength of his sword and slashed towards Guhai's palm. Guhai's palm also turned into the color of bones. Boom! The palm and sword collided, but the palm that everyone expected didn't appear. Guhai's right palm was actually harder than the black tortoise's shell. Guhai held Takashi Ryushin's divine sword in his palm, making it unable to move. This palm is for Shangwan Hen. Guhai's face turned sinister. He roared and threw out his left palm. The speed was too fast, and the strength was too great. It went straight for Takashi Ryushin's mouth. Takashi Ryushin's face changed. He pulled out his sword to block, but the sword seemed to be rooted in Guhai's palm and couldn't move. In a hurry, he could only use his other hand to block Guhai's left palm. Boom! Takashi Ryushin's palm was knocked away. Slap! A crisp slap resounded throughout the Dragon's Gate. Takashi Ryushin was sent flying by Gu-Hai's slap. Boom! A huge stone mountain was broken in half. Takashi Ryushin stopped. Everyone around suddenly became silent. They couldn't believe that Takashi Ryushin was crawling up from the ruins. There was a palm print on Takashi Ryushin's mouth. The divine sword in his hand had fallen out and was now in Gu-Hai's palm. He crawled up from the ruins. His eyes were like copper bells. He couldn't believe that he was actually sent flying by Gu-Hai's slap. Moreover, it was a slap on his face. Divine sword? Umph. Gu-Hai snorted coldly. He held the sword with one hand and the hilt with the other and suddenly snapped it. Kacha! The divine sword broke. Heavenly Ice God's sword? Yong Prefecture's #1 divine sword. How could it be broken? Countless Great Wu's officials exclaimed. You didn't use your full strength just now? Sakura looked at Gu-Hai with a gloomy face. Get lost. Gu-Hai stared at Sakura. Get lost. Good, get lost. What an ambitious and ruthless person. This deity likes to kill ambitious and ruthless people. Sakura suddenly rushed over with a ferocious face. With Sakura's pride, it was impossible for him to be scared by anything. Even if Gu-Hai's body was stronger than his, he still wanted to fight. In his dictionary, there was no such thing as retreating. What's more, Gu-Hai had just entered the Central Sky Palace, and he already retreated. Boom! Sakura rushed straight to Gu-Hai. In the ruins in the distance, Takashi Ryushin touched the palm print on his face as if he had been humiliated. The emperor could be killed, but not humiliated. Which emperor didn't have the ambition to create a new world? Which emperor didn't have the pride of being the most powerful person in the world? The emperor had the heart of a strong person, the heart of becoming the #1 in the world. Today, he was slapped by a Central Sky Palace and turned around to flee? Find another way to get back his face? Impossible. He had to get up from where he fell. What's more, there were a lot of officials here. Today, as an emperor, he was slapped in the face in front of his subjects, and then he dodged in fear? What a joke. Boom. Takashi Ryushin stepped on the ground and rushed towards Gu-Hai. Takashi Ryushin wanted to use his hands to tear Gu-Hai apart to repay the humiliation just now. 2 sharp arrows shot towards Gu-Hai from 2 directions. Good timing. Gu-Hai stared and punched one after another. Boom, boom. Under Gu-Hai's tyrannical body, Takashi Ryushin and Sakura paused for a moment, but they pounced forward again in an instant. Gu-Hai also didn't stay idle. His hand speed suddenly became faster. For a moment, the 3 of them were filled with the shadows of Gu-Hai, Takashi Ryushin, and Sakura's fists and palms. Gu-Hai revealed a sinister expression. The more he fought, the faster he became. Boom! A punch landed on Sakura's chest and sent him flying. A slap landed on the other side of Takashi Ryushin's face. Slap! Takashi Ryushin was sent flying again. You! Takashi Ryushin instantly glared and roared. The slap just now was already a great humiliation. Now, Gu-Hai gave him another slap. This slap is for Long Zhonghua, unfilial son, unworthy of the surname Long. Gu-Hai revealed a sinister expression. Sakura looked at Gu-Hai and his eyelids twitched. Sakura was also furious when he was punched by Gu-Hai just now. However, compared to Takashi Ryushin, he was much better. Around them, the water slowly flooded. Chongming and Ao Sheng continued their battle. However, the 2 of them were a little absent-minded. Compared to the battle between Gu-Hai and the other 2 not far away, the 2 of them found themselves like 2 children acting cute. How can Gu-Hai be so tyrannical? Ao Sheng had a look of disbelief. Around them, some Dragon Clan and Great Wu officials wanted to step in. Puff! The first few people suddenly vomited blood and fainted. The attributes of the Dragon Gate were too terrifying. In the bucket, the 9-colored liquid was slowly decreasing and fusing into Shangguan Hen's body. Shangguan Hen's body was slowly recovering. Meridians, bones, flesh, blood, and skin grew quickly and strangely recovered. The surrounding people were at a loss. When the surrounding rainwater reached the height of a person, Shangguan Hen's body was finally completely rebuilt. However, at this moment, his body seemed to be extremely fragile, and he climbed out of the bucket with difficulty. In the bucket, all the heaven-replenishing liquid had been consumed. Shangwan Hen found the fragments of his previous body and found his storage ring. With a flip of his hand, he took out a set of clothes and put it on. However, after putting it on, he seemed to have no strength and fell on a big rock. He looked at Gu Hai and the other two who were fighting in the distance. The three of them fought more and more crazily. However, Gu Hai's body was tyrannical. Even if Sakura and Takashi Ryushin joined forces, they were still sent flying by Gu Hai time and time again. Your Majesty is amazing. Shangwan Hen sighed. Chapter 755. As time passed, the enchantment of the Dragon Palace became more and more damaged. More and more water gushed down, drowning the entire Dragon Palace. The terrain of the Dragon Gate region wasn't high. At this moment, the water was as high as 2 people and was still rising rapidly. At this moment, Long Shenwu and Sakura were also enraged. No matter who it was, being suppressed by a small character that they looked down on in the past, they would definitely feel unhappy. However, even if the two of them joined forces, they weren't Gu Hai's opponent. Gu Hai's foundation was too solid. Just based on physical strength, he was invincible among those of the same level. If it was someone of the same level, it wouldn't matter if they were defeated. However, facing Gu Hai from the Central Sky Palace, the two of them were unwilling to accept it. If they couldn't get rid of Gu Hai today, Gu Hai would be like a thorn in their throat, becoming their inner demon. Cough, cough, cough. Not far away, Shangwan Hen climbed onto a bigger rock weakly. At this moment, his body was extremely weak. On the other side, Chongming was fighting against Ao Sheng. Ao Sheng attacked again and again, but he couldn't do anything to Chongming. Are you all dead? And Sakura's Dragon Clan. Why aren't you coming in? Ao Sheng roared. Countless Dragon Clan members in the periphery didn't enter the Dragon Gate region previously because once they entered, all forbidden techniques would be activated and their body weight would increase by 1,000,000 times. It was difficult for them to move. Those from the Central Sky Palace didn't dare to enter at all. There were also those from the Upper Sky Palace, but their cultivation wasn't strong enough. It was difficult for them to move, and they were worried about losing their lives. After all, the aftermath of Gu Hai's battle and the flying rocks were extremely terrifying in their eyes. However, the battle between the two sides was in a stalemate. Ao Sheng let out a roar. Groups of Dragon Clan members swam in with difficulty. Once they entered, they were suppressed to the point of incomparable pain. However, they still swam towards the center. Go, catch Shangwan Hen. Ao Sheng roared. Ong. A group of Dragon Clan members swam towards Shangwan Hen. How dare you? Chongming's expression changed as he exclaimed. You won't be able to leave, even if you dare? Smelly bat, I'm your opponent now. Ao Sheng blocked Chongming's path with a ferocious expression. Suddenly, Chongming was unable to rescue him. Whoever dares to touch Shangwan Hen will become my enemy, and I will not rest until one of us is dead. Gu Hai suddenly roared. Huh? The faces of the dragons in the distance froze. Was he being targeted by Gu Hai? Ha ha ha! Fight to the death! Go take down Shangwan Hen! Takashi Ryushin suddenly said with a ferocious expression. Your Majesty, Gu Hai only has a strong physical body. Humph! When we get out of the Dragon Gate, he will only enter the Central Celestial Palace. How can we fight to the death? Capture Shangwan Hen for me, Takashi Ryushin said with a glare. Yes. Suddenly, a large number of dragons pounced on Shangwan Hen. Sakura didn't stop them because at this moment, the two of them also discovered that even if they attacked with all their strength, they wouldn't be able to kill Gu Hai in the Dragon Gate. Now, they could only take an unconventional approach and let Shangwan Hen distract Gu Hai. Courting death, Gu Hai immediately stretched out his hand to hit the two of them. Boom, boom. Sakura and Takashi Ryushin were instantly sent flying. Gu Hai wanted to rush towards Shangwan Hen, but Sakura and Takashi Ryushin instantly appeared in front of Gu Hai again. Want to leave? Ha ha ha, you can't leave. Takashi Ryushin sneered with a sinister expression. The surrounding dragons were getting closer and closer to Shangwan Hen. At this moment, Shangwan Hen was extremely weak. How could he have the strength to resist? Shangguan Hen smiled bitterly. Your Majesty, I've dragged you down again. Just when Shangguan Hen was feeling helpless and guilty in his heart. Suddenly, a loud sound came from above the dragon gate. It was Ao Shun's voice. Boom! High up in the sky, the white ball of light suddenly converged and quickly shrunk into a white ball of light. Ao Shun's huge dragon body suddenly appeared. He opened his mouth and instantly swallowed the white ball of light. Ao Shun's expression changed. West Sea Dragon God. Sakura's expression also sank. West Sea Dragon God. Ao Shun will definitely not let you down. Thank you. Ao Shun shouted solemnly. Ao Shun, save Shangguan Hen. Guhai shouted. High up in the sky, Ao Shun quivered and looked down. He immediately saw the tragic battle below. 10 huge dragons had already arrived at Shangguan Hen's location and seemed to want to tear Shangguan Hen into pieces. With a roar, Ao Shun's figure instantly scuttled down. Even in the Dragon Gate area, Ao Shun didn't know why, but he could suddenly use the power of his magic. Boom! As soon as the powerful dragon aura was released, the surrounding water instantly exploded. The dragon aura that was several times stronger than before spread out, causing the faces of everyone fighting below to change. Your cultivation has increased so much. Ao Shun's expression changed. Bang! Ao Shun landed beside Shangguan Hen and swung his black dragon tail. Boom! 10 huge dragon tails seemed to appear in the air and swung toward the 10 ferocious-looking huge dragons. No! Save me! No! The huge dragons immediately screamed in horror. The huge dragons were like cannonballs, shooting in all directions and crashing into the Black Rock Mountains, causing them to collapse. Pooh! 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 The huge dragons immediately vomited blood and went limp. It was as if all their bones had been shattered by Ao Shun. They were paralyzed in horror, unable to move. The other dragons that were about to pounce over immediately trembled. Their expressions changed, and they fled in all directions. Ao Shun did not give chase. Instead, he transformed into his human form and helped Shangguan Hen up. Prime Shangguan, your cultivation is completely lost. Ao Shun's expression changed as he said. Shangguan Hen smiled bitterly and nodded. Ao Shun supported Shangguan Hen and looked at the 2 battlefields not far away. When he saw Guhai fighting Sakura Azia and Takashi Ryushin alone, his eyelids twitched. The ancient emperor's might. Royal Father was right. The ancient emperor's foundation is too solid. Ao Shun smiled bitterly. He turned his head and looked at the other side. Ao Shun versus Chongming. Chongming's cultivation increased as well. Ao Shun? Ao Shun snorted coldly. As he snorted, he supported Shangguan Hen and took a step forward. Boo! Ao Shun instantly appeared before Ao Shun. Ao Shun's sudden appearance made Ao Shun tremble. You obtained the West Sea Dragon God's inheritance? The forbidden arts of the Dragon's Gate are ineffective against you? Ao Shun's expression changed. Ao Shun, you can't keep making mistakes. Ao Shun said coldly. As he spoke, he swung his hand. Boom! Ao Shun was immediately sent flying by Ao Shun's slap, crashing into a large mountain with a loud bang. This was the difference between those with spiritual power and those without. Moreover, Ao Shun had obtained the West Sea Dragon God's inheritance, and his cultivation had increased by a lot. Pooh! Ao Shun. Ao Shun spat out a mouthful of blood and roared with his eyes wide open. On the other side, Sakura Azia and Takashi Ryushin were being suppressed by Guhai. They also saw Ao Shun making his move. When they saw that Ao Shun could use his full cultivation, their expressions changed. They looked at each other and revealed a bitter smile. Ao Shun's appearance completely broke the balance. Today, it seemed impossible to kill Guhai in the Dragon's Gate. Sure enough, Ao Shun suddenly turned his head in the distance. Both of their faces sank. Go! Takashi Ryushin roared. You want to leave now? Guhai's face turned cold, and he swung his hand. Boom! Boom! A powerful force slammed into the backs of the two retreating figures. Pooh, pooh, both of them spat out a mouthful of blood. Borrowing Guhai's strength, they shot out of the dragon's gate like arrows. Guhai, let's see if you'll come out or not. Umph. Takeshi Ryushin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with resentment, "Stop." Ao-shun glared and grabbed with his hand. Suddenly, a huge palm condensed in the dragon's gate. Umph. Takeshi Ryushin snorted and turned his hand to face the attack. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Long Shenwu was blasted away. However, that palm strike from his powerful physical body still shattered the surrounding mountains and caused the water to surge into the sky. Dragon's Gate Forbidden Spell. Ao-shun, I don't believe that you won't come out. Ao-shun also rushed out of the Dragon's Gate and roared. Phew! Sakura and Takeshi Ryushin quickly stepped out of the Dragon's Gate. Once they were out of the Dragon's Gate, both of them emitted a flaming aura and the surrounding seawater was forced to disperse. Surround the Dragon's Gate. No one can leave. Sakura glared. At this moment, Ao-shun was also incomparably angry. He originally wanted to kill Guhai in the Dragon Gate district, but what could he do? What could he do when Ao-shun was no longer using the forbidden spell? How could he fight again? Meet force with force, fight with strength. Wherever he lost, he would get it back in order to erase his inner demons. At the very least, he wouldn't be brooding over it in the future and find it difficult to advance in cultivation. Although they were defeated previously, Sakura and Takeshi Ryushin didn't think that Guhai could kill them, so they kept pestering him. Now that Ao-shun had recovered his magic power, if they continued to be in a stalemate, they would only be courting death. Sakura's face was gloomy as he surrounded the Dragon Gate area with Takeshi Ryushin. No one can leave. Ong, ong. Outside, the dragons were roaring, but inside, the water was overflowing and the rocks were crumbling. Your Majesty, are you okay? A group of Great Wu's officials looked at Takeshi Ryushin worriedly. Keep an eye on them. No one can leave. Takeshi Ryushin ignored his subordinates and looked coldly at the Dragon Gate district. In the Dragon Gate district, the water was overflowing, and vaguely, the figures of Guhai and the other three could no longer be seen. Where are they? Takeshi Ryushin frowned slightly. Sea water, calm down. Sakura stretched out his hand and pressed. Buzz! The surrounding sea water suddenly calmed down, and even the sea water in the Dragon Gate district also calmed down. Now, the sea water in the Dragon Gate district was as high as 5 people. But Guhai, Ao-shun, Chongming, and Shengwan-hen had all disappeared. Hiding? Let's see how long you can hide. Ao-shun glared. The Dragon Gate district was completely sealed off. If someone came out, a group of strong people would definitely find out. Even the water was sealed off, but there was no movement. Where's Guhai? Sakura and Takeshi Ryushin's eyes were filled with irritation as they waited patiently. But they didn't know that at this moment, there were 4 carps that had already drifted out of the Dragon Gate district. Following the direction of the water, they rushed towards the broken barrier, swimming against the water. The 4 carps rushed out of the barrier through the water column. Shengwan-hen is weak. I will bring him. You guys go first and split up. Gather at the place we agreed on last time. One of the golden carps said solemnly, Yes, Your Majesty. The 2 carps immediately split up and shot in 2 different directions. Your Majesty, I've dragged you down. The white carp looked at the golden carp and smiled bitterly. You got injured because of me. How are you a burden? It's a pity that I can't help you reconstruct your corporeal body with my cultivation. Sigh, let's leave this place first. The golden carp sighed slightly. The white carp swam slowly, and the golden carp accompanied him. The 2 carps swam towards the sea surface, and as they swam, they suddenly saw rays of golden light blooming on the sea surface. Not good. People from the sacred ground of Mount Numinous? They are waiting to reap the benefits? The white carp's expression changed. Go around, the golden carp said solemnly. The 2 carps swam away in circles. At this moment, suddenly, A ray of golden light rushed over and shrouded the two carps like a searchlight. Ha 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 ha! Guhai, you think you can escape from my old son's discerning eyes after becoming a carp? Buddha, Guhai is there. That golden carp is Guhai. A loud shout came from the sea surface. Chapter 756. Ha ha ha! Guhai, do you think you can escape from old son's eyes of fire and gold just because you turn into a carp? Buddha, Guhai is over there. That golden carp is Guhai. A loud shout came from the sea. A shout came from the sea, and Guhai's expression changed. He instantly understood what light beam was shining on him. Sun Wukong? Eyes of fire and gold? That monkey! Guhai's expression changed. He knew that Sun Wukong had discovered him. Without hesitation, his figure flashed. Wong! Guhai and Shangwan Hen turned into their human forms. Guhai pulled Shangwan Hen and shot into the distance. Amateus Buddha, ancient emperor, why are you in such a hurry to leave? A majestic shout came from the sea, following which a strong suction force rushed towards where Guhai and Shangwan Hen were. Your Majesty, you go first. Don't worry about me. Shangwan Hen said with a bitter smile. Walalala. The surrounding seawater was quickly sucked up into the sky. Guhai wanted to break free, but the force was too strong. Together with the sea, he was sucked up into the sky. As he was pulled up into the sky, Guhai saw the scene on the sea clearly. Above a huge cloud, there was a large number of monks shining with golden radiance standing there. The four leading them were the present Buddha, the past Buddha, the South Longnu, and Sun Wukong. At this moment, the present Buddha was holding an alms bowl in his hand. The alms bowl produced a strong suction force that sucked in all the seawater, including Guhai and Shangwan Hen. The alms bowl suction force was so strong that no matter how Guhai struggled, he could not break free. A golden light entered Guhai and Shangwan Hen's bodies. The sixth of the 16 great magic treasures in history, the reincarnation pool. Shangwan Hen's expression changed. That alms bowl is the reincarnation pool. Guhai's expression darkened. Rumble. The alms bowl was like a bottomless pit. The water gushed in, but it couldn't be filled. Within the alms bowl, there seemed to be a world of its own. Guhai and Shangwan Hen were instantly sucked into it. Furthermore, the golden light on their bodies grew brighter and brighter. Guhai's expression darkened. As the golden light entered his body, Guhai felt as if his divine palaces and celestial palaces were sealed. This is the sealing technique of the current Buddha. Your Majesty, I have indeed implicated you. If you had left first, you wouldn't have. Shangwan Hen smiled bitterly. All right, I don't blame you. Inside the alms bowl, Guhai stood in the middle of the swirling water, coldly looking at everyone outside the alms bowl. His cultivation had been sealed, and he had been trapped in the reincarnation pool. At this moment, it was even worse than before. Amateus Buddha. The Buddha's mouth was closed, but his body was surrounded by a majestic voice. Ah, Guhai, to think that you would have such a day. Sun Wukong suddenly burst into laughter. The victorious fighting Buddha? The current Buddha is Tathagata. After being bullied by Tathagata, you have become his lackey? To think that I have always admired the arrogance of the great sage, heaven's equal, Sun Wukong. So that's all there is to it. Ha ha. Guhai laughed. When Guhai said that, Sun Wukong's expression suddenly changed. Being bullied by Tathagata was referring to being suppressed by Tathagata Buddha under the Wuji mountain in the past. Now he was Tathagata's lackey? How could Sun Wukong take it? Guhai, you are really stubborn, aren't you? Sun Wukong glared angrily. Turning his head, Sun Wukong looked at the present Buddha. Present Buddha, leave these two people to me. I was the one who discovered him. Sun Wukong asked the present Buddha for the two people. The past Buddha shook his head and said, Please calm down, victorious fighting Buddha. This Guhai is fated to be with the sacred ground of Mount Numinous. He will be detained for the time being. Leave him to me. I will lock him up too. Sun Wukong shouted. The present Buddha smiled slightly and shook his head. What are you doing? I was the one who found him. Ka ka ka. Sun Wukong said angrily. You found him well, but he was caught by the Buddha. Victorious fighting Buddha, calm down. The Buddha still has some things to ask Guhai. After everything is over, you can settle your grudges on your own. What do you think? The past Buddha said with a smile. Ka, bastard, he is mine. Sun Wukong said anxiously. Whoosh. At the side, the southern dragoness held a suet jade bottle in her hand. She took out a willow branch from the jade bottle and gently swung it at Sun Wukong. Boom! Sun Wukong was immediately blocked. Victorious fighting Buddha, this Guhai is related to the sacred ground of Mount Numinous. Don't be rude, the southern dragoness shouted. You ka roar. Sun Wukong roared angrily, but he couldn't do anything to them. Whoosh! Sun Wukong turned his head and flew away angrily. Sun Wukong left, but the crowd ignored him and looked at the West Sea again. Don't move, the present Buddha said again. A white-robed monk stepped out from the group of monks behind him. Jidong Bodhisattva had gone to the heavenly court with the future Buddha during the Thousand Saints Conference. There, he competed with Guhai to become the personal disciple of the present Buddha and learned the secret method of Mount Numinous sacred ground, silent, motionless Zen. Unfortunately, Gaochen had broken his silent, motionless Zen with a song. All his cultivation had gone down the drain. Jidong Bodhisattva, you've recovered your cultivation? In the reincarnation pool, Guhai frowned slightly. Jidong Bodhisattva sneered. Thanks to Mr. Good, I've just recovered my lower heavenly palace. Buddha, Jidong Bodhisattva looked at the present Buddha respectfully. Take Guhai to the future Buddha and ask him about the doubts in our hearts. We'll be there after dealing with the West Sea Dragon Palace. The present Buddha said calmly. Obviously, he was going to send Guhai to be tortured for interrogation. Yes, Jidong Bodhisattva answered. Jidong Bodhisattva was immediately sucked into the reincarnation pool. Oh, Guhai was slightly taken aback. He saw that the water in the reincarnation pool was spinning faster and faster. Gradually, it formed a huge whirlpool and sucked Guhai, Shengwan Hen, and Jidong Bodhisattva into it. Whoosh! Guhai felt that there was a huge passageway, and it spun for a while in the passageway. Whoosh! Suddenly, the three of them flew out of the passageway. They fell into a huge square. Oh! Guhai looked confused. He saw that the surroundings were gloomy and there was snow in some places. This was a new small world. There were many palaces all around. A large number of ghostly soldiers were wandering around. Guhai looked up and saw that on the plaque at the entrance of the largest palace, there were the words Yama's Palace. There were three big words. Yama's Palace? The 10 Kings of Hell? This is the underworld? Guhai's expression changed, and he said strangely, What underworld? Shengwan Hen looked confused. The underworld was the underworld. Shengwan Hen had never heard of the underworld. Guhai said that it was a name from Earth. Could it be that the 6 paths of immortality had a corresponding underworld? Guhai, you even know about the underworld and the 10 Kings of Hell? Have you been to the secret realm of the Hell Path before? Jidong Bodhisattva raised his eyebrows. This is the secret realm of the Hell Path. Guhai's expression changed. Oh, you've never been here before. How do you know about the 10 Kings of Hell? Jidong Bodhisattva was confused. At this moment, a group of ghost officials wearing official robes ran toward them from the Yama's palace. Greetings, emissary of Spiritual Mountain. The leader of the group, a ghost king in a black robe, said respectfully, King Yama. Guhai narrowed his eyes. Jidong Bodhisattva was even more curious. You know him? Jidong Bodhisattva was surprised. Guhai sneered but did not answer. Jidong Bodhisattva looked at King Yama. No, I've never seen him before. King Yama shook his head vigorously. Jidong Bodhisattva looked at Guhai and felt even more confused. Is the future Buddha here? Jidong Bodhisattva asked. The future Buddha should be with Ting Bodhisattva. But 2 hours ago, I heard that the future Buddha was going to the 15th level of hell to check on the fierce demon Kong Xian. I don't know if he's back or not. King Yama shook his head. Kong Xian? He's really stubborn. The Buddha has captured him for so long, but he's still so arrogant. The Buddha named him Mahamayuri, but he doesn't care. He's been imprisoned in hell, and he still doesn't repent. Jedong Bodhisattva frowned. Yeah, the 15th level of hell is really scary. I only dare to go to the 3rd level of hell. The last time I went there, I almost went crazy. It's too scary. King Yama said in fear. Is it the 18th level of hell? Guhai asked curiously. Jedong Bodhisattva suddenly looked at Guhai coldly. All right, I didn't make it clear just now. How do you know about the 10 Yama Kings? How much do you know about the Naraka path? It's your first time here, so the future Buddha isn't around? Guhai suddenly laughed. Guhai did not seem nervous at all, which made Jedong Bodhisattva feel uncomfortable. Jedong Bodhisattva sneered. Guhai, do you think this is still the Diqian Celestial Empire? The Long Zhonghua of the past is already dead. You're now a prisoner of the sacred ground of Mount Spiritual Mountain. Don't you have any awareness of being a prisoner? Awareness? What awareness do you need? Guhai suddenly smiled. Since the future Buddha is not here, I'll judge you first. Jedong Bodhisattva suddenly said coldly. Come, bring my judgment platform to me. Quick, 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 King Yama said fawningly. Immediately, a large number of ghosts went to move the platform. Guhai smiled coldly and ignored them. I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? A prisoner should act like one. Kneel. Jedong Bodhisattva shouted and slammed his right hand toward Guhai. Boom! There was a loud noise. Jedong Bodhisattva's hand stopped in the air. Guhai turned his head and held Jedong Bodhisattva's right arm in place with his right hand. He looked at Jedong Bodhisattva coldly. How is this possible? Wasn't your cultivation sealed by Master? Why isn't your cultivation sealed? Jedong Bodhisattva was shocked. The seal of Mahakassapa? I happen to know how to undo it. Guhai said calmly. The seal of Mahakassapa was something Guhai had learned from the Gautama Buddha when he was on Earth from a group of deities and Buddhas. Guhai had thought there would be some differences when the Buddhas performed the seal, but the result was exactly the same. Therefore, Guhai had already undone most of the seal on his own when he was still in the reincarnation pool. By the time he was transported to the secret realm of hell, he had completely undone the seal. Impossible. The seal of Mahakassapa is unique to Master. No one can undo it. Jedong Bodhisattva exclaimed. Boom! Guhai slapped Jedong Bodhisattva to the ground. Next, I'll ask you some questions. Answer honestly. If I'm satisfied, I don't mind teaching you how to undo the seal of Mahakassapa. Guhai shouted. Yes. Jedong Bodhisattva was stunned. Was it true? Chapter 757. After Guhai released the seal on Shanghuan Hen, Shanghai Hen looked at Guhai strangely. Shanghai Hen had followed Guhai for a long time. Back then, Guhai had just entered the innate realm. He knew Guhai very well, but he couldn't understand how Guhai could release the seal on the present Buddha. That didn't make sense. Shanghai Hen looked at Guhai, feeling that Guhai was becoming more and more mysterious. Shanghai Hen stood to the side, and Guhai began to interrogate the Jedong Bodhisattva. The surrounding ghost kings and ghost soldiers wanted to resist, but Guhai waved his hand, and a large amount of true samadhi fire appeared, trapping the ghost soldiers. Shanghai Hen grabbed the true fire gourd and held the ghost soldiers hostage. Some of the ghost soldiers resisted, but they were burned to ashes by Shanghai Hen's fire. Jedong Bodhisattva would rather die, but Guhai heavily injured him. The group of ghosts trembled and told Guhai what he wanted to know. Path of Hell? It's divided into 18 levels of hell. We're in the first level. Guhai frowned. Yes, senior. This is the first level of hell. Over there, that's the entrance to the second level of hell. Do you see that entrance? King Yinluo pointed at a huge circular entrance in the distance. Guhai turned to look. Indeed, there was a large amount of lightning flashing between the mountains. In the middle of the lightning, there was an entrance to the void that seemed to lead to somewhere else. There's an entrance to every level of hell. How do we get out? Guhai asked solemnly. Get out? No, there's no way out. Only the reincarnation pool can be accessed. The other entrances seem to have been sealed by the heavens. There's no exit, King Yinluo explained. 18 levels of hell? What's the 18 levels of hell? Guhai was puzzled. The 18 levels of hell are a place of suffering for the evildoers of the world. They have committed countless crimes in their lives and suffer in hell. We're in the lightest level. Every level down, there will be a level of irritation and violence. The evil ghosts will want to kill each other, but they won't die, King Yinluo explained. Won't die? Guhai frowned. Senior, look at those ghost soldiers burned by the fire. King Yinluo pointed at the square, not far away. Hundreds of ghost soldiers have been burned to ashes by Shanghai Hen's fire. However, during this short period of time, wisps of soul power began to gather over there. Slowly, those souls began to recover in a peculiar manner, and the ghostly soldiers' souls began to slowly come back to life. However, when they came back to life, when they were alive, they looked in inexplicable fear. They came back to life. Guhai was puzzled. Yes, that's why evil ghosts are most afraid of entering hell. Once they enter hell, they will be killed endlessly. When they are alive, they will kill other ghosts, but they won't die. Their violent and irritable emotions will cause them to kill, but they won't die. This is a kind of spiritual disaster. King Yinluo smiled bitterly. Why? Guhai was puzzled. No, I don't know. We've always heard that the spiritual mountain, holy ground, sent some extremely evil people to the depths of hell. King Yinluo said carefully, Your Majesty, I seem to have heard of it before. Shanghai Hen said after a moment of silence. Oh, for energy. Evil ghosts kill each other, and killing each other requires energy. When they come back to life as a soul, the soul restores their energy. After they die, their energy is absorbed by hell. The energy consumed when the soul was alive and the energy scattered after the soul died is actually in this hell. This should be a world that collects energy. The entire hell is collecting the drifting energy for the immortal of the six paths. There is no one's mark on it, so it is hidden in this world, Shangguan Hen analyzed. That's right. Energy. Guhai looked around. Energy can't be seen or touched. Although there are countless energy around, it can't be absorbed. Shanghai Hen smiled bitterly. 18 levels of hell. The lower one goes, the more irritable and bloodthirsty the soul is. So there are countless ghosts in every level. Guhai looked at King Yinluo. No, there aren't many ghosts in the 5th level and below. King Yinluo said with a tremble. What do you mean? Guhai was puzzled. The Buddha's pool of samsara can only lead to the hell, down mystic realm, for 2 hours a day. The other 24 hours can't be entered. Because using the time of the divine continent, the 18 levels of hell can only be opened once a day. Each time, it can only be opened for 2 hours. King Yinluo said with a trace of fear. Open once a day? Wait, you said the time of the divine continent? What does that mean? Guhai was puzzled. Because a day in the outside world is 1,000 years in the 1st level of hell. King Yinluo smiled bitterly. A day in the outside world is 1,000 years in here. Shanghai Hen was shocked. You mean the 1st level? Aren't the other levels the same? Guhai frowned. Time was not symmetrical, but Guhai had seen it on Earth. Back then, a day on Earth was a year in the immortal world. But here it was 1,000 years? Yes, senior's wise. You saw it with one look. King Yinluo said immediately. Cut the crap. Speak. Guhai said solemnly. Yes, the 18 levels of hell. According to the multiplier, a day in the outside world is 1,000 years in the 1st level. The 2nd level is 2,000 years. The 3rd level is 4,000 years. The 4th level is 8,000 years. The 5th level is 16,000 years. And so on. King Yinluo said fearfully, More than 10,000 years? Indeed, there are no ghosts that can live for more than 10,000 years without going through reincarnation. The 5th level is indeed the limit. Shanghai Hen frowned. No, senior is wrong. In hell, there is no such thing as lifespan. Everyone's age stops the moment they enter. Or rather, it is according to the time of the divine continent. The 5th level? That is because once the exit is closed, one has to stay in there for 10,000 years. 10,000 years in a state of irritation and bloodlust. 10,000 years of killing ghosts, being killed, resurrecting, and killing. As King Yinluo spoke, his heart was filled with horror. Being killed for 10,000 years? Shanghai Hen shuddered. Hell was indeed the most terrifying place. Ordinary people would have been driven mad long ago. You just said that Kong Xian was sent to the 15th level of hell. Guhai's face darkened. That's right. We also find it hard to believe. How could Kong Xian's will be so tenacious? Or perhaps he has tempered his vicious heart in hell. I heard that not only did he not go crazy, he became even more arrogant. This hell is divided into 8 levels of hell. Cold hell and 8 levels of hell. Hot hell. After the exchange of cold and hot. The 17th level of hell, loneliness. Extreme loneliness. Being locked up once, almost everything is worn away by the years of loneliness. As for the 18th level of hell, it is like being locked up forever. No one can go down. It is too terrifying, King Yinluo said with a chill in his heart. How long has Kong Xian been locked up? Guhai asked solemnly. In terms of the outside world, it should be half a month. But inside, on the first day, he was locked up in the 1st level. On the 2nd day, he was locked up in the 2nd level. On the 3rd day, he was locked up in the 3rd level, all the way until he reached the 15th level. It should be around 32 million years. King Yinluo calculated and sucked in a breath of cold air. Yes, at first, the Buddhist ancestors thought that Kong Xian would be worn away by this period of time. However, Kong Xian has always been alive and well. Moreover, as time passed, the devil chi around Kong Xian became more and more monstrous. Fierce flames radiated in all directions, and hatred soared to the sky. This kind of tempering was not something the Buddhist ancestors could endure. Therefore, it is said that the Buddhist ancestors value Kong Xian more and more. Now, it seems that they are willing to pay any price to pull Kong Xian into the spiritual mountain holy ground. Not only are they going to confer the title of Bodhisattva, they're going to confer the title of Buddha and even give him a higher status. King Yinluo explained. 32 million years? Hiss. Guhai and Shangwanhen sucked in a breath of cold air. 32 million years without being disturbed by the slaughter attribute of hell. His heart must have been tempered to be incomparably strong. The future Buddha went to persuade Kong Xian? Guhai asked solemnly. That's right. It's been 32 million years. If Kong Xian doesn't agree, he's going to be sealed in the 16th level of hell. One day in the outside world is 32 million years in there. He will go crazy sooner or later. He will not be able to accept the compromise. King Yinluo explained. The great Myojin? What a strong will. Guhai's eyes flashed with a profound light. Your Majesty, it seems that the timing of the 18 levels of hell is not symmetrical. The future Buddha will not be able to return in a short time. Shangwanhen explained. Guhai nodded. It seems that the future Buddha sent us here for a reason. One day in the outside world is 1,000 years in the 1st level of hell. If we are tortured for 1,000 years, no matter how many secrets we have, we will be forced to reveal them. Shangwanhen's face showed a hint of hatred. Guhai took a deep breath and his face darkened. Tell me, is there a way to get out? Guhai looked at King Yinluo. No. Other than the reincarnation pool, the heavens can open an exit. Otherwise, there is no way out. All the paths have been sealed by the heavens. King Yinluo shook his head. Guhai had no choice but to look at the severely injured Jiedong Bodhisattva. Cough, cough, cough. Guhai, kill me if you can. Jiedong Bodhisattva said with a ferocious expression. Kill you? You can't die in the 18th level of hell. I'm thinking if I should throw you into the 18th level of hell and let you enjoy the long years. Perhaps the future Buddha will come looking for you in a day. Guhai sneered. Throw him into the 18th level of hell for a day? No, that's 130 million years. Jiedong Bodhisattva shuddered at the thought. You dare? The future Buddha is in the 15th level of hell. You can't do it. Jiedong Bodhisattva was shocked. Jedong Bodhisattva firmly believed that if he was in there, he would have gone crazy and turned into a pile of stone without any thoughts. That depends on your cooperation. Tell me, how do we get out? Guhai glared at him. We can't get out. There is no exit. There's really no exit, Jedong Bodhisattva said with some fear. Roar. At that moment, a loud sound came from behind Guhai. A huge ferocious beast claw slapped towards Guhai's head. Diding Bodhisattva, King Yenluo immediately knelt in fear. Boom! With a loud sound, Guhai caught Diding Bodhisattva's claw like how he caught Jedong Bodhisattva. Heh, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Only now did a brat inform you? Guhai turned his head and looked coldly at the ferocious-looking beast. The giant beast tried to move its arm, but Guhai's grip was too tight. The third level of the Middle Heaven Palace? Not bad. Unfortunately, your opponent is me. Get down. Guhai extended his hand and threw. Boom! Truth Listener was immediately flung to the ground, causing the ground around it to tremble. Chapter 758. In the first layer of hell. In a large hall in the depths of hell, the two little ghosts hurried over. Diding Bodhisattva, save us! Save us! The two ghosts shouted in horror. Stop! The ghost soldiers at the door immediately stopped the two ghosts calling for help. Quick! 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 Report to Diding Bodhisattva. Someone is causing trouble in the underworld and even injured Jedong Bodhisattva, burning countless ghost soldiers to death. Diding Bodhisattva, please uphold justice. The two ghosts said anxiously. What? The expressions of the ghost soldiers at the door changed. Quickly inform the Bodhisattva, one of the guards said anxiously. No, the Bodhisattva is currently interrogating that person. He is not to be disturbed. Look at the situation already. Hurry up. If something happens to Jedong Bodhisattva, can you bear the responsibility? Jedong Bodhisattva is the Buddha ancestor's personal disciple. The ghost soldiers argued for a while. Finally, they charged into the hall regardless of the consequences. Inside the hall, at this moment, a huge ferocious beast circled a monk wearing a kasaya, pacing back and forth. That monk was covered in blood. His bones were chained up and hung in the hall. His eyes were sunken in, and sticky pus flowed out of them. He looked neither human nor ghost, looking extremely miserable. The ferocious beast was none other than Diding. Roar! The Harkin let out a loud roar that reverberated throughout the entire hall. It was extremely shocking. Old thing, speak up and avoid physical pain. What's the point of persisting? You've already been locked up for 3 months, which is 90,000 years in the first layer of hell. How much longer are you going to persist? Diding said with a ferocious expression. Amateus. Ha ha. Diding, you evil creature, you found me. However, that's all you can find. Interrogate me? Hell, it's not like I haven't been here before. That bastard, the future Buddha, can't interrogate me. You? Just you? Ha 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 ha. The monk laughed bitterly. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng. Humph. The Buddha ancestor took pity on you and did not kill you. However, you want to destroy the Buddha ancestor? Humph. The future Buddha ancestor already said that if you don't speak, you will be like Kong Xian and continue to fight your way down. Diding said coldly. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng? If Guhai were here, he would recognize this monk as the monk that Guhai met when he entered the innate puzzle world. This monk explained the differences between the 3 souls to Guhai. At the same time, he took in Guhai's second son, Guhan, as his disciple and brought him to the West. Banished to the lower levels of hell. The future Buddha? Back then, if it wasn't for my support, would he have become the future Buddha? Did they get what they wanted? You threw me out alone. Dream, wait. What I lost will definitely come back. I have a disciple. He will take revenge for me soon. Ha. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng laughed in grief and indignation. What a stubborn donkey. Do you really think we won't dare to kill you? The Harkin said coldly. Kill me then. It's better if you kill me. Ha. If you kill me, you'll never know the whereabouts of my disciple. Samsara Buddha? Ha. The Buddha of the 3 lives will forever live in fear. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said with a ferocious expression. You roar. The Harken roared furiously. As the Harken roared, the doors suddenly opened. Bodhisattva. Ah! The Harken's roar instantly scattered the souls of the ghost soldiers that just charged in. Whoosh! The Harken turned its head and looked at the doors. Who let you in without this seat's permission? The Harken demanded coldly. The ghost soldiers outside trembled in fear. Bodhisattva. Evil people came to the entrance of Yama Palace and severely injured Bodhisattva Jiddo. They even killed many ghost soldiers. The little ghost who came to report said in horror. Oh! The Harken's face sank. The Harken turned its head and looked at the miserable Bodhisattva Lien Sheng. Think about it again. I will be back soon, the Harken said coldly. Boom! The doors closed, and the Harken left. Now, only Bodhisattva Lien Sheng remained in the hall. Huh? You want to force me to say it? Ha 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 ha. If I say it, how can I vent the hatred in my heart? Only when I'm in hiding will you feel fear and panic. Ha 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 ha. Now, Buddha, just you wait. Just you wait. One day, someone will take back everything you have. Everything. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said with a ferocious expression amid grief and indignation. After the grief and indignation, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng suddenly went limp. He felt somewhat tired and bitter. Some liquid flowed out of his sunken eyes. It was unknown whether it was pus or tears. The hall fell silent. Even Bodhisattva Lien Sheng fell silent. After some time, creak, the doors to the hall suddenly opened. Here again? Huh? Is it the Harken? Or is it the future Buddha? Why don't you kill me? It'll be fine if I die. I might as well die. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said hatefully. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng, why are you like this? Suddenly, a voice that did not belong to the Harken or the future Buddha rang out. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng felt slightly stunned, as though he could not remember who it was. You blinded me, and now you want to trick me by pretending to be someone else? Don't even think about it. I won't tell you where my disciple is. Go and find him yourselves. Ha 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 ha. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng no longer trusted anyone. The one who opened the doors to the hall was Guhai. Truth Listener attacked, a middle-stage, third-layer heavenly palace. Although his cultivation was slightly higher than Guhai's, how terrifyingly sturdy was Guhai's foundation. When Guhai was in the lower heavenly palace, he could already chop down a middle-stage heavenly palace. What more now? Soon, Xiao Chun subdued Truth Listener and interrogated him. When it came to the people close to Buddha, Xiao Chun found them extremely familiar. Guhai had heard Bodhisattva Lien Sheng mention them in the past. 1,200 years ago, 3 monks went to the Spirit Mountain's Holy Land's Mahavira Hall to question the Buddha, causing a huge commotion in the Spirit Mountain's Holy Land. Those 3 monks were the people close to Buddha. More importantly, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng was a person close to Buddha. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng even said that his second son, Guhan, was also the reincarnation of a person close to Buddha. 1,000-odd years ago, the emperor and officials of the former Day One imperial dynasty also went to the west. At that time, Qin Zibai's father, Qin Yun, obtained the closed eyes world purifying Zen cultivation technique during that huge commotion. It was more like he obtained a jade green bamboo staff. Indeed, Guhai immediately found out that Bodhisattva Lien Sheng was here. Guhai immediately rushed over. Your Majesty, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng is blind. He should have suffered very miserable torture. Shang Wanhen said with a frown. Boom, boom, boom. The life-punishing saber chopped down, shattering all the chains binding Bodhisattva Lien Sheng. Plop! Bodhisattva Lien Sheng fell to the ground. However, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng did not feel grateful. After suffering so much torture, he no longer trusted anyone. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng snorted coldly. With his cultivation sealed, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng could not resist. He felt the other party press his hand to his eyes. My eyes are already so blind, and you still want to continue? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said in grief and indignation. However, in the next moment, A warm energy entered Bodhisattva Lien Sheng's eyes. His eyes felt itchy, and a comfortable feeling surged into his heart. What? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng felt slightly stunned. He seemed to have guessed something, but found it unbelievable. After a while, that hand finally moved away from his eyes. However, at this moment, his eyes felt itchy. The pain from before was gone. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng, try opening your eyes, Guhai said softly. Eyes? Didn't he gouge out my eyes? Feeling confused, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng tried moving his eyelids. Buzz! Immediately, a large amount of light pierced into his eyes from all directions. Huh? Am I my eyes? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said in disbelief. As Bodhisattva Lien Sheng slowly adapted to the light, he could see clearly. Ha ha! I can see it again. Tears welled up in Bodhisattva Lien Sheng's eyes. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng, let me take a look at your seal. Guhai extended his hand and grabbed Bodhisattva Lien Sheng's pulse. Then, energy entered his body. Guhai, it's you? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said in disbelief. The last time Bodhisattva Lien Sheng saw Guhai was on 9-5 Island. At that time, Guhai was only in the innate realm. It had only been 10-odd years, right? Why is Guhai here? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng found this somewhat unbelievable. He checked again. Is this really Guhai? Guhai checked his seal. It's useless. This is the future Buddha's special technique. Aside from him, no one can undo it. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said bitterly. The Maitreya heart-pushing seal. Guhai felt slightly stunned. Back on Earth, the Maitreya Buddha had taught him some of his best sealing techniques. This was one of them. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng, bear with it. It hurts a little. Guhai said, Buzz. A strange energy pulse immediately surged into Bodhisattva Lien Sheng's body. I'm not afraid of pain. However, it's useless. Even the current Buddha cannot undo it. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said with a bitter smile. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound came from Bodhisattva Lien Sheng's body. It sounded like some kind of shackle had burst open. Surging energy surged out of Bodhisattva Lien Sheng's divine palace and heavenly palace like a wild horse, instantly filling his entire body. It's undone. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng looked at Guhai in disbelief. It's undone. Guhai smiled faintly. Boom! Bodhisattva Lien Sheng struggled, and some of the shackles in his body shot out. These shackles tore large holes in the surroundings of the hall. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng stood up, and his tattered kasaya fluttered despite the lack of wind. Ha ha! It's really undone? Mr. Good, many thanks. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng suddenly bowed to Guhai in excitement. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng is too polite. You are Little Dog's master and are no longer an outsider. How's my son, Guhan? Guhai asked worriedly. Guhan's father? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng immediately reacted. Then he smiled and said, Mr. Good, don't worry. He is now in a safe place. I was captured for so long precisely so that I could interrogate him for his whereabouts. It is inconvenient to talk about it here, in case the walls have ears. Right now, the spiritual mountain's holy land is doing its best to capture him. Oh, he is safe? That's good then. Guhai nodded. Then, Guhai frowned again. The spiritual mountain's holy land is doing its best to capture Guhan? Why? Because the current Buddha is worried that Guhan will snatch his position one day. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng sneered. What do you mean? Guhan is snatching the current Buddha's position? Guhai asked, feeling confused. That's right. That position belonged to Guhan in the first place. He will return sooner or later. Guhan is the true current Buddha's reincarnation. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said after a deep breath. I don't understand. Didn't you say that Guhan was one of the people close to Buddha? Guhai asked seriously. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng glanced at Guhai and remained silent for a while. Sorry, I did not tell you the truth back then. Actually, 1,200 years ago, the current Buddha was the one close to Buddha. He challenged the then current Buddha and succeeded. The current Buddha fell and reincarnated into Guhan. What? Is the current present Buddha fake? Who is he? How could he replace the current Buddha? Shangwan Hen's expression changed. Because of Jiang Lianshan's help, Bodhisattva Lian Sheng said indifferently. Jiang Lianshan? Dayan? His Holiness? What do you mean? What does this have to do with the Dayan dynasty? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. The current Buddha's surname is Jiang. He is Jiang Lianshan's son. Jiang Rilai. Bodhisattva Lian Sheng said hatefully. Chapter 759. Jiang Rilai? Jiang Lianshan's son? Gu Hai suddenly raised his eyebrows. Gu Hai had been to the Dayan dynasty's divine farmer city in the past. However, His Holiness, Jiang Lianshan, did not have a crown prince. Jiang Rilai? The present Buddha is called Jiang Rilai? How can that be? Since he is the fake present Buddha, why can't the others of the Spirit Mountain's Holy Land tell? Shangwan Hen said with a frown. Shangwan Hen, you have obtained the deity Xuan Wu's inheritance, right? Bodhisattva Lian Sheng asked solemnly. Oh, that's right. Now, the entire world knows about it, Shangwan Hen said, feeling confused. Since you obtained the deity Xuan Wu's inheritance, you should have heard of the present Buddha's former name. 800,000 years ago, do you remember what the present Buddha was called? Bodhisattva Lian Sheng asked. Gautama, heavenly demon? Shangwan Hen's expression changed. Why was he called Gautama, heavenly demon? Bodhisattva Lian Sheng asked with a bitter smile. Legend has it that 800,000 years ago, the present Buddha was benevolent and demonic. He saved one and killed another. He was half good and half evil, moving unhindered in the West. Shangwan Hen recalled through the deity Xuan Wu. That's right. Do you know why? Bodhisattva Lian Sheng asked. Why? Because the present Buddha has two thoughts. One is good and the other is evil. It is like two people living in the same body. One is the good one, and the other is the evil one, Bodhisattva Lian Sheng said with a sigh. Oh, dual personalities? Gu Hai's expression changed. Bodhisattva Lian Sheng nodded. Mr. Good's explanation is similar. In that case, it is somewhat similar to Shangwan Hen's past. One body and two souls. One is Prime Fengyu? Gu Hai asked as he looked at Shangwan Hen. However, Shangwan Hen stared at Bodhisattva Lian Sheng. What happened after that? Tathagata is the heavenly devil. Kindness is the Buddhist saint, and evil is the fiendish devil. Back then, when the Immortal of the Six Paths defied the heavens, it was the evil rulership's body that led the spiritual mountain's holy land to assist the Immortal of the Six Paths, achieving great merit. Bodhisattva Lian Sheng sighed softly. Evil Tathagata? Gu Hai asked solemnly. That's right. One thought is good, and the other is evil. They can be twins. Later on, the two seemed to diverge more and more. In the end, the good Tathagata used a great method to sever the evil Tathagata from his body. It was just like how Xuan Wu Supreme had severed the evil Tathagata from his body. The evil Tathagata was beheaded. The holy land of the spiritual mountain became even more solemn and merciful. The evil Tathagata and the good Tathagata were twins, and they were not killed either. They were merely suppressed until the great nirvana of the Buddha in the past. The evil Tathagata reincarnated into Jiang Lianshan's son. Bodhisattva Lian Sheng explained. Reincarnated into Jiang Lianshan's son? Gu Hai asked with a frown. Yes, perhaps Jiang Lianshan did it on purpose, or perhaps the evil Tathagata did it on purpose. Perhaps the two conspired together. In any case, the evil Tathagata reincarnated into Jiang Rilai and became Jiang Lianshan's son, obtaining Jiang Lianshan's help. Bodhisattva Lian Sheng sighed softly. What happened after that? Shangwan Hen asked with a frown. After Jiang Rilai grew strong, he came to find me. He worked with another person to head to the spiritual mountain's holy land to seek enlightenment and seize the sect. Bodhisattva Lian Sheng said with a bitter smile. He came to find you? Why? Which temple did Bodhisattva Lian Sheng belong to in the past? Shangwan Hen asked, feeling confused. That is Nalanda Temple. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng replied solemnly. Oh, the spiritual mountain's former main sect? Shangwan Hen said in shock. That is Nalanda Temple? Guhai felt slightly stunned. The Tathagata heavenly demon was a monk who left Nalanda Temple in the past. He was also my senior brother. Later, Nalanda Temple declined, and I guarded it. However, the spiritual mountain's holy land was opened by the Tathagata heavenly demon, becoming the largest land for monks and Buddhas in the world, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng explained. 3 Buddha inquirers? You, Jiang Rulai, and the other one is the current future Buddha? Guhai asked, feeling confused. That's right. 1,200 years ago in the Divine Continent, the 3 of us agreed to reunite. The 3 of us agreed to reform the 3 generations of Buddhas, replacing the Spirit Mountain's holy land's 3 generations of Buddhas. That time, it was very miserable. Blood flowed like rivers, and cries shook the sky. In the end, the good Buddha's Buddhist heart was damaged, and the great nirvana vanished. From then on, the Spirit Mountain was replaced by Jiang Rulai. The former future Buddha's body and soul were destroyed. What about the past Buddha? You should be aiming for the past Buddha's seat, right? Guhai asked with a frown. The past Buddha? He betrayed us, which led to the future Buddha's miserable death. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng smiled bitterly. That is to say, the past Buddha betrayed the good Tathagata, and Jiang Rulai and the future Buddha betrayed you? The 3 of them went to Buddha inquire together, and the 2 of them snatched the seat while you were excluded? Guhai asked seriously. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng sighed softly and nodded. You harbored resentment and went to find my son, Guhan. When you discovered that he was the good Tathagata's reincarnation, you wanted to use him to take revenge? Guhai asked coldly. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng nodded bitterly. Indeed. Originally, Guhan and I started to rebuild Nalanda Temple, but Guhai stared at Bodhisattva Lien Sheng for a while before letting out a long breath. Guhan is safe. Yes, Mr. Good. Sorry. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng bowed to Guhai with a bitter expression. Never mind. If Guhan is really the good Tathagata's reincarnation, even if you did not bring him away, he would be taken away by another monk sooner or later. No wonder all the bodhisattvas, arhats, and protectors did not complain when Jiang Rulai was in charge of the Spirit Mountain's holy land. It turns out that Jiang Rulai and the good Tathagata were the same person in the first place. It was just the difference between good and evil. Guhai sighed softly. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng nodded. Mr. Good, we had better leave quickly. Not long ago, I gave Guhan the power of enlightenment. Right now, my cultivation is only at the middle heavenly palace. If the future Buddha returns, we won't be able to leave. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said. Leave? Do you know how to leave? I heard that one can only leave through the cycle pool. Guhai asked, feeling confused. The cycle pool? That was Nalanda Temple's cornerstone treasure in the past. Now, it is in Jiang Rulai's hands. However, I have a way to get out, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said solemnly. Oh, Xiao Chun saw Bodhisattva Lien Sheng take out a white jade bottle and gently uncorked it. Beams of rainbow light immediately came out of the bottle. Guhai looked down and saw a rainbow lotus flower in the bottle. There was also a rainbow lotus bud in the bottle. It was nourished in a bottle of liquid. This is? Guhai asked, feeling confused. The water in this bottle is the cycle pool's source water. This rainbow lotus flower grew in the cycle pool in the past as well, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng explained. Oh, as long as you pluck this cycle lotus flower and let it wither, you will be able to open the entrance to the cycle mystic realm and leave. The exit will be random. You won't know where it is, but you can get out. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said solemnly. The cycle lotus flower? Get out? Guhai asked, feeling confused. Then, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng reached out and plucked it. Clack! The rhizome that was plucked instantly withered and disappeared. However, the plucked cycle lotus flower trembled slightly and shot out a beam of rainbow light. Ripples appeared in space as the rainbow light enveloped the place. Then, a huge entrance appeared. It looked like a passageway. The lotus flower floated in the air, but it quickly withered. Mr. Good, there's only one incense stick's worth of time. Let's leave quickly, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng invited. Guhai looked at the mysterious entrance before him, and his expression changed. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng, I still have a friend in hell. Is that possible? Huh? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng's expression froze. Then he smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Good, you are too late. There's only one incense stick's worth of time left. Once the cycle lotus flower withers, everything will be too late. Do you have enough time to call for your friend? There's no time. I don't know where he is for now, Guhai said bitterly. In that case, there's no other way. Mr. Good, let's go first. We will come back in the future, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said bitterly. However, I see that there's still a flower bud in your bottle, Guhai asked, feeling confused. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng looked at the 7-colored flower bud and smiled bitterly. Mr. Good, I don't know how long I have to wait for it to bloom. Oh, back then, when this cycle lotus flower was moved from the cycle pool to this bottle, it was also a flower bud. Furthermore, it was twice as large as the one in the bottle. That was 800,000 years ago, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said bitterly. What? This cycle lotus flower bloomed after 800,000 years? Shangwan Hen's expression changed. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng nodded. Hence, it will take even longer to wait for this flower bud to bloom. 800,000 years? No, it might not even open after 1,800,000 years. Guhai's eyelids twitched wildly. Thud! At this moment, a petal fell. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng's expression changed. Mr. Good, quickly come with me. Otherwise, it will be too late. Immortal 6 paths sealed off the 18 layers of hell. There is no other way out. Guhai remained silent for a while. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng, can you give his flower bud to me? Huh? You're not leaving? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng felt slightly stunned. I want to continue searching. Furthermore, time here is not symmetrical with the outside world, right? Guhai smiled. Even so, you have to endure it. Can you endure it? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng asked in shock. I want to try, Guhai said solemnly. Naturally, it is fine to give it to you. However, once the future Buddha returns, he will definitely do his best to find you. How can you? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said worriedly. There is always a way, right? Guhai smiled. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng remained silent as he looked at Guhai strangely. All right then, this white jade bottle is for you. I wish you good luck, Mr. Good. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng sighed softly. Many thanks, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng. Guhai received the bottle gratefully. Haha, Mr. Good, there is no need for me to stand on ceremony. You are the one who saved me. Huh, never mind. Take care. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng shook his head. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng, when you go back, please help me pass a message to Guhan. Just say, do not be pleased by external gains or grieved by personal losses. Even after losing the Spirit Mountain Holy Land, you are still the second crown prince of the Dahan imperial dynasty. Guhai said solemnly. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng's expression changed slightly. In the end, he nodded. I will pass the message. Take care. After saying that, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng stepped into the exit and vanished from Guhai's sight. Your Majesty, are we not leaving? Shangwan Hen asked worriedly. We are not leaving. You don't need to leave either. The 18 layers of hell are a blessed land. We can help you recover your cultivation, Guhai said seriously. Yes. Shangwan Hen nodded. Sure enough, in the time for an incense stick to burn, the reincarnation lotus had completely withered and transformed into ash, and the passageway had suddenly vanished as well. Let's go. Guhai turned his head and led Shangwan Hen out of the hall. Chapter 760. Your Majesty, who are we looking for? Shangwan Hen asked curiously. Kong Xian. Guhai said solemnly. Kong Xian? I remember that Kong Xian has tried to harm your Majesty several times. Shangwan Hen asked with a frown. Yes, it's all in the past. Now Kong Xian owes me a life. Guhai said suddenly with a smile. Oh, Shangwan Hen was slightly surprised. In the past, in the Heaven Realm, Kong Xian's most beloved Eastern Emperor Tai, he wanted to kill him and take his celestial force. I ruined Tai Yi's plan, Gu Hai said with a smile. But Kong Xian is too arrogant. Will he? Shangwan Hen asked worriedly. It doesn't matter. There's plenty of time. Gu Hai said confidently. That's right. A day in the outside world is at least 1,000 years in here. Shangwan Hen nodded. But I need you to accompany me. Gu Hai looked at Shangwan Hen. Your Majesty, have you forgotten about my original body? Shangwan Hen asked with a smile. Oh, Black Tortoise? Art of tortoise breathing? Gu Hai's expression changed. Yes, I have the art of tortoise breathing. This is my innate ability. It's not a big deal to me. I can sleep for 1,000 years. Shangwan Hen shook his head. That's great. Let's go. Gu Hai stretched out his hand and rolled. Whoosh! He wrapped Shangwan Hen and flew toward the entrance to the second level of hell. The entrance to the second level was in the sky above a huge thundercloud. Below it was a vast world, and directly below it was a battlefield. Countless ghosts were killing each other. It was a tragic scene. The air was filled with an irritable aura. The ghost soldiers were full of hatred. There were volcanoes erupting everywhere. What a violent aura! Your Majesty, I feel very irritated. Shangwan Hen frowned. The feeling of slaughter? Heh, it's because you haven't been to the Azura realm before. There's a lot of killing there, and it's easier to get lost in here. Last time, I passed you the Book of Taoism. Recite the Book of Taoism, and you should feel better. Solemnly Gu Hai said. Yes. Shangwan Hen nodded. Sure enough, as he recited the sutra, the irritation disappeared. The time here is twice as long as above. Let's go. The entrance to the third level is over there. Gu Hai said solemnly. As he spoke, he flew towards the entrance of another giant cloud. The two of them stepped inside. The third layer of hell. This place was infinitely colder than the first layer of hell. Snow was falling, and the chill was bone-piercing. The irritable feeling of wanting to kill was even stronger. Shangwan Hen could also tolerate it if he recited the Tao Te Ching. There were still countless ghosts fighting each other in all directions, and the situation was getting more and more intense. Keep going, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. The two of them rushed straight to the fourth level of hell, the fifth level of hell. The further down they went, the harsher the environment became. Cold and hot alternated, and the interference of hell on one's emotions became greater and greater. If not for the suppression of the Tao Te Ching, Shangwan Hen would have been unable to take it. On the fifth level, King Yama did not dare to come down. However, on the fifth level, there was still a large number of evil spirits fighting each other. On the sixth level, on the huge volcanoes, countless evil spirits were cruelly roasting other evil spirits. On the seventh level, the evil spirits were killing each other more and more crazily. On the eighth level, the evil spirits' eyes were bloodshot. They no longer had any consciousness. They only knew kill, 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 kill. On the ninth level, the 10th level, all the way to the 12th level, the evil spirits finally decreased. On the 13th level, the evil spirits had all turned into stones. It was as if too much time had passed, and they had already forgotten that they were living beings. He stood there motionless. On the 14th level, there were no evil spirits, only stones. On the 15th level, there were no evil spirits. At this moment, Shangwan Hen couldn't take it anymore. As long as he opened his eyes, he wanted to kill, kill, kill. Recite the Tao Te Ching and use the turtle breath technique until you can withstand this evil qi. Then wake up, Gu Hai said. Shangwan Hen fainted. Gu Hai took out a coffin and brought him along. 15th level? Between heaven and earth, everything was frozen. It was like the ice age that Gu Hai had seen on TV in the past. The earth was frozen, and the sky was covered in snow. The visibility was extremely pitiful. Gu Hai quickly shuttled through the interior, searching for the place where Kong Xian was sealed. Something's wrong. Gu Hai's expression changed. He saw a huge crater in the distance. In the crater, there seemed to be a huge group of icebergs. Now it was uprooted. Along the way, there were even some small icebergs. Not icebergs, but fragments of icebergs. Guhai followed these fragments and quickly came to another entrance. Kong Xian has been brought to the 16th level of hell. Guhai's expression changed. Without hesitation, he stepped in. Boom! Then, boundless flames soared into the air and instantly surged towards Guhai. As soon as the true fire gourd appeared, it instantly absorbed the fire around him. Only then did Guhai see the appearance of the 16th level of hell. Magma, an endless amount of magma. In the sky, there were even more enormous fireballs falling one after another. It was an extremely disastrous world. The temperature of the flames was too high. If Guhai didn't have the true Samadhi fire, he couldn't suppress this terrifying fire. The 16th level of hell? What a terrible environment. Guhai's face darkened. Shangwan Hen had been unable to bear it for a long time, but Guhai had been able to resist it. That was because Guhai had inherited Laozi's teachings and had a very deep understanding of the Tao Te Ching, so he could suppress this irritation. However, at this point, even the Tao Te Ching couldn't hold on. Guhai started to look around. From afar, he saw 5 huge black stone mountains erected on the sea of magma. From afar, he could hear the sound of chains clanging. Swish! Guhai stepped forward and flew towards the 5 enormous mountains. Magma filled the sky and rushed to the center of the 5 huge mountains like a tsunami. The 5 huge mountains were like a palm, slightly holding a huge bird in the center. It was a super huge peacock that was 3,000 feet long. On the peacock's legs and back, there was a huge chain that connected to the 5 huge mountains. It locked the peacock and didn't let it leave. The 5 huge mountains seemed to be in the shape of a hand, forming a golden phantom of a huge mountain in the void and suppressing the peacock's back. What a great ceiling formation. It's even more powerful than the 5-finger mountains. Guhai's eyelids twitched as he said in surprise. The tsunami of magma hit the peacock repeatedly, and the rain of fire burned the peacock continuously. However, the peacock closed its eyes and didn't move. Until Guhai spoke, the peacock suddenly opened its eyes. The peacock's eyes emitted a dazzling golden light, and a monstrous, murderous aura burst out of its eyes. This murderous aura was similar to that of Tai's eyes in the past. At that time, Kong Xian was much weaker than Tai. Guhai, why are you here? The peacock retracted its murderous aura and asked in surprise. Great Miojin, Kong Xian. Long time no see. You've become stronger again? Guhai said solemnly. It's been a long time. More than 30 million years. I almost didn't recognize you. What are you doing here? Kong Xian said coldly. It seems that you've been sealed by the future Buddha from the 15th level of hell. Guhai said in a low voice. So what if I am? What are you doing here? Kong Xian said coldly. Do you want me to undo the seal on you? Guhai said in a low voice. Undo? Ha. You won't be able to undo it. This is formed by the 9th grade golden lotus. Only the present Buddha can undo it. Besides, did I ask you to undo it? Kong Xian said coldly. Oh, I'm going to undo it for you. But you're not willing? Guhai said with a slightly changed expression. Guhai, I know you the best. Why would you be so kind? Help me undo the seal? Kong Xian looked at Guhai coldly. Great Miojin, you're quite clear-headed. All right, I'll be frank. When I heard about your whereabouts in the 1st level of hell, I had a plan. I'm here to save the great Miojin, so I naturally have a plan. Guhai said in a low voice. Oh, Kong Xian said coldly. I want to invite the great Miojin to join my Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Guhai said with a firm expression. Join your Dahan Imperial Dynasty? Be your subject? Guhai, I know that you saved me in the heavenly realm back then. However, do you think that I'll be grateful just because you saved me? That I'll submit to you? That's impossible. I was loyal to Tai in the past. Although he betrayed me in the end, I submit to him. I only submit to him. What about you? You're not worthy. You're not worthy for me to submit to you. Kong Xian said with incomparable arrogance. Why? Is it because of your cultivation? Guhai asked in a low voice. Cultivation? No, I don't care about your cultivation. If you want me to submit, you have to be stronger than me. Are you stronger than me? Hey, that's right. You're smarter than me. However, I don't believe in brains. I believe in willpower. The 3 lifetime Buddhas want me to submit? I don't, because they're not worthy. They're not worthy either, Kong Xian said with a ferocious expression. Then, how can I be worthy? Guhai asked in a low voice. I've been sealed here for 32 million years. Do you dare? The future Buddha doesn't dare, the past Buddha doesn't dare, and the present Buddha doesn't dare. You want me to submit? Dream on. I, Kong Xian, will only submit to those who are stronger than me. Kong Xian said coldly. 32 million years? That's true. It's really been a long time. Guhai frowned. Now, are you scared? If you're scared, then get lost. I don't need you to save me. Wait for me to recuperate for countless years. With my willpower, I'll be able to break through this rank 9 golden lotus seal. I'll be able to break through everything myself. Kong Xian scolded. What if I'm stronger than you? Guhai smiled. Kong Xian looked at Guhai with a solemn expression. Great Myojin, just treat it as me forcing you to repay me. After all, I've saved you before. I'm the one who saved your life. I don't expect much from you. 50 years. If you prove that I'm stronger than you, as long as you perform your duties in the Dahan Imperial Dynasty for 50 years, it's up to you whether you stay or leave after 50 years. What do you think? Guhai said in a low voice. How are you going to prove it? Fine, you saved me before. I'll give you a chance. I'll do as you say. However, how are you going to prove it? Kong Xian said coldly. Just as Kong Xian was looking at Guhai with a cold smile, a monk flew out from the entrance to the 15th layer of hell in the distance. Then, he saw Guhai carrying a coffin. Guhai is here. Buddha, Guhai is here. The monk turned around and flew back to the 15th layer of hell excitedly. Prove it? I'm in the lower layer of hell. What do you think? One day in here is 32 million years. One day in the 17th layer is 65 million years. It's the same as your time. Am I right? Guhai smiled. What? You want to enter the 17th layer of hell? Kong Xian's face darkened. Guhai smiled and flew into the entrance of the 17th layer of hell with Shangguan Hen's coffin in tow. What? Kong Xian's eyelids twitched. Guhai really went in? Soon, the 18th layer of hell would be sealed. At that time, he wouldn't be able to come out even if he wanted to, just as Kong Xian was frowning. Whoosh! A ray of light flew in from the entrance of the 15th layer of hell. It was the future Buddha, who suddenly appeared not far from Kong Xian. Where's he? The future Buddha asked in a low voice. Chapter 761. The entrance to the first and second layers of hell. The future Buddha led the group of monks out of the second layer. That peacock is really stubborn. Humph. The Buddha already spoke to him properly, even giving him the title of Buddha. However, he refused. Humph. He brought this upon himself. The Buddha suppressed him to the 16th layer of hell. One day in the outside world is 32 million years in there. Let's see how long he can last. Will he eventually lose heart and turn to stone? That won't happen. If he loses heart, he might as well join the spiritual mountain's holy land in advance. The Buddha is trying to wear down his pride. He is too arrogant. The group of monks started talking at the same time, all of them feeling indignant. All right, quickly go out. The passageway to the 18th layer of hell will close soon. The future Buddha said. Yes. The group answered. The group followed the future Buddha into the first layer of hell. Something's wrong? The future Buddha suddenly raised his eyebrows. His figure flashed, and he instantly arrived at the entrance of Yama Palace. Buddha, what's wrong? The monks behind rushed over. They saw the Jiedong Bodhisattva, the Truth Listener Bodhisattva, and countless ghostly soldiers and ghostly kings tied up at the entrance of Yama Palace. They looked severely injured. Fortunately, this place had a recovery function. The heavy injuries slowly healed. However, everyone was tied up and could not move. What's going on? The future Buddha asked. Although the future Buddha's eyes were closed, he could use his mind's eye to see. He was immediately shocked by the scene before him. It's Guhai. Buddha, it's Guhai. The Jedong Bodhisattva shouted anxiously. Guhai. The future Buddha frowned slightly. Yes, my master captured Guhai and sent me to escort him over for you to interrogate. However, Buddha, quick, he seems to be heading for the Buddhists. I don't know, the Jedong Bodhisattva said worriedly. The Buddhists? Lian Sheng? The future Buddha's expression suddenly changed. Whoosh! The future Buddha instantly vanished from his spot. In the next moment, he arrived at the large hall where Bodhisattva Lian Sheng was imprisoned. The large hall was in tatters, but Bodhisattva Lian Sheng was gone. Where is he? The future Buddha suddenly said anxiously. Who saw it? Come out! The future Buddha suddenly roared. Soon after, a group of ghost soldiers were gathered. In the end, there were still some who saw it. Buddha, Buddha, I saw the two of them enter the second layer of hell. A little ghost whispered. Oh, two, not three. The future Buddha's expression darkened. Maybe my eyes are playing tricks on me. I only saw two, maybe three. The little ghost said. The future Buddha frowned and pondered for a while. After a while, he suddenly realized something. Oh no, Kong Xian. The future Buddha's expression darkened. Everyone, follow me into hell. The future Buddha roared. Search every level. Find Guhai. Ah, Buddha, the entrance to the 18th layer of hell is about to close. At this time, the monks said in fear. Find him for me. The future Buddha roared. Why, yes. The monks braced themselves and followed the future Buddha into the lower levels of hell. Guhai might not know where Kong Xian is. Search every level. The future Buddha said anxiously. Bodhisattva Lian Sheng was the master of the virtuous Rulai. If the virtuous Rulai was not eliminated, the future Buddha would never be at ease. He had to find him. That Guhai was truly a scourge. The group searched the floors one by one. However, it was too slow. Spread out and search. The future Buddha said anxiously. Boom! The monks immediately spread out and rushed to the various levels of hell in the 18th layer of hell. Soon, a monk reached the 16th layer of hell. Lava surged into the sky. That monk quickly adapted to this place. He looked at the place where Kong Xian sealed and suddenly saw Guhai standing in the air, dragging a coffin. Guhai! That monk immediately showed joy on his face. Guhai is here. Buddha, Guhai is here. That monk excitedly turned around and flew back to the 15th layer of hell. That monk did not clash head-on with Guhai. After all, Guhai already killed the Jedong Bodhisattva and the Truth Listener Bodhisattva. There was no need for him to take the risk. When he shouted, another monk at the entrance of the 15th layer of hell immediately flew to the 14th layer of hell and shouted. Soon, they reached the future Buddha's place. Indeed, he is in the 16th layer of hell. The future Buddha's face suddenly sank. Whoosh! The future Buddha immediately turned into a beam of light and traveled through the layers of hell. Soon, he arrived at Kong Xian's place. Where is he? The future Buddha asked. Kong Xian looked coldly at the future Buddha and scoffed. Ha! Kong Xian, where's Guhai? The future Buddha asked anxiously. Look for him yourself. Kong Xian said coldly, ignoring the future Buddha. Buddha, it's almost time. A group of monks flew over and said anxiously. No, we have to catch Guhai before we leave. You guys search the 16th layer of hell. I'll go to the 17th. The future Buddha's face darkened. Whoosh! In an instant, the future Buddha flew into the 17th layer of hell. The 17th layer of hell, the hell of solitude. As soon as Guhai entered, he looked at this hell in confusion. It was neither hot nor cold, just a vast land. However, there was no source of light, only darkness. The only light was from two entrances. Once the entrances are sealed, you will be imprisoned here for more than 60 million years, accompanied by darkness. More than 60 million years? It's really lonely. Guhai's eyes flashed with horror. He used the true samadhi fire to illuminate the surroundings and immediately saw the ground below. At this moment, there were statues standing there. They were the statues of people who had been imprisoned here in the past. In the end, They died of loneliness and became fossils. The future Buddha is coming. Am I going to stay in the 17th layer of hell for a while? Guhai smiled bitterly. He could not hide. This place was too clear. As long as there was a source of light, he could see everything clearly. As long as the future Buddha arrived, he would have nowhere to hide. The 18th layer of hell? After a moment of silence, Guhai stepped forward and entered the 18th layer of hell. The 18th layer of hell was boundless. This place was like a universe of stars, boundless and without end. There were countless planets and some stars. The stars provided light, and the planets provided places to hide. Whoosh! Guhai instantly flew behind a planet and hid. At the same time, the future Buddha stepped into the 17th layer of hell. The future Buddha did not need a source of light to find someone. He looked with his heart and could see more clearly. He scanned with his heart's eye but found no trace of anyone. Impossible. Guhai went to the 18th layer of hell. The future Buddha felt a chill in his heart. Even the future Buddha did not dare to enter the 18th layer of hell casually. He could still see through the 17th layer of hell with his heart's eye. However, the 18th layer was boundless. Even the heart's eye could not see through it. After a moment of silence, the future Buddha stepped into the 18th layer of hell. As soon as he entered, the future Buddha felt a chill in his heart. He saw boundless with his heart's eye and could not find Guhai at all. In fact, the future Buddha did not dare to enter, fearing that he would get lost and not be able to return. Rumble. Suddenly, the entrances of the 17th and 18th layers trembled and shrank slightly. Not good. The future Buddha's expression changed. Whoosh! The future Buddha turned around and flew back to the 17th layer, then back to the 16th layer. At this moment, the monks on the 16th layer were also extremely anxious. Not good, not good, it's going to close. What should we do? The monks were anxious. Whoosh! The future Buddha suddenly appeared. Buddha, it's great that you're back. Have you found Guhai? The monks asked anxiously. Are you sure you saw Guhai just now? The future Buddha asked solemnly. Yes, he must have entered the 17th layer of hell. The monks said with certainty. He didn't enter the 17th layer? A monk said blankly. The future Buddha said with a gloomy expression. He has entered the 18th layer of hell. The 18th layer? Not far away. Kong Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. The entrance is closing now. What should we do? The monks asked anxiously. Return to the first layer of hell first. Hurry! The future Buddha flicked his sleeve. Whoosh! The monks were swept up by the future Buddha and instantly turned into a stream of light that shot out. They quickly passed through the layers of hell and entered the first layer of hell. Boom! The moment the future Buddha flew into the first layer, the entrance from the first layer to the second layer suddenly closed. Bam! The future Buddha landed at the entrance of the Yama Palace. At this moment, Daiding Bodhisattva and Jidong Bodhisattva had both recovered. Buddha, did you find that thief Guhai? Daiding Bodhisattva was puzzled. Guhai has entered the 18th layer of hell. The future Buddha said with a gloomy expression. That can't be right. He has a death wish? Everyone was shocked. Every time it's sealed, it'll be 130 million years? Jidong Bodhisattva's eyelids twitched. Won't he turn into a fossil the next time the entrance opens? Daiding Bodhisattva was puzzled. Stand guard. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Yes. The 16th layer of hell. Kong Xian narrowed his eyes as he watched the entrance disappear. The 18th layer of hell? Ha, Guhai, you're really daring. 130 million years? Ha, you're dead meat. No one will survive. Kong Xian sneered sinisterly. Rumble. Kong Xian flapped his wings and slowly closed his eyes. He cultivated his energy and allowed himself to grow. Kong Xian's cultivation did not decrease in the 32 million years he was sealed. Instead, it increased because of the accumulation of time and energy. The Middle Heaven Palace cultivated essence, while the Upper Heaven Palace cultivated qi. The accumulation of essence could be refined into qi to increase the power of the Upper Heaven Palace. Although it was a good place for cultivation, it was also the place with the heaviest hostility. Only a ferocious person like Kong Xian could barely suppress the irritability in his heart. Being sealed and cultivating, the irritability of killing was accumulating, causing Kong Xian's demonic nature to become stronger and stronger. His body slowly emitted a monstrous black aura. Kong Xian waited patiently. In the 18th layer of hell, Gu Hai looked at the closed entrance in the distance and sighed softly. One day outside the 18th layer of hell is equivalent to 130 million years inside? I hope I'm right. Don't be driven crazy, Gu Hai said with a wry smile. Chapter 762. Gu Hai shaved off a mountain peak and took out a huge palace from his storage bracelet. Then he squared it down. The baleful aura had already reached its peak. However, Gu Hai could suppress this hellish, baleful aura. Not to mention the sacred text of Taoism. Back on Earth, Gu Hai had learned some methods to suppress heart demons from many immortals. The murderous aura could not affect Gu Hai. This place was like Earth in the past. However, there were no animals or plants here. It was a barren, dead world. There were stars all around, but there was no life. It was boundless. The next time the entrance to this world opened would be 100 million years later. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. One day outside, was 130 million years here? Would he be able to take it? Shang Guanhen was still suppressing the irritation in his heart. He was lying in the coffin, using the tortoise breathing technique. No one knew when he would wake up. Gu Hai took out many jade slips. The jade slips recorded the secret techniques of countless gods and Buddhas on Earth. Gu Hai needed to study them carefully, because the Tao of cultivation was different. Unless one started from scratch, they could not be cultivated. However, it did not mean that they could not be used as references. They could be studied slowly. He sorted out the techniques. Gu Hai organized them into a book so that he would not be too bored in the following time. Then, Gu Hai took out the Earth Spirit Book. Earth Spirit Book? It can absorb the energy of heaven and earth. In the following time, it can help me absorb energy to cultivate the heavenly palace. Therefore, the first step is to refine the Earth Spirit Book, Gu Hai said solemnly. The Earth Spirit Book was held in the hands of the Earth Spirit Book to be refined slowly. In addition to these techniques, there's also the 33 Heavens and Earth chess game. Gu Hai took out the 33 Heavens and Earth chess game. This was the map of the Thousand Island Sea. It was not easy to see the 33 Heavens and Earth chess game through this map, because the Thousand Islands Sea could not tell who was the white piece and who was the black piece. There were countless changes. Gu Hai needed to figure out slowly. However, to Gu Hai, what he didn't lack the most now was time. In the 18 layers of hell, one could be resurrected after death. Exhausted stamina and soul power would be slowly replenished. So Gu Hai wasn't worried that he would die from exhaustion. Shang Guanhen used the great tortoise breathing technique and recited the classic of Taoism. After 100 years, he finally woke up. After waking up, Shang Guanhen still couldn't take it. He lay in the decaying coffin for a long time before he could catch his breath. Slowly, Shang Guanhen sat up. This was a huge square, and the coffin he was lying in was in the center of the square. In the distance, the sun was rather dazzling. There were close to 1,000 planets orbiting around it, rotating slowly. The arrangement of the 1,000 islands, seas, islands? Shang Guanhen was slightly taken aback. After all, Shang Guanhen had lived there for too long. At this moment, 1,000 stars were arranged to form the Thousand Islands map. Shang Guanhen instantly understood that it was done by Gu Hai. Your Majesty? Shang Guanhen called out curiously. Turning his head, he happened to see a large rock not far away. On the rock, there was a white-haired old man in white sitting cross-legged. The old man raised his head and sat quietly, looking at the arrangement of the stars in the distant starry sky. Your Majesty? Is that you? Shang Guanhen was stunned, revealing a look of shock. The white-haired old man's eyebrows moved slightly, as if he was slowly waking up. Shang Guanhen, you're finally awake. The old man smiled slightly. Your Majesty, what happened to you? How did you become like this? Shang Guanhen immediately asked worriedly. It's fine. I'm just a little mentally and physically exhausted. I'll be able to recover after 10 days of rest. The white-haired old man smiled slightly. The white-haired old man was Guhai. In order to study this chess game, Guhai could be said to have racked his brains, mentally and physically exhausted. However, Guhai was not worried. The 18 levels of hell had their own recovery ability. As long as he stopped using his brain like this, he would be able to recover quickly. Is that so? Your Majesty, how long have I been sleeping? Shangwan Hen walked out of the coffin and asked. The orbit of this star is about the same as the orbit of the outside world. It's been 100 years. Guhai looked at the 100 small stone marks beside him and said with a smile. Sure enough, in this short period of time, a few strands of Guhai's white hair slowly turned black. 100 years? Shangwan Hen was slightly stunned. How do you feel now? Guhai asked. Much better, but this irritating feeling is still there. Shangwan Hen said with a bitter smile. This is a good thing. It will help you temper your temperament. Guhai said with a smile. Oh, yes. Shangwan Hen nodded. You have lost all your cultivation? Guhai looked at Shangwan Hen. Shangwan Hen nodded. Yes, but I'm satisfied that I'm still alive. It's good that you have lost all your cultivation. Guhai nodded. It seemed that the heaven-mending power in the past was still insufficient and could not be completely restored. It could only be seen on the surface, but not the essence. During this period of time, I have chosen a cultivation method for you. In the following time, you should practice it well. Guhai said in a deep voice. Oh, Guhai handed over a jade scroll. Shangwan Hen immediately took it and read it. The 8-9 mysterious art has 72 changes. It is a cultivation method that specializes in the cultivation of the physical body and has the strongest defense. It is a fusion of various cultivation methods of shaman, Buddhism, Taoism, devil, ghost, and monster. It is a divine cultivation method that was jointly developed by a group of Buddhists, Taoists, monsters, and devils in the past. Guhai said solemnly. Shangwan Hen glanced at it and immediately revealed a joyful expression. Your Majesty, is this Sun Wukong's cultivation method? Shangwan Hen asked in surprise. That's right, Guhai said with a smile. The 8-9 mysterious art has 72 changes, 8, 9, and 72 changes. How many levels has Sun Wukong cultivated? Shangwan Hen asked curiously. Him? I heard that he has cultivated to the 54th level. Guhai said in a deep voice. 54th level? Is he that powerful? Shangwan Hen asked in confusion. Guhai sighed softly and said, Monkey's temperament is too impatient. He was born as a stone monkey and has extraordinary talent. His cultivation speed is extremely fast. In just 7 years, he has cultivated to the 50th level. Unfortunately, the following cultivation requires a strong temperament. He is extremely intelligent, but he is also impatient. It is difficult for him to improve further. Even so, he is very powerful. Unfortunately, Sai, Your Majesty, don't worry. This subject will cultivate well. Shangwan Hen said solemnly. Guhai looked at Shangwan Hen and nodded. Your talent is not as good as Sun Wukong's, but you have perseverance. The 18 levels of hell will help you sharpen your will. If he takes 7 years, you can take 70, 700, 7,000, or even 70,000 years. It doesn't matter. You have all the time in the world. This is the 18 levels of hell? Shangwan Hen's expression froze. Why? Are you scared? Guhai asked with a smile. No, as long as your Majesty is here, it will be fine. If I really can't stand it, I will stop. Shangwan Hen said with a bitter smile. When Sun Wukong finished his apprenticeship, he only cultivated to the 50th level. Every 9 levels is a qualitative leap. Back then, Sun Wukong ate countless peaches of immortality and golden cores and refined them in the 8 trigrams furnace for a long time before he broke through to the 60th and 9th level. If you want to reach the 80th and 9th level, you will need to put in a lot of effort. Guhai said solemnly. Your Majesty, don't worry. I will work hard. However, the 18 levels of hell don't seem to have much spiritual energy. Shangwan Hen said worriedly as he hugged the cultivation technique. That is why I chose this cultivation technique. This cultivation technique focuses on cultivating the physical body and does not have a high demand for spiritual energy. I have the immeasurable spirit stones here. They can provide you with spiritual energy. Guhai said solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty, Shangguan Hen replied. The lower celestial palace cultivates the spirit. You are the supreme Xuanwu, and you have the god Xuanwu. It can help you, so you don't need to worry. The middle celestial palace cultivates the essence. The 18 levels of hell are a place to collect energy. In the next few years, won't you have enough energy? As for the upper celestial palace cultivates the qi, it doesn't matter if you don't have qi. You can cultivate the essence into qi, which is purer and more beneficial to the cultivation of the 8 and 9 mysterious arts. Guhai analyzed. Yes, Your Majesty. Shangguan Hen hugged the cultivation technique happily. In the next few days, Guhai taught Shangguan Hen the cultivation method of the 8 and 9 mysterious arts. The old Guhai also quickly regained his youth. His white hair and wrinkles were restored. Gradually, he was back to normal. Here are 100 million upper-grade spirit stones. Use them first. Guhai handed over a storage bracelet. Yes, Your Majesty. Shangguan Hen nodded gratefully. Guhai nodded and no longer paid attention to Shangguan Hen. He was busy with his own business. Guhai used a year to analyze the chess game of the 33 heavens and earth. However, the next game was the most terrifying. This game of chess was indeed very difficult. Even with Guhai's 32 points of chess skill, it was extremely difficult for him to deduce it. As a result, he had not been able to deduce it completely after 100 years. No wonder the game between Old Man Guanxi and the Immortal of the Six Paths is so complicated. Could it be that this is the limit? Guhai frowned. After 100 years of research, Guhai decided to take a break. He sank his mind into his body. In the middle celestial palace, although he had accumulated a lot of energy, compared to the huge earth soul, it was pitifully little. It was like a drop of water in the sea. It did not help. The middle celestial palace. As expected, if I only rely on normal cultivation methods, I wonder how long it will take to reach the upper celestial palace? No, perhaps I won't have the chance in this lifetime. Guhai smiled bitterly. Fortunately, Guhai had refined the Earth Soul Book. The Earth Soul Book absorbed the wandering energy of heaven and earth. When it reached the 18th level of hell, it seemed to have a sudden reaction. The suction force suddenly increased by several times, or even 100 times, or even 1,000 times. Others cannot see it, but Guhai could. There seemed to be a huge whirlpool around the Earth Soul Book. It was crazily sucking in the energy of the entire Hell Path mystic realm. The billowing energy was pouring into the Earth Soul Book. In a short 100 years, it had reached the state of the Earth Soul Book when Guhai saw it last time, which was 800,000 years. Losing it last time was nothing. You got back here? You have 800,000 years of accumulated energy? Guhai smiled. Wong. The Earth Soul opened its mouth and sucked in all the energy. Guhai waited for the breakthrough. However, after a while, Guhai was stunned. Ordinary talented people can't break through one level even after 800,000 years of accumulated energy. Guhai was stunned. The first level of the Middle Celestial Palace was still the first level of the Middle Celestial Palace. Not enough energy? Guhai was speechless. Smiling bitterly, Guhai was helpless. Forget it, I'll take it slow. Is it so difficult to cultivate the Earth Soul? Fortunately, there is still time. Sighing slightly, Guhai took out the cultivation methods of the Earth Immortals and studied them carefully. Chapter 763. 5 million years later. 18 layers of hell. Roar. A deafening roar resounded. Shangguan Hen's body glowed with golden light as he punched a huge planet. Honk! Before Shangguan Hen's dazzling golden fist, that planet exploded. I can't take it anymore. Roar. I can't take it anymore. Shangguan Hen roared in frustration. Boom! 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 Shangguan Hen punched the surrounding stars crazily, and his eyes turned red. The loud noise seemed to have awakened Guhai on the distant planet. Gu Hai's hair turned white again, and his face was full of wrinkles. Stopping looking at the arranged stars, Gu Hai looked at Shangwan Hen. Shangwan Hen! Gu Hai shouted. In the distance, Shangwan Hen shuddered and woke up. Swish! Shangwan Hen flew to the square where Gu Hai was. Bang! When he landed, he stomped on several stones in frustration. How's your cultivation? Gu Hai asked in a deep voice. Your Majesty, I've already reached the 6th or 9th level, the 54th level. However, I can't break through anymore. In the past 1,000,000 years, I haven't broken through a single level. Shangwan Hen said anxiously. 54th level? That means you're the same as Sun Wukong? Sun Wukong trained in the 8 trigrams furnace, and I let you train in the true fire gourd. Is that the limit? Gu Hai fell in a deep thought. Your Majesty, I'm so frustrated. Shangwan Hen said bitterly. Forget it. It's been 5,000,000 years. It's understandable that you can't take it. Go to sleep first. Sleep for a while with the tortoise breathing technique. Maybe you'll feel better after that. At that time, I'll use the Immortal slaying gourd to kill you. I'll help you continue to train the indestructible golden body, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. Shangwan Hen said with a bitter smile. 5,000,000 years, as boring as a day of cultivation. What kind of torment was this? Back then, when he first started cultivating the 8 and 9 mysteries art, he was full of enthusiasm. But now, when he started cultivating again, he felt like puking. However, Gu Hai did not allow him to sleep forever. Shangwan Hen knew that this was for his own good, but it was very uncomfortable. At this moment, he could finally sleep. Shangwan Hen suddenly realized that sleeping forever was the most blissful thing. Shangwan Hen quickly chiseled a coffin and lay in it. Then he fell asleep. Looking at Shangwan Hen sleeping, Gu Hai smiled wryly. This is just the 6 Dao Immortal Dome's 18 levels of hell. Do you know how terrifying the 30 Dao Immortal Dome's 18 levels are? Taking a deep breath, Gu Hai looked up at the sky. The arrangement of the 1,000 planets changed again. 33 is indeed complicated. Is this also the limit of my Go skills? No, we will definitely figure it out. There's still over 100,000,000 years. We have an immeasurable amount of time. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with determination. At the same time, Gu Hai sensed his own body. The Earth Spirit Book absorbed a large amount of energy, and another batch was harvested. Whoa! The Earth Spirit Book trembled, then calmed down. Gu Hai was speechless. The first level of the Middle Heaven Palace? Are you kidding me? The Earth Spirit Book has been absorbing for 5,000,000 years. Gu Hai said bitterly. Gu Hai frowned suddenly. Something happened to the transformation pool and the heaven mending pool. Gu Hai's expression changed. The heaven mending pool and the transformation pool were originally back to back, but now they were eerily separated. They slowly flew towards the Spirit Mother God. Could it be? Gu Hai's face lit up with joy. The Spirit Mother God instinctively felt a huge threat. However, the transformation pool and heaven mending pool were refined by Gu Hai himself. How could they be a threat? Gu Hai suppressed the shock in his heart and allowed the transformation pool and heaven mending pool to fly towards the Spirit Mother God. They slowly flew towards the Spirit Mother God's eyes. The two pools gradually became smaller, smaller, and smaller as they flew towards the Spirit Mother God's eyes. Boom! In an instant, the transformation pool and heaven mending pool merged into the Spirit Mother God's eyes. A majestic power rushed straight for the Spirit Mother Divine King with a loud rumble. Ah! Gu Hai screamed in pain. The Spirit Mother God was in even more pain. The transformation pool, heaven mending pool, and Spirit Mother God seemed to be melting rapidly. Even Gu Hai felt unbearable pain. One had to know that Gu Hai's endurance was incomparably strong, but even so, he still screamed in pain. Pain, 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 pain. If it was anyone else's nascent soul, it would have collapsed long ago. Only Gu Hai's Spirit Mother God had such great endurance. In the world, there were only a few nascent souls as strong as the Spirit Mother God. The Spirit Mother God was definitely the pinnacle of nascent souls. Even the pinnacle spirit mother god was almost unable to bear it. However, it was just at that limit. The spirit mother god trembled a few times but did not shatter. However, the transformation pool merged into the spirit mother god's right eye, and the heaven-mending pool merged into the spirit mother god's left eye. Wong! The spirit mother god trembled violently. Ah! Guhai also screamed in pain. With a loud roar, the surrounding void trembled violently. This pain was tormented for nearly a month before it slowly subsided. The spirit mother god seemed to wither in an instant. After a long time, almost a year, the spirit mother god regained her vitality. At this moment, the heaven-mending pool and the transformation pool turned into the spirit mother god's two eyes. The spirit mother god's left eye emitted a gentle white light, while the spirit mother god's right eye emitted a gentle black light. Great compassion poem of heaven and earth, third heaven, life and death eye. Guhai said with a shiver. The reason why the heaven-mending pool and the transformation pool were formed in the Dantian was so that they could merge into the nascent soul's eyes one day. Now, they merged into the third heaven. This was also the result of endless accumulation. Fortunately, I cultivated the spirit mother god. If not for the spirit mother god, I wouldn't have been able to survive the third heaven of the great compassion poem of heaven and earth. So close, so painful, almost exploded my nascent soul. Great compassion poem of heaven and earth. What kind of cultivation technique is it? Guhai revealed a trace of confusion. Ninth heaven, he had only cultivated to the third heaven. In the past, I also investigated the heaven-mending sect. Only the sect master of the heaven-mending sect cultivated to the second heaven. The effect should be the second heaven, but no one has ever cultivated to the third heaven. Third heaven, because they don't have the spirit mother god. Guhai narrowed his eyes. Third heaven, life and death eye. I wonder how the effect is. Guhai said in a low voice. His mind sank into the spirit mother god's eyes. Guhai suddenly raised his eyebrows. It was the eyes of the spirit mother god. What he saw was actually different from what normal people saw. What he saw were countless transparent black and white lines. His left eye had thin white lines, and his right eye had thin black lines. They were densely packed and endless. This is? Guhai revealed a trace of confusion. He opened his mouth and swallowed a broken longsword, sending it into his dantian. First, he closed his right eye and looked with his left eye. Suddenly, in the center of the countless thin lines, a sword-shaped object appeared. This object was also formed by countless thin lines. Vaguely, he could see that some of the broken ends of the thin lines seemed to be able to be repaired. A ray of 9-colored light shot out from his right eye. It was the heaven-mending power pouring into the broken ends. The broken ends were quickly repaired. In the blink of an eye, it was completely repaired. This magical sword is a broken magical sword. The heaven-mending power connected those thin white lines and repaired it. The broken ends of the thin lines are the broken parts. In that case, the left eye, life eye, can see the essence of the object and the trajectory of existence, just like the genetic strands. It can see the genetic strands clearly and repair them. Guhai's expression changed. He closed his left eye again and opened his right eye. Wong. This time, he also saw the sword-shaped object, which was also formed by countless thin black lines. However, there were many fewer thin lines this time. The right eye, death, only sees a part of the life eye, but it's displayed in black. The death eye doesn't see everything. Guhai was slightly startled. The Divine King was slightly curious. He pointed his finger and released a thin beam of energy, but it cut off one of the black lines. Bang! It was just a single black line, but the long sword was shattered into pieces with a loud bang, completely shattering into pieces. It's all shattered? How can this be? Guhai was slightly startled. He quickly used the heaven-mending power to repair it. This time, only one black line was cut off, but consumed more heaven-mending power than before to repair it. What is this black line? Guhai was slightly startled. Once again, he cut off a white line that the death eye could not see. Ha! The white line was broken, but the long sword was still as before, as if it was not damaged at all. Guhai fell into deep thought. After many attempts, Guhai finally understood what was going on. The death eye can see the vital point of an object with a single glance. Once the vital point is broken, it will damage its foundation and almost destroy it. The life eye can see the whole picture of an object, the trajectory of all existences. Can it see everything clearly? Guhai frowned. Right, Xinxiong? Guhai's expression changed. It was the warring state's Xinxiong that had been thrown into the heaven-mending pool to repair. At this moment, Guhai used the life eye to look. Immediately, he saw that the warring state's Xinxiong was densely packed with thin lines. There were too many, so many that Guhai was dazzled. The broken parts were also densely packed. The heaven-mending power was slowly repairing it. However, the repair was still quite slow. He threw the Xinxiong into the death eye. Immediately, only a huge black frame was left. Although there were many broken black lines, too many were missing. Repair these vital black lines first. Guhai's expression changed. Whoosh! Immediately, a large amount of heaven-mending power repaired those black lines first. At the same time, in the warring state's Xinxiong, which used to repair all sides, suddenly repaired the important elements. Boom! The broken sun suddenly pieced back together. The sun pieced back together. It was as if there was a demand for heat. Guhai immediately flew toward the star. Wong! The surging power of the sun was quickly absorbed into the warring state's Xinxiong. The sun of the warring state's Xinxiong was repaired. At the same time, the life eye saw that many broken white lines did not need the heaven-mending power and were actually repairing themselves. I understand now. Ha! As long as the main frame and vital points are repaired, the minor parts can slowly recover on their own. There is no need to consume too much heaven-mending power. Guhai's eyes lit up. Chapter 764. Immortal Dome? This was what Guhai was looking forward to the most. As he refined it, he mended the black lines. Finally, 10 years later, buzz! A bubble suddenly appeared in Guhai's palm. Immortal Dome? This is my immortal dome? Guhai's eyes flashed with excitement. It was not difficult to refine the immortal dome. The difficult part was repairing it. Fortunately, the 3,000 black lines had been repaired. Although there were countless holes on the bubble, the minor parts had not been repaired. However, the immortal dome bubble did not burst. Those minor elements could be repaired on their own. Go! Guhai extended his hand and tossed. Whoosh! The bubble suddenly flew into another planet. The countless holes were like countless small black holes, crazily absorbing the surrounding dust, stones, and light of the sun and moon. Guhai had a connection with the immortal dome. Now that he had refined it, he could make the little immortal dome return with a thought. However, Guhai did not do so. His vital parts were restored. Next, he would let it recover on its own. I have life and death. The spiritual Mother Divine, King, immediately emitted a gentle light that merged with Guhai's body. Buzz! Guhai's eyes suddenly emitted black and white light. The eye of life and death seemed to have reached the eyes of his physical body in an instant, but it consumed a lot of the spiritual Mother Divine King's power. He looked up at the 33 greater rays in the sky. In an instant, in Guhai's left eye, the 33 greater rays turned into countless white lines. They were densely packed. As for his right eye, there were many fewer black lines. What was the overall situation of the array? Where were the vital parts? In an instant, he saw everything clearly. So that's how it is. In this way, it can help me avoid countless detours. Guhai's eyes suddenly flashed with excitement. Guhai sat cross-legged again and looked at the 33 greater rays in the sky. In the 10 millionth year, buzz! In between his eyebrows. Out of the 100 small chessboards, 80 of them suddenly merged together in 4 directions. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, 20 large chessboards merged into one. The chessboard didn't last long, only a year. Ka. The large chessboard quickly shrank, removing the pieces that could be replaced. Once again, it turned into a small chessboard with 19 paths, together with the original 20, the most complicated chessboard. Now, there were only 40 small chessboards left. The heavenly cycle saber art could slash out the 8 heavenly cycles due to these chess puzzles. Unfortunately, that was only an ideal situation. Guhai's current strength was far from enough. 33. It's really complicated. Guhai's eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness. It was only because of the eye of life and death that he was able to gain a preliminary understanding of the 33 great formations. How long had it been? Guhai smiled bitterly. Is that old man Guanxi really that talented? He has lived for thousands of years, yet he was able to comprehend such chess skills? Just as Guhai was mocking himself, the energy gathered by the Earth Spirit book in his body paused, and the Earth Spirit trembled. Guhai's expression suddenly froze. Boom! A loud sound came from Guhai's body. Suddenly, a strong air current surged out from his body. A breakthrough. Guhai was stunned. At this moment, he did not know whether to be happy or sad. Congratulations, Your Majesty. You have a breakthrough in your cultivation. Shangguan Hen, who was in a coffin not far away, woke up and said with a smile. Guhai smiled bitterly. Yes, I have a breakthrough. The second level of the Central Heaven Palace. Huh? Shangguan Hen's expression froze. I've been sleeping and waking up nonstop. It has been almost 10 million years, right? Your Majesty, you have a breakthrough? Shangguan Hen said blankly. 10 million years of energy was only enough for you to advance by 1 level. Guhai sighed slightly and nodded. He was too embarrassed to tell Shangguan Hen that he had borrowed the power of the Earth Spirit book. Otherwise, he did not know how long he would have to wait. Shangguan Hen's face twitched, but he did not dare to judge Guhai's cultivation. Since you are awake, continue cultivating. Now, you need to break through to the 7th or 9th level. Guhai looked at Shangguan Hen. There's still a lot to go. I am now at the 58th level. However, I have to cultivate when I wake up, cultivate when I sleep, cultivate when I wake up, cultivate again. I am about to throw up. Shangguan Hen said bitterly. Right now, you're already stronger than Sun Wukong. He is only at the 54th layer. Only through hardship can one rise above others. Continue cultivating. How long has it been since you came down? Continue. Guhai said seriously. Shangguan Hen smiled bitterly and nodded. All right, Your Majesty, I wanted to ask last time. There seems to be a black hole in the distant star field, swallowing the surrounding stars. Do you want to investigate? Shangguan Hen asked. Guhai looked into the distance. Indeed, there was a black hole in the shining stars, swallowing the surrounding stars. There is no need. That is a formation that I made. You can cultivate on your own. Yes. Shangguan Hen nodded with a trace of horror. That black hole was Guhai's immortal dome. After the immortal dome absorbed countless stars, it became bigger and bigger. The holes in it also became black holes. It was not one black hole, but 3,200 black holes, swallowing the stars and mending them. Shangguan Hen continued to cultivate. Guhai also continued to study the 33-go formation. Guhai enjoyed his time, but Shangguan Hen was incomparably unbearable. He spent 60% of his time in the Great Tortoise breathing technique. Now, the Great Tortoise breathing technique was becoming more and more powerful. Just like that, more than 100 million years passed. The first level of hell, almost 1,000 years. The future Buddha looked coldly at the entrance to the second level. Everyone, listen up. Seal all the entrances to hell. No one is to come out. If you find Guhai, the Buddhists, and Shangguan Hen, report immediately. Yes. Everyone answered. Buddha, Guhai should have turned into a fossil by now after going to the 18th level of hell, right? Zedong Bodhisattva laughed. Let's take a look first. Also, the Buddhists search carefully. The future Buddha said in a low voice. Yes. The 16th level of hell. Almost 30 million years. Kong Xian exuded a monstrous demonic aura. On his back, the huge mountain that was suppressing Kong Xian shook as if it could not suppress him anymore. Kong Xian's eyes were also spewing black gas, accumulating over time. The demonic aura had almost dyed half the sky black. With great difficulty, Kong Xian's pupils shrank. It's almost time. Is the entrance to the 18th level of hell going to open again? Kong Xian's consciousness returned. Looking at the entrance to the upper level, Kong Xian's face turned ferocious. Future Buddha? Present Buddha? Past Buddha? Your plan is going to fail. Wait until I get out. Watch me devour you. Roar. Walalala. Kong Xian's vibrating chains shook violently, as if trying to break free from the huge imprisonment. However, suddenly, Kong Xian paused and looked at the entrance to the 17th level of hell. Guhai. You've already turned into a fossil after entering the 18th level of hell, right? I'm not going to wait for you, Kong Xian said coldly. But the next moment, Kong Xian paused, thinking of the bet he made with Guhai. There was a moment of silence. All right, I'll wait for you for a while. Anyway, I don't care about this time. Let's see if you can still survive after the 18th level of hell is unsealed, Kong Xian said with a ferocious expression. Kong Xian slowly calmed down. However, Kong Xian was extremely irritated at this moment. Kong Xian could no longer suppress the overflowing demonic aura. Although his energy had increased a lot, the demonic aura was distorting his mind. Although he was not lost, he would be affected in the long run. He could not stay in hell any longer, just as Kong Xian was waiting. Boom! All of a sudden, a huge boom rang out as the entrance to the 18 hells opened. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, suddenly, a stream of light appeared from the first level of hell to the 16th level of hell. It was the future Buddha who had arrived immediately. In the 16th level of hell, endless demonic aura dyed the sky black for a moment. As soon as he entered, the future Buddha felt a strong evil aura emanating from Kong Xian. The evil aura was so strong that the future Buddha felt a chill in his heart. Kong Xian, have you thought it through? The future Buddha said with an ugly expression. Future Buddha, why don't you try sending me to the 17th level of hell? Kong Xian said with a ferocious expression. No, the demonic aura in your body. I can see it. Ha ha ha. You can't take it anymore, right? You can't suppress the demonic aura in your heart, right? The future Buddha suddenly laughed. Kong Xian snorted coldly. He was indeed about to lose control, but he had not been driven crazy. Kong Xian, what's wrong with being the great bright Lord Buddha of Soul Mountain? The Buddha will not restrict your freedom now. The future Buddha persuaded. Get lost. You're not worthy. Kong Xian said coldly. Not worthy? Then you can continue to stay here. I can feel that you can't take it anymore. There's no need for the 17th level of hell. Let's see how long you can hold on here. The future Buddha swung his sleeves and snorted. Turning his head, the future Buddha stepped into the 17th level of hell. At this moment, a large number of monks flew over. They also followed the future Buddha into the 17th level of hell. However, there was nothing in the 17th level of hell. The future Buddha stepped into the entrance of the 18th level of hell and looked inside. He did not dare to go deeper. It seems that Guhai has turned into a fossil. That's good. The future Buddha snorted coldly. He flew up to the 16th level of hell. He tried to persuade Kong Xian, but Kong Xian did not care at all. The future Buddha could only dejectedly lead the group of monks away. Kong Xian looked coldly at the future Buddha, leaving, and sneered. Future Buddha? Just you wait. I'll break the seal of the 9th grade golden lotus and devour you. Kong Xian endured the demonic aura in his body and was about to break free from the chains. Whoosh! Not far away, a figure suddenly flew out from the entrance of the 17th level. Kong Xian frowned. He turned his head to look. Shengwan Hen? Prime Xuanwu? Why are you here? Kong Xian said in surprise. The 18th level of hell. I can't take it anymore. His Majesty sent me to the 16th level of hell to accompany you. Shengwan Hen exhaled deeply. The surrounding flames burned Shengwan Hen, but they could not harm him at all. Last time, you slept in Guhai's coffin. Did Guhai bring you in? Guhai is not dead, Kong Xian said in shock, his expression turning cold. Indeed, His Majesty is still in the 18th level of hell. Earlier, the future Buddha was lucky that he did not go to investigate. Otherwise, he would have fallen into His Majesty's Go Ritual array trap. Shangwan Hen sighed softly. Kong Xian's eyelids twitched. Is Guhai really not dead? Where is he? Kong Xian said with a gloomy expression. Counting all the time, Kong Xian had been imprisoned in hell for more than 60 million years and could not hold on any longer. Guhai had been in the 18th level of hell for 130 million years, twice as long as him. Guhai was not crazy. He could not hold on any longer, but Guhai was still alive. Didn't that mean he had lost His Majesty? He said that he was still a little short of maturity and wanted to stay in the 18th level of hell for one more round. Please wait for His Majesty, Shangwan Hen said with a bitter smile. Still a little short of maturity? Kong Xian looked blankly at Shangwan Hen. Don't lie to me. I'm not well educated. Tell me, what do you mean by that? Does Guhai not want to come out? His Majesty does not want to leave the 18th level of hell for the time being. He is afraid that you can't wait. So, His Majesty said that if you are bored while waiting, I can talk to you. Shangwan Hen explained. Kong Xian. Chapter 765. Kong Xian could no longer suppress the demonic aura in his body and was ready to break free from the seal and escape. However, Shangwan Hen's words made Kong Xian completely stunned. His former pride seemed to have been severely challenged. One day, Guhai stayed for one day, which was equivalent to twice his time. He couldn't stand it. Yet Guhai said it wasn't enough. Not enough. He wanted him to wait. Wait? Kong Xian's eyelids twitched. Fine. I'll wait for one more round, Kong Xian said with a ferocious expression. Kong Xian's remaining pride made him unwilling to admit defeat. However, even if he didn't admit defeat, he still lost. Perhaps it was his pride that held him back. At first, he laughed complacently and despised Guhai. Now that Guhai had spent 4 times his time with him, how could he not dare? That's good. Sigh. I had enough on the 18th floor. If it wasn't for His Majesty, But it's fine now. I'm on the 16th floor, so it's much better. Just bear with it, and it'll be over. Shangwan Hen said with lingering fear. Oomph. Kong Xian snorted gloomily. Guhai waited for one round. Shangwan Hen also waited for one round. Could it be that Shanghai Hen's endurance was better than his? During the wait, the future Buddha came several times. Kong Xian looked at him coldly and ignored him. His heart was full of resentment. Until a new round began. Boom! The entrance to the 18th floor closed again with a loud bang. Kong Xian looked coldly at Shangwan Hen, who was in the magma in the distance. At this moment, Shangwan Hen was wandering in the magma. The rolling flames surrounded his body, but he couldn't be harmed at all. Kong Xian, if you're bored, you can chat with me. I'll sleep for a while more. Shangwan Hen said. Humph, tortoise breathing technique. So you've been sleeping all this time? Kong Xian showed a trace of disdain. Yes, I've slept for most of my life, but I've also been awake for tens of millions of years. It's useless even if you try to provoke me. His Majesty gave me the Tao Te Ching, which can alleviate the baleful aura in hell. Do you want to learn it too? Shangwan Hen smiled. If I don't need it. This baleful aura can temper me. Sleep? Go to sleep. I thought you guys were so powerful. Kong Xian said coldly. I sleep, but your Majesty has never slept before. His Majesty doesn't even have enough time for one round. So how could he sleep? If you don't want to admit it, just say so. Why do you have to slander His Majesty? Shangwan Hen sneered. Humph! Kong Xian snorted and turned his head away. Shangwan Hen fell into a deep slumber once again. A new round began. Kong Xian's eyes were gradually bloodshot, and the demonic aura around him grew stronger. The demonic aura that had previously dyed half the sky black was now expanding at full force. Time passed slowly. The more time passed, the more unbearable Kong Xian became. The 18th layer of hell was not a place for humans. Even with Kong Xian's strong willpower, he could barely withstand it. Roar! Kong Xian let out a deafening roar, and the entire magma sea was filled with endless waves of fire. Shangwan Hen, who was in the depths of the magma sea, was awakened by the roar. He looked at Kong Xian's red eyes, as if he was about to lose himself. Kong Xian! Shangwan Hen shouted angrily. Boom! Kong Xian quivered and woke up. Was he about to turn into a demon? You lost your consciousness? Shangwan Hen stared at him. Roar no. Kong Xian defended himself. I'll teach you the Tao Te Ching. Shangwan Hen persuaded. No need. Kong Xian stubbornly refused. After a few more times, Kong Xian finally admitted that if Shangwan Hen did not wake him up time and time again, he would have completely lost himself. At this moment, Kong Xian finally saw how abnormal Gu Hai was. His Majesty's one day is longer than yours. Not to mention the baleful aura of the 18th layer is even more. Shangwan Hen bitterly smiled. Oomph. Kong Xian coldly snorted. Do you want me to teach you the Tao Te Ching? Shangwan Hen smiled. No need. This round is about to end, and the entrance to the 18th layer of hell is about to open. You go and call Gu Hai out. If he doesn't want to go out, I'll go first. I'm not like you, who can sleep all the time. Kong Xian ferociously said. Good. Shangwan Hen laughed. Kong Xian's words were very clear. At this moment, he finally lowered his head. The 18th layer of hell. Gu Hai sat cross-legged at the entrance of the dilapidated palace. His consciousness entered the central heavenly palace. The whirlpool-like suction force from the Earth Spirit Book had disappeared. The Earth Spirit Book can absorb the wandering energy of heaven and earth. Although hell is divided into 18 layers, it is still the Hell Dao secret realm. This is a whole. Therefore, the Earth Spirit Book absorbs the energy of the entire Hell Dao secret realm. But now, it can't absorb even a trace of it? Gu Hai bitterly said. In that case, all the energy in the Hell Dao secret realm has been absorbed by the Earth Spirit Book. In other words, all the energy accumulated in the 18th layer of hell has been absorbed by me. It's useless for me to stay here any longer. But what about my cultivation? Gu Hai bitterly said. The 8th layer of the central heavenly palace? Even after absorbing all the energy in hell, he still couldn't complete the central heavenly palace? The 8th layer of the central heavenly palace? Gu Hai felt uncomfortable all over. Continue to stay here? What a joke. If he continued to stay here, Gu Hai felt like he would turn into a fossil. He couldn't take it anymore. But what about his earth spirit? All the energy in the Hell Dao secret realm had been absorbed, but it still couldn't fill up his earth spirit. The remaining ones would definitely be harder to cultivate. What would he do if he left the 18th layer of hell? In the past, the Longzhonghua had also told Gu Hai about his energy. The Longzhonghua had cultivated to the central heavenly palace. He used qi to return essence to the central heavenly palace. Then, he used essence to return essence to the lower heavenly palace. He made the lower heavenly palace complete. Then, from the lower heavenly palace, he used essence to return essence to the upper heavenly palace. But Gu Hai wasn't like that. Instead, he rushed up one heavenly palace after another. He didn't have the Longzhonghua cycle, but it was the most solid foundation. But this was the hardest to cultivate. The Earth Spirit grabbed the Earth Spirit Book and sat back down in the palace with a gloomy expression. Gu Hai also returned to his body with a slightly bitter consciousness. Sigh, the 8th level of the central heavenly palace? Forget it. There's no point in staying any longer. It's about time. Gu Hai sighed softly. He got up and waved his hand. Boom. In the distant starry sky, a huge object suddenly floated over. It was as if it was dragging an entire galaxy towards Gu Hai. As it got closer, those galaxies slowly became smaller. It slowly shrank. Soon, it shrank into a bubble and returned to Gu Hai's right palm. A bubble. The bubble was faintly discernible, emitting gentle starlight. Immortal Dome? From today onwards, you'll be called the Immortal Dome of the Ancients. Gu Hai took a deep breath and gave a name. The Immortal Dome of the Ancients trembled slightly. It was as if it had given Gu Hai life from this moment on. Gu Hai waved his hand. The Immortal Dome of the Ancients disappeared. However, at this moment, only Gu Hai could see it. The Immortal Dome of the Ancients was around him, right in front of him. Others couldn't see it, but it was there. Only he could see it. A world that only he could see, a world that belonged only to him. He took a step forward. Buzz. Gu Hai disappeared from his original spot, but stepped into the immortal dome of the ancients. Once he entered the world, Guhai stepped on the air and looked down. The immortal dome of the warring states of the past had long changed, and everything had changed. At this moment, there was a vast land with countless starry skies. The common people were almost extinct, but they didn't completely disappear. After all, there were still some who survived. Human civilization was destroyed, and everything turned into nothing. Some humans had entered the era of eating raw meat and drinking blood, just like the Stone Age that Guhai saw on Earth in the past. There were also some dinosaurs. Guhai raised his head and waved. Whoosh! The stars above his head immediately lined up, forming a 33 large array. The moment the array appeared, buzz! The array seemed to form a suction force that led to the outside world. Suddenly, spiritual chi surged into the immortal dome of the ancients. Of course, this spiritual chi was pitifully little. After all, there wasn't much in the 18 levels of hell. However, Guhai believed that as long as he reached the divine continent, there would be endless spiritual chi gathering. When the immortal dome of the ancients was repaired, it integrated a trace of the attribute of the Hell Dao secret realm. The time inside is countless times faster than the outside world. I have spread the cultivation techniques of Earth in the past. I hope there will be some changes, Guhai said in a deep voice. He waved his hand. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant on the ground of the immortal dome of the ancients, huge mountains rose from the ground. On the mountains, there were pages of cultivation techniques from Earth. After doing all this, Guhai took a step out of the immortal dome of the ancients. The moment Guhai stepped out of the immortal dome of the ancients. Boom! Suddenly, not far away, there was a loud bang in the void. The entrance to the 18 levels of hell opened again. Guhai took a deep breath. With a wave of his hand, the planet under his feet was dragged into the immortal dome of the ancients. Just as he was about to step out of the entrance of the 18 levels of hell, Guhai suddenly frowned and turned to look at the largest star not far away. At this moment, a large number of stars were arranged around the star. It was a super chess game. This chess game was different. The horizontal was 34, and the vertical was 35. Guhai swung his sleeves. Boom! This strange chessboard suddenly exploded into pieces. It was chaos. After looking coldly at it, Guhai stepped into the entrance to the 17th level, the 16th level of hell. Roar! The moment the passage to the 18th level of hell opened, Kong Xian roared and endless demonic chi filled the entire 16th level of hell. In the black chi, Kong Xian's eyes were red. He flapped his huge wings, and the surrounding magma rose into huge waves. Shangguan Hen stood in the distance and watched quietly. Chains break. Kong Xian roared with a ferocious expression. Boom, 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 boom. The 5 chains suddenly exploded, and the 5 mountains also trembled violently. The Dharma mountain that was suppressing Kong Xian also shook and broke free. Kong Xian roared and seemed to be about to break free from the seal of the rank 9 golden lotus. At this moment, the future Buddha led a group of monks into the entrance to the 15th level of hell. As soon as they entered, demonic chi surged toward them. The faces of the monks changed, revealing looks of horror. The future Buddha opened his eyes, and his expression changed. Kong Xian, how dare you? The future Buddha suddenly shouted.